All right, I think we are on. I think we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is chrispytater. I am playing Skies of Arcadia Legends, any percent RTA, to the best of my abilities. This is a dangerous run that has killed me many times over the past few weeks, let alone the past few years. I've got with me some of the greats of this game and some of our data miners. Mainly just one great, no offense, Del and Eriku, but we've got Arcadia Legend here stepping in on commentary from time to time. You want to say hello? No? She'll say hello when she wants. But I've got Del and Eriku, two of our data miners and runners. Ooh. Tech. What can we do? But we have Del and Eriku, two other runners and routers, and yeah, all of this has come about in the last couple of years. We've gotten this game from 12 hours to 10:30 is the current record, courtesy of a Mario Naharis. So, I am going to get us into this because we've got quite a number of cutscenes to yap on through. But I know this is an event for charity, so please be generous. Give to those Canadians in need. This is I'm hitting the donate, because this is where you want to go. Boom. We are doing Open Medicine Foundation, so please be generous, and we may or may not have some hidden bits and pieces depending on what kind of goals we get to. But I will have that counter in 3, 2, 1, go. So, we have an 11-hour estimate, a 10:30 world record, and I myself am on the 1050 scale. As mentioned, this game has gone through so many great changes and so many routing updates. I think we're on V16 on our notes now, but we have beginner, intermediate, and expert all compiled by Arcadia Legend and contributed to by many runners and routers. Is a fact. There's a lot of improv. We have plenty of time. Oh, I apologize. I have made a terrible mistake. I have left Discord muted this whole time. Ladies and gentlemen, apologize. I'm gonna let my commentators introduce themselves at this point. So please take it away.
You can tell how prepared we are.
So prepared. So prepared.
It sounded like Tater was like last minute to do this run because of unforeseen circumstances.
Yep.
We're completely prepared right now.
Oh yeah, we all got off the clock about half an hour ago, if that.
Honestly, yeah, I got right off work and saw this stuff in Discord. There we go.
Yeah.
Here we are.
We appreciate you, and I did mention it earlier, but all commentators are welcome to come in and out. And we might even get a special appearance by 7th Armstrong, should he feel well enough. We wish him the best. He was the original of this game. So real quick, I'm just going to say the first tech is that we learn Pyre as soon as possible. For anyone that hasn't played this game, the magic is based on the weapon color you're using. Enemies also have a rock, paper, scissors of type advantages. But we are learning our first AoE fire spell in the first 2 encounters. hang on. All right, I will do that.
was easy.
Thank you for the notification.
I also turned myself up. I don't know if that helps. I went in the Discord and turned myself up. Maybe that.
No, yeah, and I've just made us all a bit louder, but sadly for the enjoyers, we had not gotten an electric box.
Let's go.
Unfortunate.
There is a 2%
Both soldiers
chance.
in that fight have a 1% a chance of dropping a of an item called an electric box, which is an item that is extremely good for the early game because it does like quite a bit of damage. It does like 300 damage to the upcoming boss, but it's not very likely to drop.
Once you start
so
with me,
a lot of
Froggy.
runners just don't even bother banking on getting it.
Sadly, yeah.
I mean, you could reset for 4 hours to get one.
No. This is marathon. There will be no resetting. For
Yeah.
those
We
that
can't do
know.
that.
Yeah, but
Speaking of which, can you please apologize to Tony now and just try to butter him over?
Dispose of that.
Ah, Tony, may he give me the read. There is one way to read the first boss. Other than that, it's just swing and hope you don't die. Or you could heal if you're, you know, a filthy casual. But no, we're going fast in most cases. Probably.
do I sense a call out there?
What? No, nobody. I barely even heal on ladders if I don't have to. Ooh, unnecessary crit. We love that. It's a hit. That's what matters. Oh, the guard.
This fight can theoretically be one turn because
counters.
something you might see later is that every single normal attack, like every single time you get hit by a normal attack, you have a very small chance of countering with your own normal attack. And so the theoretical one turn is that you attack, both Vice and Iga attack, and then the other two attack and get countered. But it's very, very unlikely for that to happen.
Yeah, in that world, I just wanted Ica to be ridding the one guarding, but unfortunately, no dice. Occasionally, you'll see me rubbing my face on a wall, normally on a ramp. That is a speed slope. It is actually slightly faster to hit those angles with momentum, and you'll keep it instead of having to deal with the incline momentum, which is slightly slower.
I'd also like to say that a boss that we'll see in about half an hour will show that counterattack chances actually stack. They're small at first, but they grow as you get hit.
To confirm, nobody heard us when we introduced ourselves, right? That was when we were
Nope,
all muted.
you still haven't. Correct.
Okay, so everyone, now that we're not muted, Tater is the runner. 7th Armstrong was originally going to be the runner.
They could hear me,
but
don't worry.
He sadly got sick, so we
good.
love Armstrong though, and we're sad for him that he didn't get to run. But Tater's here. He's
We
made a
kind of
champ.
went to Tater's like, hey, could you? Yeah.
Yeah, Tater's a champ. He's helping us out on this one. I'm Arcadia Legend, and I run and route the game, and the other two can introduce themselves on the room.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Del. I also run the game.
I'm Ariku. I do data mining, routing, and run the game as well.
Just for reference, my response was maybe when they asked.
Maybe. That is true. That was the original response.
Maybe, yes.
So, hey, thank you for the raids, by the way, Grandma Gusta, and wait, there was one earlier. It was definitely Pro Poke Noob raiding earlier, so thank you for that. Be sure to spread the word. Speedruns for charity.
So this is our first boss. His name is Antonio, and basically the strat for this is going to be extremely simple. We're just going to have Ice, normal attack, and I can spam Pyre.
Or whatever Tater likes to do.
With Tater, you never know.
Tater
Listen,
gets
he
a bit
missed.
more creative.
That's not on me. He didn't give me the read anyway. So yeah, this game loves to troll any way it can. Misses, guards, magic, money, anything you think of, we can mess up if we're not careful. I know, right? Tony's the size of a barge, and he misses him twice.
Oh my gosh, this is a
How
Tater.
nice.
This is
Listen.
pretty terrible, yeah.
Hey, at least he's not getting countered.
That is true.
True,
There
true.
was no counterattacks, but also not hitting.
I'm gonna feel so much more at ease once I make it past it.
Yeah.
So, for anyone paying attention, I have a random strat of basically Tony is only predictable in the first 2 turns. He is either attacking or Thunder of Furying. Now, granted, that's true for most of the time for Tony, but if he attacks first turn, that means we know for sure. Please don't kill him. Please don't kill him. Please don't kill him. He is not dead yet. And he's dead. I am itching to hit the button, but I will not. Unless she is out of mana. I might hit the button. We'll see if she lives. We will play it out. But
At this
normally...
point, yeah, there's not much option.
Normally this is not preferred. This is the classic. Wait for it. Wait for it. Ooh, still alive.
Living is all that matters right now, because we can make up EXP by somehow, some other way.
This is in fact one of the speedruns of all time. Reading Sylvite.
That was a close one.
Your ring better drop later there, bud.
It'll be fine. We can,
Hey,
we
look,
can
a
make
Moonberry.
up some EXP for Vice later.
Alright, I am closing my splits. I have...
Just don't pay attention to your splits.
Nope.
Yeah. Just don't worry about it.
They're gone.
Hey, that was still sub 10. That was still sub 10 for that. That's still not bad.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if we do get the chance to double guard Thunder turn 2, we double Pyre, it reduces the counter chance. It's slightly slower, and it's only if you get the ring. But for anyone that paid attention in the initial cutscene, we have a space princess who was flying alone in the moonlight, and she unfortunately was kidnapped by Imperials, and our jolly blue rogues have managed to take their ship and loot everything, including a space princess. So the first thing we're going to do is tell her, hi, here's our names, Vice and Ica. You've got a weird name. It's Fina. We are not very good with women. We are also not very good at being a pirate. Our Vice is going to be a coward for the first 2-3 hours, give or take, because it gives us a better chance to run away. So we are going to keep that as long as we can, thanks to some intelligent swashbuckler decisions. Take a deep breath, chat. Vina said so.
Yes.
So,
Basically, we're gonna make bad choices for a while.
Ica will be our captain. Ica is intelligent and a real go-getter. She's eager to follow the piratey footsteps of Vice's father. We don't really know much about Ica's family, but don't worry about it. So, we're gonna fly the ship because that's our job, I guess. They're gonna ask us, do you know how to fly the ship? We say no. I mean, yes. We are going to ignore Pirate's Grave. It causes a text box, and we are unhappy about that. I don't have my timings. I don't know when to bridge hop. It's about here. So, we have a strat, because this game has a phenomenal encounter
Also,
chance.
someone's asking if we can... someone's asking
Turning
if we
up
can
the
bump up
volume again.
the audio again. Warpep. Yeah.
Please hold as I approach this cutscene, and I will fix it. Alright. It is definitely a very loud game. You should be able to hear me a bit better now, and commentators should come in just behind me.
I can also just like lean closer to my mic, I suppose. How's that?
Yeah, I'm moving mine a little bit. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah.
We do appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, depending on where we are, and depending on whether or not we're flying over land, we have rough timings for when we hit quote unquote 50% encounter chance. And so we go to the bridge to reset that encounter chance to 0, and then push the 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and later when we get the white map, closer to 30 seconds in order to maintain that. Yeah, no, I appreciate
You'll be
your...
seeing bridge hopping much.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
You'll be seeing more bridge hopping later in the run.
Yeah.
Exactly, 50%, 100% of the time.
Basically, and honestly, you can still get the 5% encounter. It sucks, but you can absolutely get a fight 2 seconds after the last one. I think that's one of the common gripes about this game. Everyone
Here's
loves
the thing,
it.
It's a good, just sort of like rule of thumb, the timing thing, but it's far from like 100% accurate.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a spitball, but it's trying to maintain good RNG rather than pushing for the best, which pros and cons. And yeah, 100% is an insane run. All respect to the hundo runners. For anyone interested, we are actually doing a 100% tournament right now. I think there's a lot of routing, not a lot of running, because it is such a commitment. But we do have a 20-hour 100% run, which I believe we're getting a couple segmented submissions. So moving that to segmented is definitely a possibility. We have become much more generous with our segmented runs because people don't have the time to do 11 hours every day. Shockingly.
Yeah, if you want to run the game, but you don't have the time to do it in one sitting, or the stamina, because some people just don't. I mean, there are
Both, Denyon.
leaderboards for both RTA and segmented for any percent and 100%. And you can also find guides on speedrun.com if you're interested in running the game, and you can find the Discord link to go to the Discord channel if you're interested in joining.
I'm telling you, the improvement to this game
Yeah, come
on
to Discord,
all
it's a fun place.
fronts. It's true. Speedrun.com, Skies of Arcadia Legends. You will see our Discord at the top. We are pretty alright community, I'd say. You know, not bad. We actually have 20 to 30 runners between all variations of the game, and Dreamcast has had some huge strides in the last 6 months for our old school fans in the crowd. Dreamcast has better audio.
Shout out to Sanic.
And some serious differences between the Legends gameplay and the original Dreamcast gameplay. I apologize.
Yeah,
I had to
Dreamcast
make
is
sure
wild.
I spammed that.
And Dreamcast is a wild speed run, so that is also an option if you want to run Dreamcast, and it's got some interesting stuff in it.
Hey,
And
Sanic's
if
in the
somebody
crowd.
wants our names, somebody's wanting the names of all of us again. I'm Arcadia Legend. I'll let the other two just introduce themselves.
I'm Areku. I do speed running of this game as well as routing and data mining.
Yeah, Hinta's Quest is the real game at Dreamcast. On Dreamcast. But yeah, I would give you all shoutouts if I could, but I'm not that streamer.
You just focus.
Yeah, make sure I don't forget anything. I think I want to get Alpha Storm, but honestly, I don't really mind it. Ike is already strong. Vice may or may not still be dead as we speak. We're gonna let him take a nap. Don't worry, chat. He just has to climb a really big ladder before he does.
He
He'll
died,
get
but he
caught
got
up in
better.
Shrine Island because we got to get to level 5 anyways. So one way or another, we're gonna fight however many encounters we had to get him to level 5.
Yeah.
No comment.
You may or may not be pleased to know that
Tater
this
will
run
just
does not
not do
feature
that.
much grinding at all.
Surprisingly, this run isn't very grindy. We're not gonna we'll fight some random encounters, but it's not really that much, if I'm honest.
So
It's also like pretty much all the beginning.
Yeah.
Right. We are not going to fight an intentional random encounter after the 2-hour mark. That's it. 2.5 hours, that's the end of it. Yeah, it's surprising this man is climbing this ladder at 1 HP. It does feature
many ladders.
So I am semi-known for having a shopping list.
Something, yeah, exactly, something Psygator.
Yeah. Snake! I have a short list of experience and gold that we try to get to maintain a better than average pace, I'll say, to put us ahead for the entire rest of the game. And dying to bosses is not on that list, so it is going to be a little interesting to get Vice back up to speed. As Arcadia mentioned, we might need to take an extra fight, we might be given generous enemy packs, we might be given a bunch of barnacles. So if you hear me making SpongeBob swear words, that's because I'm trying to keep this family friendly, hopefully. The game may have different opinions.
And Tater has a shopping list that you know, he likes to go after certain things in all the dungeons.
And then as many red loops as I can shove in my basket.
Yes.
I'm just hoping the game doesn't give you back attacks for that.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of praying in the first 3 hours. Oh,
so
gosh.
After we mentioned it, but soon it won't be an issue at that point, because what's going to happen is that we're going to get an accessory called the white map that lowers the encounter rate. We can never get back attacked again, and we can run away guaranteed. Like it's like the best thing ever. So we didn't have that for this run. I mean, obviously Dreamcast doesn't really have it, but for this run it's great.
Was that a wild 7th Armstrong, or did someone bounce in and out?
That was Flutter coming back in.
Oh, wild tech. Got it. We appreciate the backup support team, and I really appreciate y'all coming out for commentary, y'all. I would have been happy to churn through the whole thing with Dell, but, you know. Boy. Ah, okay. I must have accidentally turned that off when I was trying to do things earlier. I will ensure that that happens.
Call him out directly in the chat when I was like, damn.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It is a good thing to note.
And also, yeah, and in this in that little cutscene there, we got the purple moonstone. So there were actually 6 colors in this game. There's green, red, purple, blue, yellow, and silver. At the start, we only had red and green, but we just got purple there, and then so it stands to reason we'll get the other 3 colors as we progress through the game. You can change the color of your weapon by pressing the Y button, and we kind of went into what that does. Like it affects how much what magic you learn, and also has like a little strength and weakness system involved with all that. The strength and weakness system is kind of small, but it's not insignificant for the run. So it's we mainly will swap around weapon color to change what kind of magic we learn.
And part of that is we are now going to try to learn purple. So I have turned on purple for both characters because there's just the slightest chance we get back attacked by a looper, which is basically the equivalent of metal slimes, maybe a little weaker because, of course, metal slimes are beyond strong. But there's just that slight chance that it decides to attack us and then disappear. And we don't like that. So we want to make sure we are able to get the magic experience of that happening, because if they run away, you don't get experience in gold, but you do get the magic experience, even if you never killed anything. We are lucky. That is actually a reasonably solid encounter to get at the beginning. We are normally trying to get both of them to level 4, but currently we are trying to get Vice back up as best as we can.
Yeah.
Interesting. Ah, I see.
Scenic, that's happened to everyone. Don't worry.
So I had streamer mode on, I just didn't have that specific sound option turned off. But yeah, we normally used to get a super move for Ica in that period and in that menu as well. That's been removed, but it's still worth having the magic safety. Hey, I appreciate that. Definitely give him our best and all the love to 7th Armstrong. He has been pillar of the community. So
Currently
the
seventh
goal with this
is in,
dungeon is to get both of the characters to level 5 and then learn the first purple magic spell, which is called Crystalli.
For anyone that caught it, we had a text option there that did not have any swashbuckler influence, but the second option actually removes a small part of the conversation. It's minor, but we take it. Don't.
You know, those all important frames in an 11-hour run.
Oh, yeah. You know how focused I am on those.
Oh, yeah.
This encounter is a little bit doo-doo. Yeah, that one I didn't like.
Yeah. We
Is
want
my-
encounters, but not that one.
My Discord output a
Maracas are
little
like the
behind too.
worst.
Yeah, 2 maracas are like a good condition for me to run even in Hundo.
Yeah, maracas are just not good.
Yeah. They're very bulky, and they also just don't give much of anything in the way of battle rewards.
Yeah,
Nope.
they don't die to Pyre, to Icus Pyre, and you have to have Vice attack them, and it's just irritating.
The
They
end
can guard
result
too,
is
which also
worse than a
annoying.
snake. They are worse for golden experience
Yeah.
than snakes. So we are focused on snakes. We do want
And the real
Sentinel-
kicker-
or seekers.
And the kicker is that they're still not the worst enemy to fight here in Shrine Island.
True.
That is true.
Oh, we will not speak
How-
their name. Could they
How about,
appear?
how about a mandatory encounter with 1 grouter and 2 shots?
He said the name. I'm leaving. I'm
Hey,
so
we're not gonna
upset
see that
right now.
because Tater is just
I
gonna
made a
do
terrible
the skip,
mistake.
and it's gonna be great.
He
Tater's gonna get the
outsped.
skip, and we're
Everything's
never gonna see
fine.
that encounter.
Oh, y'all missed that. He's guarding. Thank
Oh,
goodness.
yeah. What? Oh, my God, Tater. Why? Tater, please. We can't be making mistakes this early into the run.
Wow.
Mistakes. I killed that looper.
Mistakes. that looper is dead, and that is true.
So for anyone that doesn't know,
But
loopers
yeah,
are
Ricky,
very
you
hard to
mentioned something
hit.
about-
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
they're very hard to hit, and they also they have a ton of magic XP, so you can't really even kill them with spells.
Mhm, magic
Tater,
defense.
Flutter
Magic
is saying
defense,
that
not
your
magic
your
XP.
the stream in Discord is paused. It's,
Lord,
I
I
was thinking
blame
something
streamer
you need to
mode.
attend to
Yeah.
right this second, but
That's fine. I don't like this fight. This is like a bare minimum fight. I call it the menagerie. Or was it you that came
it's
up with
more
the
just bringing
menagerie?
it to your attention since
appreciate
you can't
that.
really pay too much attention to everything right now.
Yeah, Erica mentioned something
Cool.
about a forced encounter between the Grouter and two Maracas. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall that encounter because we skipped that encounter.
These whole-
But we don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So one of the first skips known to our speedrunners is right here. There is a forced encounter. I just went around by hugging that corner and then tilting the camera to the side. Basically, taking that encounter is both hard to run away from and not an encounter we want. In addition, getting that encounter means that you're more likely to get a second encounter on the way out, whereas by skipping it, I'm probably only getting one fight, period, between here and the door. We do want to avoid fights outside because of the enemy type mentioned that we are now seeing, a Grouter. And we're being back attacked. It's fine until Vice gets put to sleep here. Luckily, Ica did not actually get slept or panicked. She is also counterattacking unnecessarily. We love that. And she's just not asleep. And I'm running away. And I got away. But we don't like them because they are incredibly thick and generally not worth it. We're looking for the Seeker mob type. They will appear shortly, hopefully.
They're also Grouters are also pretty strong. They have a spell called Wevley, which basically you choose a target and it hits that target as well as every enemy that's directly around the target.
That
And they
should
also
be
have
back
a attack called Eerie Wail, which hits Sorry, that just kind of threw me off. They also have an attack called Eerie Wail, which hits everyone that's within the line of the target and the caster, and they're both relatively strong for this point in the game.
I don't like this fight, but I'm gonna take it. I just want the Seeker for the guaranteed experience. It should be at least enough to put Vice up to 4.
Yeah, it should.
You have 9 max SP. I don't think I've ever
hit
seen
the
that
wrong
before.
person.
But yeah, if anybody missed the beginning, Vice died on the first boss, so he's a little bit behind on EXP.
I hit the wrong thing.
If anyone's wondering whether or not that's a burden, honestly, we'll find out later.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
I can't. No, I can. I just don't have one after this. I wanted her to live. I guarded with her too.
If Vice lives, he'll get.
If
the
she dies,
experience.
yeah, it's
Fair. It's a
he'll get all
trade-off.
the EXP. Yeah.
But
It's
he
not,
misses
like,
magic, and
horrible,
I guess it balances out
Okay.
because he always ends up 1 behind.
I guess that's true. He does miss out on magic EXP. That is true.
Good thing I got mom crystals. Hey, he's up to level 5. We love that.
Nice.
There's a lot.
But I am behind on magic experience now, slightly.
You might want to heal Ico,
In a minute.
just in case.
In a minute.
Yeah,
Peter's
one
just
H-
not concerned.
Yeah, a
He's just
minute.
like, yeah, it's fine.
Captain
She's
Ica
at 1
doesn't need
HP.
more than 1 HP.
Look, either she outspeeds or she doesn't.
Peter's just laying down the law. Like,
Oh,
it's like
no.
she lives or she doesn't.
Oh no.
We die, we die.
No.
It looks as though she's not living.
This is not a good one. No.
This is why I didn't heal her.
Well,
Oh,
that happened.
yeah, no, that's fair.
There's no way this could go wrong, right?
No.
This is why the red fish are bad. We do not like them. Oh, that's
Stop it.
not good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whew.
Retreat.
All right.
Please.
Oh.
As
This
you
is
can
fine,
tell, this
chat.
game is great. It has a lot of RNG in it.
Chat, this is fine. He was guarding. He's
Yeah.
scared of us. Thank goodness he guarded.
It gets better, probably.
If anyone is concerned, yes. If they had confused Vice, I would have just been stuck waiting for him to not be confused. And
That's
that's the
true.
nature of it.
Yeah.
We definitely do.
Whenever you're confused, you just normal attack at random. It can be normal enemies, or it can also be your own party members.
Yep. I'm gonna spin here for just a minute. I need one more fight because I actually do need both of them to. I actually might need 2 fights, but I'm gonna not think about that for now.
The good news is,
We take
once you get
those.
this magic EXP, you're back on track. So.
Ooh.
Answer is I don't know if I actually take these.
I mean,
Hmm.
also, yeah, for your magic XP. So we only have a limited number of MP for this dungeon as well, so we can't just spam magic over and over again. We need it for the boss.
At this point, I'm
Yeah.
banking on Cutlass Fury, honestly, for the Seeker.
Yeah, we do have Cutlass Fury, which is Vice's super move that we can use.
Intermediate notes would normally, I
Yeah.
believe intermediate gets alpha. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, intermediate still gets Alpha Storm.
Guard with her because I don't think she's
And
going to do any
beginner,
damage,
but-
period. Ooh, is he guarding?
Did he guard?
No, he just
No.
doesn't do any damage. There's that.
Yeah.
You're getting there.
Seekers are bulky.
Heck it. I don't
They're
even
just
know
really
that she's
bulky,
doing
yeah.
anything. Hey, we take those.
Nice.
We'll take
Captain
that. Yeah.
Ica.
Nice, correct. We take those.
Ica has a
Yeah.
lower physical damage. She has good AoE and decent magic, but she has a high crit chance, which actually does pay off in the run a reasonable amount of the time. I do need one more fight, sadly. So we are going to be very
Oh my
okay on experience and gold, to say the least. But
If Ica hadn't died in that
Yeah.
earlier fight, you'd be good. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
yeah, just don't die.
Just don't die. That's...
Yeah, so in combination with getting level 5 and learning Crystalli, we also would like to get as much gold as we can for something you'll see a little bit later.
I just need to guard with her. I need her to not
Yes,
die
we do
again.
need gold, like, because there's going to be a part where it is necessary to have a certain amount of gold to progress the game, like at all.
Yeah, this is one
Yeah.
of those situations where it was absolutely fair to say safety strat should have been take the stupid moonberry, but you know we're fine.
For the marathon, it
But we're
probably would have
stubborn.
been a good idea.
Yep. there's a lot of, like I said, improv in this run. We do have a pretty solid set of notes. It's just a matter of the game can say no. The game can say not today.
Yeah.
We are here to say it's marathon time. It's happening, whether the game says so or not.
Also,
Yes.
Also, Tater, I just want to give you a piece of advice in advance. Save before going into catacombs, please.
Yes. We don't need instant death eternity nonsense out of nowhere.
Understandable. There are a few points where a back attack can kill you.
I know Armstrong was also planning to grab those Sacres
Then
crystals and Valua as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no shame in saving for this marathon. Like, stuff's gonna happen.
I
So,
know. I
no
know.
shame
And
in
for those of you that
saving.
watch me, know that my GameCube is a reason to save.
Yes.
Attorney, oh
I'm-
god, somebody in the chat just said that. It's like, yeah,
Yep.
that is the reaction.
Yeah, let's give these early game enemies instant death spells.
Hey,
Yep.
Love
Not
murder.
even a full-sized party. What could go wrong?
Love Murder, you put
Yeah.
$41 Canadian on the board. I won't save once.
Yeah, and even
Oh,
though
God.
Eternity is like, what, 50%?
That's a
It's only
cheap
like
one,
a...
too.
Eternity's only like 50% chance to work, but I mean, some of us have gotten completely wiped out in catacombs over that
But
50%
during a speed run,
chance.
50% may as well be 100%.
It might as well be
Well,
100%.
Mhm.
I mean, on track mode, it's more like 70%, but
Okay, well, I can believe that. He dies. Anytime I swear I've seen that used on him, he dies.
Yep.
In
He has,
practice.
he has pretty low will, and that's what it targets is your will.
No,
it's not,
too,
it's
bro.
not quite a...
It makes sense because Drachma's not good with magic.
I guess I'll save then.
Yeah. Also, in case anyone wasn't paying attention, we swap Vice and Ike over to green just because we want to learn Sacred on Ica, which is a healing spell.
We do want that.
At least Ike is closer to Incrum. I guess
But
not really.
We'll still
'cause
use
Vike-
we
Vike
will still
died.
use Delta Shield. We just don't learn it until much later because we definitely need it for the final fights of the game.
Yeah, there's a few spots early that we can use it. It's just not usually a good idea to, because Ike is your fastest magic user to clear enemies. Also, the rare attack after target search. This is supposedly easy Sentinel. I don't always believe that, but you'll see us using
You don't
this.
always
Is the
believe it.
this is the purple spell we picked up, and we are going to have to watch out for Pyre, because if I accidentally hit Pyre on Ica, it's about 30 damage, 40 damage I'm losing. I like this
It's
Sentinel.
not good.
But yeah, no,
I
it is
can
very
attest,
bad.
I've done that before.
Another attack. Oh my gosh. Interesting Sentinel fight right now.
Listen,
It's a very-
I ground through Sentinel to get the good one.
So for Crystalli is just like the strongest thing we can use on it if we don't have an electric box. If we got an electric box from the first
Yeah.
encounter, we'd be using it here as well, and it does way more damage than Crystalli does.
Hey, we take the crit too. I don't know what this Sentinel is, but I think it's because the marathon. I think you guys are bringing the hype or something, because he's down before I even use all my mana.
That was not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad at all.
Normally, you have to use every last bit of mana, and Vice has to do an auto attack, which is often countered and killing him because you've eaten 2 blasters and you're on your way to the 3rd.
Yeah.
It's a terrifying fight. We do get a Moonberry.
Also Discord stream is paused again. I just want to pause it.
I swear.
At this point, I'm
I'm-
just watching the actual stream, even though I'm behind because I'm
Okay,
watching
can you
it on
see
the
it
actual
now?
channel.
I honestly,
Did
yeah.
it just come back?
It has not come back for me yet.
Let's find out. It has not come back.
It might be because I keep
I
tabbing.
figured I'd
into-
tell you while we got a cutscene.
Swap to your.
This game has the
application
Final
to
Fantasy X issue
resume.
where you just can't skip the cutscenes.
I'm in the application. Maybe if I do it by a screen and do this, it'll just record the whole screen That should work. You good?
Yeah, it's good now.
Cool.
Hey, there we go.
So, I'm thinking back to half an hour ago, and I was like, I just will feel so
Years.
much better after we're through Sentinel. I thank you, Sentinel.
Yeah.
Why did the game have to be so terrifying up to that point?
Seriously. I don't know if we're back to normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back on pace.
Is Seeker basically the same experience as Tony?
Close.
About halfway there.
I mean, your Vice was level 5, and then you took another fight after that, so you're back on pace.
Actually,
Yeah.
let's find out. Actually, I'm curious.
Don't
like
the
I
Seekers
said-
actually show up too at the end of the game in Sultas? In
Mhm.
some fights?
Those are hunters.
Okay, hunters. That's
They get
that's the other
upgrades.
enemy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the same. Yeah.
Same-
may as well
same-
just be a
similar
same
enemy.
pretty much, yeah.
Same model, but
Really?
much stronger.
They don't even get a polish?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Well,
How
there's
long do you
a-
think it
there's-
took for
there's the-
Vice and I
No,
to
they do get a
choreograph
polish.
that high five? I have no idea.
There
They
are-
probably took them a while.
I'm sorry. But yeah, there are actually the two versions of Hunter. There are the ones in the old area, and then there are the ones in the newer shiny area. They're the same enemy, but one's all beat up and one's not.
Yep.
Also, for your
So-
information, Antonio gives 36 EXP. Seekers give 28.
Yep. That sounds about right.
So something Tater's doing right now, why he's hugging this, because this is a dead zone, so we're not going to get any encounters by hugging it.
Yeah, because
Great.
basically
Like
that a part of the map is technically belongs to an area that we don't actually have filled out yet, and so because there's just no enemy data there, we just don't get encounters while we're in there.
Spoilers. Sorry. So yeah, we have a few dead zones that we abuse. They are, again, those random encounters are the biggest piece that slows runs down. And so by effectively avoiding them, running from them, and preventing them from even starting in the first place, we save a lot of time, because we have zero reason to farm unless you're doing 100%, where you're farming 2,500 enemies at the end of it, or you're doing any percent and maybe you're looking for a drop. There are a few RNG drops that can have real payoffs later in the game, whether it's safety or just making encounters easier. We'll talk about Grapers when we get there, or at least when we get to Black Map.
Removing insanity, yeah, Grapers.
Yeah. So there's a section, Vices alone, and in any percent, Vice is not strong. Well, okay, he hurts. He's a glass cannon. So, it's a little give and take. It's a lot of give and take. You'll
Also-
see me mashing.
Also, I just
through-
want to say, if you want to see
Go
some serious, I was gonna say, if you want to see some serious dead zone abuse, go check out the TAS.
True.
That's true. There is a task that was made, and you can find it in the news section on speedrun.com. There's a link to the YouTube video. The task is wild.
What was it, sub
I suggest
10?
watching it.
Low 10? I think
Yeah.
it was sub 10.
It's sub 9.
It was like sub
Oh,
9.
my.
Yeah, like just a bit sub
Yeah.
9, but it's like crazy. Like it's hilarious to watch.
Among other things, the task is like, who needs to talk to Mystery Merchant? I can just
That's
get-
true.
I can just get Crystallus box drops.
Yeah. Pretty nice. I was
Yeah,
gonna
what
say
was that about Ramirez 1 being dangerous? Yeah, what is he just gonna use magic? It's all good, you know.
Yeah.
just get the best possible RNG.
We'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, I don't have that
Oh.
luxury, sadly.
Oh,
Sadly,
Mace
you do
Hand?
not.
Yeah.
Oh, I want a Mace Hand, and I want Barda to punch Drachma every time, and Drachma can counterattack every time. Thank you.
We love that.
Yeah. And also, Slapara Box to not only sleep every single enemy, but also not break any time we use it.
Counters are a double-edged sword, because normally we enjoy counters when they're on Vice or Drachma, but then Fina and Ica enjoy countering too, and they do big old goose eggs. I was not holding properly, but that's fine. There's
so
a
if
lot
Iker or
of
Phoenix punch an enemy, they literally just are wasted.
They do zeros.
Yeah, it's a waste when they do it because they're just not very strong.
And
We don't
to be
upgrade their
fair,
weapon or anything.
Yeah. And also,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, we also, another reason why they're so weak is because we literally never upgrade their weapons ever.
Yep, never.
There is an argument for crits. Ica does have the chance to crit on a counter, which ignores defense and has a chance to do about 100 damage, depending on the enemy. So it's not a lot, but there have been cases where Ica will get the random crit counter at the end of a fight, and you're just like, oh, okay, that works. It's entertaining.
Yeah,
I believe I got Vigoro.
I think I've seen Cronin equip either the Grendel Wing or the Sky Wing on Ica before in like Grand Fortress.
Yeah.
Cronin likes the Skywing, yeah.
Which is an it's certainly an argument like to make, especially against Vigoro 1, but since he attacks, he does regular attack sometimes, and he confuses her, so I guess there's an argument for that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she could just like not attack him when she's confused and just attack everybody else. So there is that as well.
So real quick, just a quick plotline check-in as we are capsized by a whale. Basically, our trip to Shrine Island for the plot device was actually a ruse for the Valuans to come by and kidnap all of the men and Fina from the island and burn it halfway down. Luckily,
and
most
Mabel.
people are okay, but go ahead.
All the men and Fina and Mabel.
And Mabel?
Yep.
I guess she's the gunner. That's right. She is a pirate. Or no, what is her job?
She's a raider.
She's a raider.
Raider, okay.
Raider, there we go.
But if you actually talk to all the different characters, they do have backstory lines. They react as your character progresses. It's pretty cool. But for now, we have been capsized and taken on by an old man with a metal arm on a fishing boat. And we are currently trying to take on the Imperial Armada as 2 kids. And an old man with a metal arm, potentially. Maybe. After we carry heavy boxes for him. Very riveting gameplay here.
Yeah.
I have to
Absolutely.
I'm just kidding.
So something I really like about this game, just casually, is that like you can have Vice check pretty much any sort of objects sitting on the overworld, and like he'll pretty much have something to say about almost all of them.
Yeah, it's
So
true.
that can be fun to mess around with if you're playing the game casually.
Until you're trying
That's
to click
something that I
something
really
and you
like
click
as
the
well.
thing next to it.
That you can do that here.
Yeah,
You can actually
wait, that
examine,
might happen.
accidentally examine something else.
The wrong box.
I just wish he wouldn't.
That
talk
happens all the time to me when I'm trying to
Hamachals.
get the freaking Sagres crystals from Vice's mother. Like I check
Do you
the
wanna
stove
look at the
by accident,
oven?
and it's like,
Yep.
no, stop.
Stove.
I want the crystals.
We've all been
Yeah.
there.
But yeah, Reku was mentioning Hamachan is the so freaking bad.
So many tiny Hamachows to talk to.
I think I found a setup that avoids
Yeah.
them, but yeah, they're.
Because if
Oh
you
my God.
accidentally like talk to one of them, it like continues for a while. Like it
Yeah,
like
like
goes. So
there's
It's
like
a
a whole
cutscene.
little Hamachow
Mm-hmm.
drunk party that you have to scroll
drunk
through.
part. It pretty much is. It's so
Yeah.
irritating.
Yeah.
It's tea.
Chirp, chirp,
Good. Sure.
chirp. Can I leave? Chirp.
Listen, it's Ace Attorney logic. It's not red wine. It's just grape juice.
Grape juice, yeah, just grape juice.
It's Loqua. It's Loqua.
True.
Loqua, as this game calls booze,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because of the E ESRB rating.
Wasn't it actually just booze? Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it actually just booze in the Japanese version?
I think in the Japanese, it might have been just booze. I don't know
Sake,
actually how that was
probably.
translated there. But when they localized it, we can't have alcohol in the game when it's a T-rated game, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Or cigarettes. We can't have cigarettes either because Dine is supposed to have one of
Cigars.
those, but that got taken out. Yeah.
I think Gilder
No
has.
tobacco, no alcohol.
Isn't Gilder also supposed to have a cigar?
I think Gilder is too. I think. Yeah.
I think Gilder was the cigarette, Dine was the cigar, if I recall.
Got it. Okay. Somebody had something. Yeah.
Yeah, and Gilder and Drachma
Hey,
both have accessories that
Cronin.
used to be called cigars, but now
Shout out
just
Yo,
to
Cronin
fellow
with the
Skies
raid.
runner, Cronoon, who has been
Go
running
Cronoon.
all day.
We're just talking about Cronoon not that long ago.
Yeah.
Were you still doing your Super Mega Drive, or no? That's Armstrong's run. Which one are you working on these days, Cronoon? Hey, thanks for the good luck, friend.
That
So
is
real
true.
fast, we have
Dr. Kurt, as I like to call him.
yeah. He is introducing us to one of the major, well,
had
side
this-
quests of the game, the Moonfish. There are 24 Moonfish.
He had
And,
Vice's prescription
Well, we
on
gotta
him.
collect, like,
Yeah,
yeah.
he
Yeah.
had something just
Okay.
exactly for Vice
Yeah,
that
he had
fit his eye
It
patch.
fits his patch, right? I hope it went well, Cronin. But right, he comes by, he gives us this special eye
Yeah.
patch that also comes with a grabber of some form that's never really discussed properly, but we get some kind of net gun or this side quest that never comes up ever again.
We're not going to question it too much.
We just feed the fish to the bird.
Yeah. They're Yeah, so basically there are 24 Moonfish across the world, and for each one you catch, you can bring them back to dock, and you'll get a neat little reward from it. And we're going to be catching 10 of them throughout the, or no, 12 throughout the 80% run.
Yeah.
Yes.
10 gets you the white map, and then 12 gets you the warrior's heart.
Which is
Well,
very
there's actually
nice.
a 25th.
Both
Moonfish
very,
that
very
Doc-
important accessories.
There's also a 25th Moonfish that Doc just happened to have on hand that he was starving the bird.
Oh, that
for,
one,
waiting
yeah,
for-
that's true.
Waiting for someone to
That's
come
his
by.
lunch.
Oh, yeah, that's
to show
true.
him how to catch.
He's just sitting there
Yeah.
trying to grab it, and he can't
You
see
know what would
it.
be great is that moonfish was just yours after he did that, and then you could cut out one of them. Like,
He's
let's say
holding the
one at
lens
top
in
of
his
the treehouse
hand.
in Horteca.
Oh, that's true.
Or one of the ones in Perrin, maybe. You could make an argument for that one too, because of all the encounters.
So
in
here on-
Perrin, I guess.
Sailor's Island, we, basically Drachma is like, oh, hey, I'm dropping off here, and I'm leaving you here. I don't care if you need a ship to go to Valua, you're not coming with me. So we're trying to talk we're talking to the ship arts merchant because he has, some info about a really powerful cannon. Basically, Drachma's looking for a powerful cannon strong enough to destroy Rachnum, which was that giant whale that capsized us. Drachma was chasing it, and because our ship got capsized, Rachnum got away from him, and he's now left with us. So basically, he's just after. He doesn't care about our little venture towards Valua. He just wants to go capture Rachnum. So we're just going to use this.
Safe to say I don't need the chest.
This information.
You're probably good
Yeah,
on gold,
probably
yeah.
not.
Yeah, you
With all the
good.
extra fights you had to do.
He's
speakers.
we're using this this information about this powerful cannon to basically coerce Drachma to taking us to Valua.
Yeah, Drachma has a one-track mind right now. He's just all about going after Rachnam. He doesn't care about anything else, but for a good reason, which we'll find out later why he's obsessed.
Yeah.
I'll get the repair
Yarr.
kits after
Yeah.
Blackbeard, I promise.
Oh, and somebody had mentioned about Vice picking up those boxes. No, I don't recommend that. That's how you should pick up boxes unless you really want to hurt your back. It's just
True.
It's a public service announcement. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to remember, Vise is somebody
Don't try this on kiddos.
who can jump like 3 stories when he really wants to. So,
Look, gravity
don't live
is
like
lower in this
Yeah.
universe, alright? We've talked about this.
We talked about this.
We are up in the clouds, to be fair.
How many thousands of feet are we?
all of them.
Shoutouts to the new video that came out about a month ago. Somebody did a playthrough of this game, including voice acting, and there is some great highlights. There's been a lot of really good Skies content in the last year or two, whether it's the orchestral music, the Let's Plays of big streamers, the speedrun content. Again, we have a lot of people that really love this game, so we are happy to show it off for you. Yeah, shoutouts to Sega for doing such a huge release on some classic games. Crazy Taxi. What was the
Saw that last night. Yeah.
Dragon? What was the blade? Axe, Golden Axe. That's what it is. Golden Axe is coming back.
I saw that
Jet
and it
Set's
said "and
coming
more,"
back.
and I went,
There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes. Yes, there is, chat. We think there's a chance for this world to go 2020. We'd love to see it. I will not be doing voiceovers the whole time. Sorry.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to
So we're
Page
still
Cartoons.
picking the bad swashbuckler choices because we don't want to increase our ranking because we want to stay a coward because it helps us with running away. In case anybody missed that explanation earlier. But why are we picking bad options
Yeah.
if anybody
It's
has
what
noticed
was it,
that?
like a flat? Yeah. What is it, like a flat 10% boost to your run rate?
Yeah, I think it's just a flat. I mean,
Mm.
Roku can confirm. I think it's flat 10%.
Yep. 10%.
Which is quite a bit.
Yeah. So that NASA merchant that we ran into in the Sailors Guild offered to give us a
He's
blue
actually
passport because he had a
following
passport to
us.
get into
Oh,
Valua,
I
and we
hit a
can't just
rock.
fake one. Yeah.
I hit a rock.
And
That's what I get for trying
Uh-oh.
to show it off.
and basically, he's giving us his passport in return for escorting him safely to to Nasser, because he's heard that there's a nasty black pirate in the area called Baltor, who attacks merchant ships and steals our cargo. So he wants us to protect him from Baltor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys, but I sense an oncoming skirmish.
What? Huh?
What?
There's not going to be a
No,
guy
and
named
And yes,
Baltimore.
Drachma's magic is
about-
actually
We're pirates. We don't stop piracy.
we don't stop. And Drachma's magic is actually somewhat useful
yeah.
at this point in the game. He won't be at all later. So we can
True.
actually use his magic right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
Drachma's
You may
level
notice he
12.
is 5 levels above both. Yeah, okay, well, he was 5 levels above, or
True,
6
he is like
levels above,
much quite
Vice
higher
Knight,
level
and now
than
he's
the
like
other
5.
two, yeah.
Yeah. That's partially why.
And that's partially
That-
why,
that-
yes,
that
at
is
this
the whole
point.
reason why.
His will stat
very
gains
nice.
as the
You know
game
him
goes
as a
on
good
it's awful. His will stat gain is terrible. So there you go.
But he is thick as a brick, and
Basically,
he
Vice
hits
is
like
sort
a
of like
truck.
the dedicated physical. Yeah, Vice is basically sort of the dedicated physical attacker. Ica, good lord. Ica is very fast, and she's a really good support character. Drachma is just the really bulky physical attacker.
Let me
Yeah,
put it
Drachma's
this
like just thick as heck.
Mhm.
Let me put it this way. Ica is our third best magic user in the game. And she's half Drachma's level and her
No,
wills are...
he's talking about out of 6 characters.
Yes. Out of 6
Yeah.
characters, Ica is the third best at using magic. She's half Drachma's level and she's already has as high a will as him.
Yep, that should give you an idea of how bad Drachma is at magic.
Alright,
But this
so
is our
I
first
tapped
ship
so,
battle.
ship
Yay!
battles.
Woo!
Yeah.
Look,
So
guys,
ship
Baltimore!
battles. Ship battles, you get a grid here. You have, in this case, we have 3 phases, and we can set each of our characters to do certain things on any of those phases.
Shinobi.
We want Drachma to use the main cannons, which are what we have equipped. We have main and we have standard cannon equipped right now. We want Drachma to use those, and well, Vice will use it too. But Drachma's using it because he has the highest power stat, and therefore will do the most damage using that weapon.
Yep. Your characters do
Yeah,
contribute to your actions during ship battles. For the types of cannons that we have now, your character's strength, aka power, goes into boosting the damage of the cannons. And when the character takes damage during their actions, as you see that they're arranged on a grid, when each character's turn comes during the battle, their defensive stats contribute
see
to your
that?
ship's defense, so you take less damage based on who's acting. And your crit chance also carries over, so we're not going to be using it in this battle, but in the future, there will be a new type of weapon that doesn't use your attack and does use your crit chance, and Ica loves using those.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're gonna see secondary cannon and torpedoes galore as this game goes. Mostly secondary cannons galore as this run goes on. Honestly,
We are getting
but we
hammered.
hardly like use main cannons except
Meanwhile,
for
the
like
main
right
cannons-
here.
Yeah.
So
We use main cannons here and like one time or a few times on the links. Then we like never use main cannons hardly ever again. I mean, very little.
Yeah. Because the issue with the main cannons is that like they only hit once and they're powerful single hits, but that's just not useful to us after like the first few couple ship battles.
Yeah.
We get much better options in terms of that.
Yeah, we also, it's an accuracy thing because we're going to get a crew member also that's going to make our torpedoes like never miss again. And torpedoes are a little bit broken because unlike a lot of the ship weapons, it doesn't matter if the turn is programmed to be quote unquote lost, which means you just can't hit there. Torpedoes don't care about that. Torpedoes just hit regardless. It doesn't
Easy
matter.
now, King. You're talking to a lot of people that like it. I do really like the different cameos that Vice and I could get, whether it's Valkyria or Sega All-Stars. I think they got into a fighting game or something. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff people would put.
I have played the racing game with Vice, and that was like the only reason I bought that game is because Vice was in it.
I think that's half the reason I wanted to buy Valkyria.
And I did buy, I have Valkyria Chronicles 1, and that was the biggest reason for purchasing that as well.
So the game has a way to level up ships.
Not even Vice could say Valkyria Chronicles 1 for me.
True.
I'm gonna be honest, I still have not. I bought it so long and I still haven't played it.
Understandable.
Let's so little time for games.
I got about halfway through, and I enjoyed the game. I didn't intentionally stop playing it, but something just happened, and I kind of trailed off from it.
It happens. You have it if
See,
you
when it comes to strategy RPGs, I come from the line of Fire Emblem where nothing makes sense, so it was a weird transition.
That's fair enough, honestly. I like Fire Emblem though. I played that series too.
I don't know if I believe you, Croca.
Yeah.
You don't even believe you.
Croca. Oh, Kraka. Yeah, I got it.
But yeah, as you might imagine, with everything we just explained with the ship battles, there has been a ton of routing that went into making the ship battles as fast as possible. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. So normally we actually do have a heal in that Blackbeard fight. I personally tend to not need it, so I didn't take it, but this was a rare chance where, yeah, we took a lot of damage in that ship battle, and it could have been bad.
I saw that.
What?
Yeah.
You were getting kind of low there at the end.
Yeah. It's
I think you got
it's
crits.
kind of a subtle part of ship battles, but your attacks and the enemy's attacks can crit and do like double damage just randomly.
Yeah, I think that Tater was getting some crits in that fight. I wasn't overly paying attention, but yeah.
It's a case where we normally kill Blackbeard so fast he doesn't have the chance, but given the opportunity and enough time, he definitely can kill you. If you miss, that can get really
It has
scary.
happened. I've seen people die to Blackbeard.
1 and 2.
I'm gonna say it's a
Spoilers.
high chance for it to happen,
thought
but I've
about it.
seen it.
I was kind
You
of
can also miss a lot on Blackbeard, and then the whole fight just goes straight to heck because you
Guard.
miss like 2 shots and it's like screwed up already.
Dang it, he wasn't
Yeah. Something a big aspect to ship battles that we kind of glossed over is you might have noticed some of those turns were labeled C, and those are special turns where your damage is I don't actually. Okay, Riku, how do C turns work? Because they don't actually work quite the way that the game explains it.
Why? Thank you for volunteering me, Del. So
Yeah, believe
He knows I don't
You're the
know.
numbers guy, all right?
So it's not fixed. It means different things in different contexts, but usually a C turn means that you have higher accuracy and or will do a greater amount of damage during that phase. One of the tricks to it is it sometimes when it says higher accuracy, it means 99% accuracy no matter what weapon you use. So there will be quite a few times where we try to exploit that.
A lot of damage too.
Every now and then it can bite us in the butt because it can make Ilkamus miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get there, believe me.
But for the most part, it's very good.
There's no getting around that
Sadly.
Yeah, there's no getting around that 1% miss, unfortunately. And
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
that
like when
happens and
Paige
sometimes
was doing Blueheim once and missed like 2 attacks on a C
Oh,
turn.
yeah, that was-
And I was like, what is happening?
Oh god.
That
I
was
was like, what is happening?
Was that during a race?
That
That was just during a
double electric.
PV attempt, I think, and I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
this is terrible. I'm like, you're missing 2 shots on a
Yeah.
C turn.
Yeah, that was his
Worst
new.
God, that
double
race
electric
between
moment.
Paige and I was ungodly cursed.
Oh, that's true. Paige is also the only person that's gotten 2 electric boxes off the first fight of the game. Paige has gotten some wild
Yeah.
RNG running this game.
His first one was on PAL, the European version, which
It is true.
slightly
The
slower.
run where he got the 2 boxes was on PAL, the PAL version.
Yeah. back before Paige realized that the PAL version was awful for speedruns.
Yeah, we don't recommend it. I don't think anybody has really done one on the JP version. I don't think.
Shout out to me who somehow found like the God Seed RNG for Chameleon 1 and just missed a magic attack. That doesn't normally happen.
I remember you saying that being
terrible.
brought up at one point, that you missed a magic attack, and then Areku had to explain why you missed the attack, and I was like, what?
I
This should
still
not
don't
happen.
fully.
Yeah.
To be clear, I still don't fully understand what happened. I just see a
Yes.
correlation between weird mechanics that don't normally happen.
Yeah, but that's because
Yeah, 'cause
magic is
normally
not
magic
supposed
just
to
does
miss.
not ever miss.
It's not supposed to.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
I-
that thing we were talking about that's coming up, we need a lot of gold for, that's coming up right now. So we need to look for a special shop in the game called the Mystery Merchant, because he sells these items called Chrysalis boxes. They're worth 800 gold for one. You need to buy three or four, and they are our best
And
source
he's
of
not
damage for the
there.
early game. The problem is, and he's not there, so we need to save and reload.
Yeah, problem is he's 50%.
But anyways,
It's 50%, I think, for him to show up here. In
Sadly.
this location.
Yep. It happens.
Yeah.
We'll hopefully get him
please,
first try.
Mystery Merchant.
And
So it's like flip a coin basically on this one, because sometimes he can just be a real butt and not show up for a long time.
Please
wants
show up. Please show up faster than
And isn't
when
that wasn't
Armstrong
bad
was making
enough?
his safety saves.
As if that wasn't bad enough, those Chrysalis boxes we buy for him, the way the boxes work in this game is that the game sort of tells you that it has a certain number of charges, but the way that it actually works is that each time you use a box, it has a certain percentage chance to just break, and I guess they just kind of average up the number of times it takes to get to 100% break, and just kind of
Yeah, the
extrapolate
game
that.
lies
It's
when
like,
it says.
basically what this means is that boxes can, yeah. Yeah, what this means is that there's every opportunity that a box can just break the very first time you use it, and considering they're our best source of damage for the early game, the success or failure of a run in the early game can live or die on box breaking luck.
It's true, and I've seen some people have gotten to
Yeah.
the first boss in the next dungeon that we're going to go into, and all their boxes broke on the first boss, and then you're pretty much just screwed. I mean, honestly, you could try
forgot
doing
to-
an executioner without a box or any boxes, but I don't recommend it. I really don't. It's not a fun time.
Yeah, I've tried it. It's not good.
It's
So-
not a fun time.
We do take off Drachma's shirt. For all of our Drachma ship daddy, as Pengi affectionately calls him, fans, we take off Drachma's shirt because it is worth 170 gold, and we often end up just short about that amount. We can also sell Vice's goggles, and we could sell their armor if we wanted to, but it gets a little dicey in certain situations without it.
I
Drachma.
also saw that you kept the Ryzelum crystal, which is
Yep.
probably very smart.
Yep.
What?
I
that.
definitely
Yeah.
suggest that. Yes.
Should have sold it.
No,
Sorry, I was
Rick-
getting
You may need it in this
I-
next dungeon.
Listen.
You may need it. You may need it for a worm. You may need it for a bird. You never know.
That's true. I think that's probably good that you have that on hand for
Well, thankfully,
whatever happens.
thankfully the worm gives us a rise on box, so
True.
Yes.
That's true.
And
After we do get that. So if anybody, what we're talking about is the Ryzelum crystal that he got as a reward from Doc for the moonfish, and it's basically a revival item, which you cannot buy those right now at all in the game. Like, if you die,
the
the
only
character
one.
is just dead.
yeah.
They will come back after the fight, and they'll be at 1 HP in your party. You have to heal them and everything, but it's like if they die in a boss fight at this point without any revival items, they're just dead. Like, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Also, I see a cat.
Yeah, if you're in the battle while someone's dead, they do not get any of the battle rewards. No magic,
Yes,
no
it's-
EXP, no magic XP, nothing.
It's bad, yeah. It is detrimental to the other characters as well, because they miss out on the magic EXP for the weapon color that the character that is dead is on. They don't get any additional magic EXP, which is bad. It's gonna be very important when we get Athena later.
There is.
And ironically, the spell that we
there is
most
kind of
want
sort
to
of
learn.
like normal.
I was just gonna say that ironically, the spell we
Go
most
ahead,
want to learn is the Ryslem spell itself, but not to use it.
Yeah, not to use that one. It's to recruit
We
a
like
crew member
using
later.
yeah, we like using the items instead, but we desperately want to learn
Yeah.
the spell for other reasons.
There are other reasons for that, but yeah.
There is kind of sort of like normal EXP funneling in this game, but we just don't ever have a reason to take advantage of it in a speedrun because we kind of want everyone to be decently leveled.
Yeah, because when we get Fina, Fina's the one that we want to learn Ryslem.
Yeah.
You're pretty much going to see us trying as much as possible to keep everybody alive in all the boss fights.
Wait, you mean
so
the
she gets as
Space
much
Princess is part of the
EXP.
party?
And right now, we want everyone to be
Spoilers,
on
Arcadia.
red,
Wow.
so we can get a bunch of red magic EXP, so Vice can learn Incrum, which is going to be very important as well.
It's the buff spell. So
Ingram
just
is a spell that boosts your attack and defense by 25%.
Yes, it is important that we have that.
Hey, you can tell I got the data miners in the chat on the commentary.
Well,
Tater's just going. He's just running the game.
That's just. Also, Tater, that 25% attack defense thing is something the game tells you itself. That is not data mining.
I mean, that is true. That is in the game.
You know I don't read.
Yeah.
I just spam through the
See,
text.
Tater right now is just chilling with the cat right now. He's just chilling. He's got the cat. It's a nice world.
For anyone interested, we did just meet our we met our opponents, the Valuan Admirals, the Big Bads, Galcian, and briefly Ramirez, who we have not heard his name yet, or briefly heard his name, I think. But we have joined the poor side of town. We are in Lower Valua, and you will see this is very much the classist imperial capitalist society, but we are going to, I guess it's a monarchy, that doesn't help, but we are going to first meet a snot-nosed brat. I'm going to peek him around this wall, and he will teleport me closer. Very nicely of him during this text scene. Yes,
Now,
I
would you
have
like to grab
gotten
these
cat aggro. Hang on, let me reposition. Oy, there you go.
Yeah, there are Sacros crystals.
Would
They're
you
in
like
a
to get
tunnel
those Sacros
behind
crystals
you.
that are? Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Tater, I'm good.
Nope.
He's-
He's just
Okay,
going-
I mean, to be fair, he is saving before going in, right?
That's true. If you're gonna save before you go in, it's probably alright.
Saving
Let's hope.
before catacombs?
Let's hope.
Also, yeah, you can just
Do we
walk
need
into
to
this
hijack
little
your GameCube
elevator
and
thing.
make
Chat,
control
40
the
bucks
thing?
and I don't save.
Do you?
Right now, 40 bucks donated and I don't
I
save.
swear to God. Guys, please.
I'm sorry. The cat has
If you're gonna do
This-
that, at least do
The
it. At
cat
least
has
do it
left.
after 5 minutes have passed, please.
Also, don't believe what this lady says. She doesn't actually charge you any money to stay at the end. She's lying.
the first time.
Yeah.
It is important to
first
note
time.
only the first time.
At
So
this
if you
instance
go
here,
in,
she doesn't charge you anything. Yeah.
correct.
Well, she is charging you, but you say, hey, there's a cranky old man falling behind us. He'll pay.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
Drachma basically
That's-
takes care of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Canon.
Apparently.
Yeah,
Most of our responsibilities we just kind of force on the Drachma.
The kitty is in
And some
I get fed in
a
10
small
minutes
thing-
mode.
A small thing that might not have been noticed back there when like Tater walked into that little lift or elevator thing to get down here. A lot of people might have thought when casually you had to actually examine the little lever on it. No, you just walk into it. Doesn't
Mhm.
matter. Game doesn't care. You're just gonna go.
It's tiny, but it is. You
Vice-
know,
So quick little story update.
Telekinesis.
So quick little story update. Quick little story update. We have a Basically, we've learned that our Empire friends that have been kidnapped by the Valuan army are scheduled to be executed at the Colosseum, and so obviously that's kind of lit a little bit of a fire under our butts.
kind of, depending on how you play the game, because you can definitely take a week just dipping
Yes,
in and out of
then
catacombs.
I could ask.
Yeah.
I could ask Vice, what are we gonna do? And Vice replies, I don't know.
Hey, look, I got a
He's-
sacred crystal.
He's the
Yeah.
hero, obviously.
He tried to do a think and
Yeah.
failed.
True. We are still under
By the way,
Captain Ica.
picking that option is like so. You lose a lot of swashbuckler points to picking that option.
Which is what we want for the time.
Not as
Yeah.
much
I
as
don't
you will
know.
later if you pick the. It's not as bad as if you pick the second option with Galcian later on the train, but
Oh,
it's
jeez.
that one's worse. That one's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
There's the one immediately following that is also pretty.
That's all.
Pretty
Yeah,
bad.
that's true. The Galcian one I think is like -8, and then the other one is -6.
Drachma
bad.
says kill the snot-nosed kid.
Yeah.
We will not kill the snot-nosed kid.
Yeah, Drachma just gives no. He just doesn't care right now.
Also, we did find out Ica was a cheerleader.
Him.
Ica was
We
a
don't talk about the
cheerleader.
Great Silver Shrine. There's some wild stuff in that place too that I think only Armstrong can do.
I love that.
Maybe a
place.
Reku too.
Yeah.
There's some
tried.
wild
I
stuff
can kind
there.
of do it, but I still definitely need to practice.
Suddenly, this RPG becomes a racing game.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's pretty wild. But we'll get there when we get. That's way later in this run.
Vice the tank.
Yeah, that's in like 7 hours.
Yep, it's pretty far from now.
It's like driving a boat. It's fun. Locked camera and everything.
So Marco has told us that we can get to the Coliseum if we go through the sewers, which is what we're
Which
going to do. And as
we
you know,
hate
in
that.
most RPGs, if you go through a sewer dungeon, it's going to be awful. And in this game, it's awful. So
Mhm.
it's all buckle up.
Yeah.
It's
And-
not
So
a
how do you
good
like
place.
enemies that not only do they know instant death spells, but they also can explode,
And poison.
which does a lot of damage
And poison you
and poison.
And poison.
with the explosion.
It's
Yep.
actually called
Yes.
Poison Explode. What?
Poison
know,
explode.
Amazing.
I have
Yeah.
a clip. I have a clip on my channel where I got into a fight with all those slime. I think it was a back attack. They cast Eternity and killed Vice and Drachma. One of them poison exploded. I'm like, yeah, Ica's gonna live, and then she dies to poison.
It's close enough
So,
sometimes, Froggy.
It was a complete wipe.
Yep.
Yeah,
Game over. Done deal.
But we're not
it's,
going to
it's,
wish
it's,
that.
Game
it's,
can
upon
it's
just
like a
do that to
Pokemon
you.
when a Pokemon survives. It's like a Pokemon when a Pokemon survives a sturdy, but then you burn them after sturdy triggers.
I'm like, I'm in my mind, I'm like, she's good, she's gonna live, and then I'm like, crap, she's poisoned, and then she dies after the poison damage. Like, great.
Now,
That was during one of the tournament runs along.
Oh, yeah.
like the
I
first
remember
tournament
that.
we did. It was like the
It was
first
like a
tournament
single.
we did. That's how my run ended.
It was like you only
a
get
good
one
time.
chance to do a run, and you can't reset. It was a weird.
So and then I was sitting there thinking, when was the last time I saved? I'm like, crap, right before Sentinel. I'm like, that's so far
Oh.
back. I'm like, I can't do this.
About that.
What's up,
About
Tater?
that. Yep, about that.
Yep,
Oh.
about that.
here it
that's-
comes.
This is what happens. This is what happens when we talk about things.
Hey. Alright, this is 5 enemies. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be smart, and I'm gonna tank through this. Normally, I would try to avoid this fight. My shopping list personally includes more of the dog form enemies here. The bats outspeed you. The slimes are the ones with a bunch of things you don't want to have happen.
Yeah, the
And-
slimes are the dangerous ones.
Right, this
There are
Fortunately,
dungeon
two
is
other
just
enemies
hard
we
to get
found
away
here.
from.
There's called yeah,
I might have
and
needed to
then also
double.
there are 2 other enemies that are called Basilisk, which are just I don't think they actually die to one Pyre. And then Mind
They do.
Stealers are the sort of strong bulky enemy of this place. Oh, they do? Okay, cool.
Alright, so we're already level 8, which is good. So right, it is difficult to get away from these fights, but they are lower golden experience compared to the fights that we actually had around Blackbeard. So one of the things we
Yeah.
do is we actually try to take the Scorpions and the what do you call it, the little puffers?
It begins with a
The
T.
Thorcrins. Thorcrins.
There we go.
Sorkin, yeah.
I'm gonna try to get away from these bunnies. They're annoying. Yep. Pyre
It's hard to
box.
get away from these guys, unfortunately.
Ice was fine. That's true, Sanic.
Are they?
These
I
enemies
guess
are
they are kind of
these
bunnies,
these
yeah.
enemies
That
here
makes sense.
are a bit annoying. Yeah,
They're wingless rabbits.
that's pretty much what they look like. It's got those ears.
Gonna go for the
long-
run at this
long
point.
Ears.
They do drop a Pyre box, but I don't really have a use for it at this point. But because Pyre handles most enemies in this area, and then the boys can handle anyone else.
It's worth noting that those bad enemies that Tater fought earlier can drop a Crystallis box.
Mm-hmm.
Not very likely, but they can.
I've never gotten that in a playthrough.
I don't think I have either. Maybe like once. I may have seen it once.
Thank you.
I get them all the time casually.
Gotten that like once, I think. Yeah.
So this is why
I've gotten one plenty of times in doing practice, but it's like in a run never. That never happens in a run.
My favorite was getting the Electri box the one time I went for Vice the Ninny. The one time we were like, all right, not a real run. We're going to mess around and have fun.
And you
then
got the Electri box.
Box. So, and that's the 1% to save a few minutes.
Sounds about right.
The game is just trolling you. It just trolls, man.
Also, shout outs to this super disgusting enemy that we have in front of us right now. It's a beetle piloting a corpse.
They are the thick enemies of this area.
Yep. They have, the Mind Stealers have a 1% chance of dropping a weapon for Drachma called the Mace Hand. But honestly, even if we did get it, we wouldn't use it because we just don't really have a use for it.
It's only useful if you're doing like tackle strats, which we don't even like learn tackle, so.
So each zone has basically one thicker enemy and one mini boss enemy. It's not always true, especially in these early areas, but for example, the Grouters are actually the mini boss of Shrine Island, whereas the Seekers, Maracas, would be considered the thicker enemies. They're usually worth the experience
the Mind Stealer
to fight.
kind of sort of acts as both for the Catacombs.
It helps to have the ability to double Pyre, or, you know, use more than just an attack and a Pyre. It just depends.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true, Froggy. The Mace Hand, you can sell it. That is true.
Alright, we got the ambush.
That's also true, yeah, I guess.
That is a good point.
We're actually getting...
And some of us count our gold very closely in this run.
Nope.
So every amount of gold, extra gold we get, we actually track it.
I, on the other hand, go the route of make sure you get the right fights, and you should have enough. But
yeah, if you like fall, like if
and
you
meanwhile,
do,
I just go the route of I don't care what.
Yeah, Dell doesn't care.
I go the route of I don't care what. Yeah, I don't care.
Dell just wants to beat the game.
I route my gold under the assumptions. Yeah, pretty much.
If you follow the beginner or the intermediate notes,
I will get myself weapon.
Yeah, if you follow on speedrun.com, there's a beginner and intermediate notes, and if you follow either one of those, you should be fine. Like, I actually have both of those notes. Well, they fight the Grand Fortress Bane to get extra money. The beginner notes fight the deck, it's Bane too, but that's mainly because they buy the Iron Cutter. So they need more gold because they buy that weapon.
Cool.
You're pretty safe if you follow that, though.
I should have just blown this up by now. It's a fine line between just use Pyre and win, and run away. It's faster than using Pyre. It just depends, and in this case, now I'm down to one enemy, and I still can't get away.
Probably should just
the
Fury
Catacombs.
this thing. Just click Fury.
It's the principle.
This is
come
the
on,
Catacombs
Vice.
right now. In general, like this is what you're gonna see a lot. It's just there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes you just can't run. Game says no.
Why we do our coward strats? It's it's gonna happen. The game feels like it has those modifiers of if you get too many good runs, it's gonna give you a bad run. You get too many counters, you're gonna if you don't counter for long enough, you're going to counter. There's a couple things similar to that, or it feels like there are. Are those speed slopes, by the way? They are,
There's an important law with this game. It's called the law of equivalent exchange.
That's true.
For every piece of good luck you get with a run, you'll get an equally piece of bad luck.
I think that's definitely true because any run that I've seen to get an electric box, it has gone so badly. Like later, some kind of RNG nonsense has happened. So I honestly believe that.
Games with souls.
It's a true statement.
Yeah. From what I've seen, the electric box base will just be like the Skies equivalent of like a black cat across the road.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen it so many times.
Yep.
Retreat.
So Tater picked up all the treasure chests actually in this area for specific reasons. We got the Pyre box to use later, not right now, because it's going to be very useful in the dungeon after this. And then weapon and armor for Vice. Because yes, Vice still has his starting weapon right now.
And then,
And also Curio
and then
crystals,
also the
which I
Curio
hope we
crystals just
don't
for
need.
insurance.
Also true.
Yeah,
You know what's
especially because
the funny
especially
part
because
is,
I don't think Tater actually saved before coming into Catacombs.
yeah.
Nope.
The funny part is about Vice's starting weapon is that we hold on to that thing forever, for reasons. There's
Comes
a
up
reason
later.
for it.
Yeah, it is. It's for the absolute dumbest reason imaginable.
Yes, it is, but it's
does have
also
an
because of
important purpose.
Armstrong's big brain. Goodness, that was an Armstrong big brain thing. Goodness.
Yep. It's not worth enough
That
money to
sounds
sell.
about right, to be honest.
I remember watching him do that the first time in his run. I'm like, why are you keeping the cutlass? And he's like, oh, because I want to sell his other weapon that is worth more money. I'm like, you're so smart. I'm like, you think of these things. And I'm like, what? Like, you think of these things. It's so easy. And I'm like, why didn't we think of this?
Just don't
We
sell
love
it.
Armstrong.
Easy.
Armstrong also came up with the strat that basically like you buy like a piece of armor in Ixataka and then sell it back because it sells for the exact same price that you buy it for.
That is true.
Which we don't do that anymore, but like that is something that he did at some
It's
point.
available.
I remember he
It's
did
the
do that at
important
one
thing.
point, yeah.
Yeah.
Armstrong is just big brain. There's so many big brain strats that came from Armstrong. The
He's
cutlass
absolutely
cracked me up.
crazy. So, okay, you think I play with, best case scenario in mind? Armstrong plays with, well, I die. Like, I don't
Yeah,
understand
you all-
his balls to the
You
wall.
would have got a very interesting
nature.
run if Armstrong was running this, because Armstrong pretty much does run very,
Recklessly.
for the most part, very
is the best
risky a lot of the
I
time.
think the only other person I think the only person who runs even remotely similar to Armstrong is me, and I don't even do it that similarly to him.
Yeah, Armstrong, but I mean, like I said, I think I said at the beginning, there's more than one route for this game, and there's more than one way to run this game too for any percent. Like it's crazy. If you don't like my route, you do somebody else's route, or you make your own route. I mean, it's whatever. There's so many ways you can go about it.
Yeah. It's one of the coolest things about this game, honestly. From a speedrunning standpoint, no two runners run the game in quite the same way.
Alright, so we got
Yeah,
one
if you
break
watch
there,
like
I think.
any,
Also,
if you watch various people doing runs, you'll notice them doing different things because either they just prefer it or that's just what they want to do. I mean, it's
Or it's
very
the only thing the
interesting.
game let you do.
Or it's the only thing the game lets you do because you had to improvise.
Yeah.
That's also true.
Yeah.
So you saw how great the Crystallis boxes were for this fight, right, guys? Considering
Yeah, just doing
they do a lot more damage
casual
than
500 to
anything we
600
could
damage
do.
on a 4,000 HP enemy.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do more damage than anything that we could do at this point. Like, in
Yeah.
For
really
reference,
long.
I think a tackle from
Drachma, yeah.
Drachma with a mace hand equipped does like 700 damage.
Yeah. So way long time ago, I used to learn tackle for this fight. But the boxes, you just throw them. Just throw the boxes and hope they don't break.
Yeah, just
The key word
yeah.
there is hope they don't break, because they can.
Yeah.
I have seen people who runs and every single one of their boxes broke on that first fight, and it's very sad because you need them for like this fight here and then one
That's
more
why I say
coming
it.
up.
That's why. Yeah. That's why I generally say before Black Hawk.
Yeah, it's just not a fun time.
I used to not like using consumable items just
Yeah.
as a matter of principle, and yeah, I really hated Bligok casually. It was
Yeah.
a pain.
Yeah.
It's so much better with the boxes.
Also, like, I mentioned earlier that Crystallis boxes are the best source of damage for the early game. Some runners may argue early to mid game, but for me, it very much is early game because I literally don't use them at all past a certain
That's
boss
true.
later. That's
Dell
still
does
very much
not,
early
yeah.
game.
And
Yeah,
to be
I hate
fair,
these
I cut
things.
out a lot of that. I don't use a lot of boxes at all after Rockworm and after Rupe and Barda, because I don't really use them that much on like Antonio and Rictilish anymore, and then I kind of cut most
Unlucky
of them out
guard.
after that. Because I do counter bracer
Also,
Gilder
stream
strats
this
for
possible
Sinistra
tomorrow, just
Destra.
when you get a chance.
Really?
Here goes.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, like Gilder's normal attack honestly just does like about the same amount of damage as a Crystallis box, I think, against Sinistra.
Yeah, for that fight, it used to be I used boxes because accuracy, and I was scared of like Drachma missing, or
Pay no
Gilder
attention to the
missing,
man who almost missed input.
But counter bracer is nice and ups your hit. There's no worry there.
Yeah.
And then when I found that out, I was like, well, why don't I just shoot the guards in Grand Fortress 2? I mean, shoot, why use boxes?
Gilder kind of strong when you get him.
Yeah, I pretty much cut out everything because you don't need him for like Vigoro, just smack him with Vice, and you don't need it for the tank either because it just slows that fight down. Honestly, too much animation.
Yeah. Didn't you also used to use it for Veltarn?
I apologize.
Just as like a backup thing.
It's one hit of the box on Veltarn, which is still required because 2 Pirates Res won't kill him.
I apologize.
So you still have to throw something at him, like a box or something, to kill Veltarn. Oh, great.
Also, Executioner.png, by the way.
Yeah, this fight.
So basically, the goal of what Blagog is basically just like a giant sponge that was supposed to kind of wear you down for the actual boss fight, which was the Executioner, who was not nearly as bulky as Blagog was, but hits much harder.
And he has 2 buddies that will incrim him, and if he gets the incrim, it's extremely scary.
I think it looks like you got the "I'm too old for this" quote from Drachma.
Yeah, he got hit by the tackle. He didn't get healed after Blagog. Okay, real quick.
Everyone has a low HP and battle quote, and it's cool. Sorry, continue.
You're good. I apologize. Can we get a little lighter on the comms during boss fights, just for the sake of I need to make sure I use the right strats, because I defaulted to attacking.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, y'all are all good.
Especially for that one, because that one's kind of scary. If anyone in the chat if you've done that fight, if you've played the game casually, that fight probably scared you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of layers to this run. I think we brought it up a little bit. Magic, discussions, chests, gold. There's a whole lot of stuff that we are juggling in this run, and the notes are phenomenal. All things considered, if you follow those notes, you will get a good time on the board. It may take you a few tries, a walkthrough or 2, but you can get a good run just by following the great notes that we have. But on the other hand, if you're not paying attention,
there's someone on the leaderboard currently who has a top 10 time with beginner notes.
Mm-hmm.
And there is someone with a top 10 time with beginner notes.
Yeah,
make a donation go for the 3 Hydra Elites battle. Froggy, no, we're not going to do the 3 Hydra Elites.
Let me just get a turn them and then we'll talk.
It's not that bad. It's just kind of slow. Like I failed that.
It's not a fun battle, but yeah. Kinda.
We should have made a. We should have actually genuinely made a donation to the 4 choosing the flags.
We don't have an incentive directly, but we are going to have a poll. I'll start that whenever we get to Forgotten Isle or Shipwreck Isle.
Gotcha. Yeah, for the flag.
Yeah, I figure. Oh, I am not prepared for this to not go well. Also, I just figure it's safer to nuke this and risk 5 enemies, 6 enemies going when I miss the run, right?
Whatever is you think is safer,
absolutely.
Go for it.
It's one of those situations. I try to keep the general rule for myself. If it's 5 or 6 enemies, just take it. I don't love it, but at least it's a large enough fight that you're getting value. Also, I think I can swap off of red, but I don't really have anything to swap to. We're getting blue later.
Sure, you are good on that now because both of them learned Incrum off that last fight.
Technically, I guess
actually good on that.
Wait, we got. Did we get blue already?
No, blue is with Fina now.
Blue's later when we teach both Ica and Fina Webley.
Yep.
True. Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could switch to blue now if you wanted Ica to learn it for some reason.
Yeah,
could be useful on the fight coming up.
We used to. That's what we. Yeah, that's what we used to do, which is we swapped everyone to blue for the Executioner fights so that Ica learned Webley off of the fight.
But now
but
we've
we
decided
discovered
that
that
Beginner and
essentially they're
intermediate
both like
still
and
does,
feeding it
actually.
Webley.
right. We get both of them Webley.
Yeah,
for
the
the
beginner
sake
and
of-
intermediate notes still do that because first of all, I want them to have Webley for this fight coming up if they have no boxes.
Kinda thought about it.
I don't like relying on levels for the chameleon fights and your
It's fine.
damage.
Don't even say it.
Uh-oh. I'm
Yeah.
scared now.
I saw it. I thought about it, but I was like, I'm so close to the end.
yeah,
I have 3 chances to
Well,
die.
yeah,
Is the
we
reality.
We'll see
Make
what
that
happens,
too.
yeah,
I
we learn
guess.
both. We learn Webley on both Ika and Fiona to cut out Pyro
There it
Muses, which
is.
caused me to have to impromptu cut out 6,000 gold from my route. So thank you for
Flip
that.
a coin, chat.
Oh,
You
well,
lost
here
the
we go.
coin flip, chat.
We're showing the chat why this dungeon's awful.
Katsunika is all on you.
Yeah,
Didn't work.
Katsunika.
She has
Uh-oh.
3 chances, chat. 3 coin flips. She's not dead, because that was not close
I
enough
was
at
gonna
all.
s-
Why did he do
I was
that
going to
there?
suggest if you have the. Do you have MP
okay.
still?
Oh no.
okay,
She's guarding.
okay, all right.
Okay, well this is getting scary.
She's guarding.
Okay.
If you have the
Okay.
MP, I might
What
just
is-
suggest nuking
Alright.
them.
What's everyone so
Yeah.
scared of? It's just one bat, honestly.
Yeah.
And a
Fine.
timer.
What timer?
One
And
bat
also a
and
timer, that's
poison
true.
timer.
Yeah. This is one of those games where poison can kill you, unfortunately.
I mean,
It doesn't
was only
affect
doing
you out
100
of
damage.
combat, which is nice.
It doesn't. Yeah, which is good, but
Yeah,
Alright,
thanks
so
for
the
Psycho's
cutscene is
way.
literally right here. Again, that's a situation where I could have rolled the dice on a Pyre and just nuked them all. It's a difference of 5
you know.
seconds.
freaking
It's
out,
true.
Tater.
He body blocked that grenade. But also,
That
yes,
is true. That's a good point.
fun fact, for anyone watching this,
Yeah.
if we die to a boss, we can restart the boss very quickly and very easily. If we
Yes,
die to
that is
random
true.
encounters, we better have a backup save. Because if you go to game over from a random encounter,
Uh-huh.
you can't just restart the fight, you have to go back to your save. And if you're a speedrunner who doesn't save because it's slow, well, you don't want to die in a random fight. So, we're fine,
not a
chat.
fun-
You know the classic the classic spending 5 seconds to save or not spending 5 seconds to save even though the rest gets losing like 10 minutes of progress.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. So that's true. The forced encounters that are not
Jeez.
treated as a boss, yeah, you'll game over to those for sure.
Yeah.
If you game over to those, and you'll go back to the title screen, yeah. If the game doesn't see it as a boss fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'm
Oh,
sure if you
fuck.
die to the Hydra elites in the Hydra, you probably, that's a game over.
The queen does not like being called a
You also weren't able to
power-hungry
run from that
dictator.
fight, fun fact.
That's true, you can't run from the Hydra elites. That's one of those, if you get into it, you're just screwed. You have to finish it somehow.
Yeah.
So Fina got smacked in the head. That's not fun.
Mm-hmm. But
So basically
she
what's going on in the
is-
story here is that Gelshin is telling the Empress here that he wants to take Fina around the world to guide them to something called the Moon Crystals, which are said these mystical relics said to control these ancient whatever the hell they are, called Gigas. And Valua wants the Gigas to take over the world, basically.
Yep.
It's one of those stories.
Evil Empire.
Sorry, the cat's just...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she's fat and happy, so she's trying to sneak and go pass out in our room.
As an
Cat
owner of
hair
a cat, I
all
understand.
over. Yep. The wonders of speedrunning with cats.
Yeah, thankfully
Alright.
mine is not doing anything right now. She's just asleep.
So, fun fact, Skies of Arcadia was actually initially meant to be Rails of Arcadia because the initial concept was that there were these sky railways or at the very least an entire society based on these railways, that we would go around doing daring do aboard. The game changed into the current pirate mentality that we have, but this is one of those throwbacks to the original design, and there is a future one that we'll eventually collect called Skytrain. So that's your fun fact. There's some
the game
OG art.
It wouldn't
be an
more
action
about
story
trains.
without a good old run across the top of a train. Yeah.
Yeah, the game was going to be more about trains initially, which is interesting.
And then they looked to the future and saw that The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks will be a thing, and they decided to go with pirates instead.
They decided never mind. I've heard stories about Spirit Tracks. I have not played it myself.
It's not as bad as people make it out to be, but it's not good either.
There's a lot of like using
either.
the DS. There's a lot of mechanics of using the DS that just aren't often.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Alright, so in the brief amount of time it took us to jump on the train, Galcian is somehow going to call his personal train from the arena and catch up with us.
Apparently, yes.
One encounter. We think that there's a slight chance this was a cutscene that was meant to happen before we landed on the train. But the other argument would be that we have these encounters to thank for getting us through it. Also, ignore the fact that I didn't heal. We are, in fact, going to try to run away from all three of these. I arguably should, because I know Aika is within an unfortunate range should things go poorly.
Probably should heal, yes.
Yes.
That would be a good idea.
It sure would. So Galcian caught up to us, and he's gonna walk at us menacingly. Wait, so he's that fast, and then he does this. He does.
He just listen. It's about sending a message, all right.
Like just look at how slow he is here.
He's counting on the
if he does catch up to you
down.
Oh no. Oh boy. Yeah, if he does catch up to you, though, he will initiate a force loss battle where you just have to go down to. Yeah.
Yes, if you do like turn around and go towards him, you will get in a fight with him, and he'll kill you. Like he's just.
How much health does she have?
Yeah.
290. That's plenty.
291.
That's plenty.
You just like playing with these
Man,
odds,
running
don't
away
you?
from running away with Aika always. Running away with Aika always freaks me out because, like, with Vice, whenever a run works, the runaway box at the top goes away immediately. With Aika, it sits around for a minute.
It's all fun and games until I forget to heal here. This is the part where I absolutely have to heal.
This is...
chrispytater, please heal, please heal,
please.
And then why I would have healed before this point, just to make absolutely sure.
That's plenty. That's plenty.
Oh, goodness.
So, okay, there are these
Tater,
two
you're grabbing the Sacris and Hortega, right?
There's Sacris and Hortega?
He's like, is there?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
Do you mean like the 25 Sacri crystals?
Yeah, the 25 Sacris.
Okay, the 25 ones. Okay.
I'm teasing.
Okay, that's what I thought you were talking about.
So these Royal Guards are really major trolls. The getting the 3 out of 3 on the top of the train is pretty nice. But these two guys are a huge pain because they love to guard. They love to counter stance, and they love to heal. And so you'll see it, unfortunately, probably.
Yeah.
This one might go down instantly, which is a huge benefit. But I mean, these guys will heal when they're not even damaged.
Very nice.
They'll
Okay.
heal for
See,
no
you like
reason.
it. When the fight goes like this, you like it.
Oh, God.
Nice. Yeah, no, this is the way we want it to go, because even knocking out one of
issue with
them, huge.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The issue with the healing with them is obviously an issue, but what makes it even worse is that Sacred heals a static 500 HP, which is just about all they have. So it's basically a full heal if they do
It's
heal
bad,
themselves.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is not. It's
Well,
not
no,
fun.
they do have
And also
enough.
counter stance.
Or yeah, it's a full Crystales. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that one? Oh, you're okay. You got lucky on this one.
Yeah, I did actually. This is a really
Very
good.
nice
Damn,
fight
all
here.
right.
Like, believe me, like when he
Yeah.
was saying about them they control you so hard, guarding all the time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
We take those.
And you've got a good stock of Crystales, right?
Another.
True. We do account for breaking one Crystales.
another.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say with another problematic skill they have is called counter stance, which they'll always go first. It makes that any normal attacks they get hit by are blocked and also guaranteed countered.
yeah, that's true as well.
Galcian does give us the chance to give up Fina,
We'll be seeing
and
more of
it
that
is
later.
hilarious to see him do it because Fina just looks so disappointed when Vice is like, yeah, you can have her, that's fine. We came
You
this
can
whole
have-
way, that's fine.
Doesn't Ica literally just slap you too?
He gets really mad at you, yeah. Yeah, that's the
But,
text option. If you pick that one, you lose a billion. Like it's like -8 swashbuckler points, which is a lot. That's a ton.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Fina. I came all this way for you, but his sword is bigger than me.
True. I don't know where he was hiding it under that cloak.
It's true.
'Cause, like for reference, with the swashbuckler points, you had to like fight and win 10 battles to get 1 point back.
Excuse me.
That's a lot. So that's
So basically, that's equivalent of like -80 fights.
And
yep, it's pretty bad.
We would ordinarily like to lose all those points so that we can have better run chances. But there's a mechanic we want to use later in the game that we kind of need to get our
We need to stay above a threshold.
we need to get our reputation back up to where we started the game at, or we're gonna have a lot of trouble down.
There's a reason for that as well. Yeah, that's why we have to get it back up.
And also, yeah, that's also why the white map is so useful because that guarantees that we run away from fights.
Goodness gracious, like the Y map is such a godsend. I'm so glad it's a moonfish reward.
Ship battles are our chance to relax.
The white map is so good that we are going to do something that by all accounts we should not otherwise be doing in a run, which is venturing across an area, then immediately turning around, going back, and then going back through it again.
Yeah, we see the join the party again text a lot with Drachma. He's just one of those that comes and goes a lot.
Yeah.
But that's also true. The writing in this game, at least for the localization, it's pretty great. Yeah, we're skipping over like a very good dialogue that's amusing in places.
It's almost a killer, but like we do appreciate that anyone who is running this game has played it and loved it to death. They loved it so much they were like, yeah,
Yes.
I can do that again. Because I
There's
promise you,
very good dialogue in this game. Yeah.
most people soft lock. Most people end up getting stuck. Most people don't actually make it through the entire game because it is a hard game casually unless you're one of those people that keeps magic droplets, health crystals, boxes. One of those people that's willing to use those consumables because otherwise you get hit by a boss on the ground, 2 bosses in the air. Nobody told you to heal. Nobody told you to upgrade your ship. You have to have gone out of your way, explored the world, and decided to make those decisions. There's a couple hints. There's a couple pieces that are like, hey, you might want these, but there's nothing that tells you that you need it to the degree that the game expects at certain points in the early game. I would call it a little bit of blockbuster syndrome. There's a little bit of this game that was made hard so that people would rent it, get to the second boss, get to the third boss, maybe even second dungeon, but they would need to keep renting it because it's hard, because there's boss rushes, because there's stuff you have to go back and do. So definitely worth discussing.
And also, a lot of these bosses are just like they have a couple of really dirty tricks.
The Wii is pretty much the most modern console you can get this game to run on. The Wii
Sadly,
can play the GameCube disc. We do have ways to play the game, but we would advise physical copy, Wii, GameCube. There are Dreamcasts out there that can still run that, but oh man. you can talk to Sanic if you have a Dreamcast with the game.
Yeah, and the version that we're running is the
Yeah, it is worth mentioning though. We are playing the Legends remake, which is only on GameCube and Wii.
Yeah, and it is very different from the
category
Dreamcast version.
Yeah,
as far as the speedrun goes, anyways, it's pretty different speedrun wise from the Dreamcast version.
Yep.
And the game, sadly, yeah, it is pretty expensive now if you want a copy of it. It's just a rare game now because, and they did make a lot of copies of it, and they haven't re-released it, unfortunately. So getting a copy is not easy.
Sega, if you're out there, oh man, would we love it. Whether it's a remake, remaster, sequel,
you need
or
some kind of re-release, yeah.
any of the above, we would take it. This game's world and characters deserve it. It
desperately needs a re-release, unfortunately, because it's just so many people want to play it. They just don't have the means because it's so expensive.
And as Froggy said, but we can't publicly condone that. We are full.
The other thing we can't condone
right here.
publicly, but yeah. If you go on speedrun.com and read the rules, you will see that there are other ways that you can run this game if you don't have it on console.
That are acceptable on the boards.
Yeah. All we're saying, we're not saying you're in the right. All we're saying is we understand.
But also, my GameCube may be a liability. It's not. We made it this far, but.
Oh yeah, hasn't yours given you the disc read error thing?
Yeah, it's been doing that quite a bit lately.
Nah, only in the beginning, because I ground the beginning so much. I swear, there's like a divot where I've run the beginning.
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm pretty sure that the whatever section contains Tony on the disc, your laser's burned a hole.
Time key. There was an and more. There was an and more. Didn't you read Skies of Arcadia in the and more?
It did say and more, and my mind did go, but at the same time, I'm not going to get my hopes up.
If you squint really hard,
I don't want to be disappointed.
If you squint really hard, the ampersand looks like Cupel.
You just have to adjust the saturation, turn your monitor to the side,
by the way,
and squint really hard.
By the way, Fina has now joined the party, and we are going to go with her across the world to find the moon crystals before Valua gets them.
That's what we're going to do. That's our mission now.
70% of the story, at least.
Yeah, that is like the big thing for the game for now, yes.
So, special shout-outs to the
also
her sponsors who sent her on this worldwide MacGuffin hunt at level 1.
True.
She's level 1.
Yeah.
She was flying at night alone.
Not only is she level 1, she's also the frailest party member.
It is an amazing game. It's why we carry the torch. I hate to say it, but the speedrunners for this game are absolutely some of the primary torch carriers for continuing the development and content for this game. I mean, we are lucky that there are a lot of other people who have appreciated it, but all we can do is try to raise awareness for how good the music is, how good the gameplay is, how great the world development is. You have to get through the first couple hours, which I don't always do. I rarely do, but once you get through it, oh man, you will not put this game down if you make it far enough. There's a couple parts I can't blame you for getting stuck on. Alright, seriously, nothing changed. But
this moonfish
is terrible.
It is a very tight corner that you can get that moonfish on.
We should note that the moonfish are a new mechanic in this version of the game versus the rest version.
Yeah,
and most of them were just kind of tucked away in the very far corners of existing areas, and some of them maybe could have used a little fine tuning, less obnoxious.
I do believe that the difficulty scale and that blockbuster effect, it held us back a little bit, but it's one of those things. If you can get through it, you can have good habits for the rest of the game, and suddenly you're playing an amazing game with probably more than enough golden experience to get by, depending on how you abuse the mechanics. Because, right, if you play with Aika as a shield and the other characters as shields and just really only doing the safe strats, you're doing pretty well, I can tell you that. But at the same time, you know, it's not quite as fun to play optimally, and we get that. We, on the other hand, don't have a choice.
For context, the game seems to have been built around the expectation that the player will be somewhere around level 40 by the fight the boss, and we're fighting him at level 31, 32.
How badly
Yeah,
do I need
we're
this
fight the
money?
final boss at like early 30s. I mean,
I
it's
only
good to
broke
get it,
one
I mean,
box.
regardless.
I'm not getting the money. There is a Nick Discovery that we can get for bonus gold, but I don't expect us to need it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, discoveries are a thing we should probably talk about, huh?
Can we just take a second? We're in a bit of an ad for the general public, for anyone that could see it. We appreciate you for subbing to this channel.
Oh, it is.
But if anyone wants to do me a favor, try to get a little bit of a lock on like the 20-minute and 50-minute mark for me. I don't think I'm with Doc at this point. Just try to get a mark on 20-minute and 50-minute. I'll try to give a bit of a warning for when it comes to these coming up. Yeah, I know there's tricks, and I know people don't always get them, but I still like trying to tell people that it's coming so that I have a second to breathe myself, too. Yeah, definitely take a second, y'all. I really appreciate the commentary. I don't want you to stop. It's just you got to give me a little room to breathe too sometimes.
Yeah. No worries.
So I know this was an unexpected run for you. How are you holding up?
I'm good. I've got a giant Red Bull next to me. I'm trying to sip on more than anything. I know we're only like an hour and a half in, so we're doing okay. I know we're probably 10 minutes behind my PB, but that's not saying much when it comes to, you know, saving time. All things considered, my PB has 20 minutes to save, God knows where. So who knows? We might come out of here pretty well.
This might be your new PB.
Oh, don't tell me that. Not with this beginning.
Hey, that'll just make the future runs easier, right?
Hey, King Boca, thanks for the sub as well. I appreciate you doing that. I know the runners of the stream appreciate you doing that. Like I said, or well, for those of you in the ad, you didn't hear me. I will try to warn in the future to the best of my ability. But go ahead, Erica.
I
think I was done.
Oh, I'm sorry, Del. I mix you two up sometimes.
It's, no worries, no worries. To explain discoveries a little bit, basically, whenever you get to a specific part of the map, you'll find that your compass will start spinning around, and if you press A on that spot, you'll uncover discovery, which is a neat little way to just sort of like help with world building in the game. And basically, that's a pretty good way to get money in this game, and that's one of the big ways we're going to get money throughout the run. It's by picking up certain discoveries and just selling them off at the Sailors Guilds. Tater's also getting thermo rings and also a Slayer ring. Slayer ring is really, really good, just gives like a universal stat boost, but we want it for the extra quick that it gives, because quick basically just it determines, it's the stat that lets it determine who all goes when during a fight. And then the thermo ring is really useful because it reduces the damage you take from red and purple attacks, which, considering we're in the land of the Red Moon, might be
so,
you know, might be
Donato,
relevant soon.
We have 2 good skips. We don't really have any glitches per se, at least not the way you might typically think. There's nothing truly game breaking. But we do have 2 skips that save us a little bit of time. One is to get us into the Lands of Ice early, or at least not on the intended pathway. It skips a few cutscenes. And then in terms of the, what do you call it, Ducat's Island dungeon, we actually do as well have, don't worry about selling. I should, but I'm not going to. But yes, we do have 2 minor skips.
Basically, the most powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, The most time saving thing we do glitch wise saves like 4 minutes.
Yeah, the closest other thing we have is the bridge hopping. It's not exactly an intended mechanic, but it is nice to be able to avoid those. Yeah, I do know how that is to have people mess up.
A glitch more of an exploit.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We just have basically it's all good habit, good routing. Yeah, the dead zones. But that is one of the things. This is a very honest speed.
Oh yeah, also that is true. The Moonstone Mountain thing. Yeah. Getting good times really does just kind of boil down to like.
I'm not doing that Moonstone Mountain
which
trick.
is another reason why I like it so much.
Yeah. It really does come down to be good at the game. Am I supposed to be facing this way? I never get the parking right. I know people talk about this.
Be good at the game and hope for some good RNG in places.
True. Some being an understatement.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get the good stuff, sometimes you don't.
Yep. This game is very unpredictable, and you save and lose time throughout the entire run. I am a bit of a stickler when it comes to my early game, which is great, except for the part where now I need to keep running against a very clean early game, and that is not under my control a lot of the time. But yeah, getting to the end game, a different story sometimes. All right, so real quick,
I don't usually ever worry too much about the. Yeah, go ahead.
No, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't personally worry too much about early game RNG because I know I can probably make it up later. And also, early game is just like early game is just there's no controlling early game to be honest without just resetting a bunch.
I hate to say it, but the first 3 hours really are just a reset territory. You have a reasonably high chance of death in the first 3 hours, and then it steadily goes down, give or take some time loss spots. But it is definitely... Oh, I was supposed to pick the second option there. My bad. I tried to.
That's fine.
We have a few things that we've explored, but unfortunately they've often led to soft locks. We have stuff like being able to skip the cutscene to get the Moonfish quest entirely, or to get to certain areas early, but the issue is you can't do anything there until you hit story triggers from earlier. And that's kind of part of the issue. There's a few spots where we're praying for some kind of skip to get past Dark Rift, because if we can make up that money and experience somewhere else easily. I say easily, the people behind me might not agree, but if we could somehow get to Yafutoma directly, it would save a pile of time, probably.
Yeah.
So I actually managed to get out of Catacombs with 3 boxes intact. I was going to say earlier, we do account for at least 1 box break on those 3 fights in a row. If you get to Executioner with only 2 boxes, or ideally you have 3 in the case of a guarding mage the way we saw, but you can do it with 2. And same deal with Royal Guards. You'd rather have more, but 2 is the minimum. It's once you break 3 boxes on Blygok, you just... that's tough. Maybe try again later.
Yeah. Game, set, match.
Yeah.
Well, that's what all day early off the time. It's like, yeah, pretty much. They just blast a hole through the frickin' Silverstone Reef. No big deal.
I was under the impression
Just
that was
do that.
Vigoro who blasted through, and Beleza was the one.
Either or, they're working together on the same mission. So like one or the other.
One of the rare nighttime scenes.
Yeah. I kind of wish we did get to like fly around at nighttime just ever so often.
Yeah, it'd be nice if this game had like a day-night cycle in the overworld.
Yeah.
Of course, then that would probably mean like Gravers at night or something. something unpleasant like that.
I like the different
Yeah.
skyline idea, and like having Valua be the land of darkness, and having you know, Esperanza is a much more evening or Twilight Town kind of vibe. And I would agree, the
That is
Draco
true, yeah.
with its massive cannon, really definitely not compensating cannon. Oh, I need to equip Ica with the mail, but that's fine. I can do it. Fight. I need to pick the second option here, especially since I didn't pick the other one earlier. It really doesn't make a difference taking the better option back there. It just removes Coward slightly sooner. I don't know if we would have Coward by the time we get White Map.
Yeah.
Probably not. But, you know, we're doing pretty well,
Fina
chat.
does actually join with a particularly good she joins with a particularly good accessory for the early to mid game, which is the Silver Veil, which gives a pretty good boost to your will, which is your magic attack. And are we gonna be giving that to Ica immediately, or we're gonna wait for a bit?
I do not give her Veil yet.
Okay.
I do believe we put Veil back on. I want to say it's around Chameleon.
Yeah, I think we mostly use Veil for ship battles.
We equipped Fina with the Veil before Ruby and Barda. If that answers your question.
Yeah, since Fina's the one who casts more spells in ship battles, she's the one to hold it.
Ragi is correct. The Skies of Arcadia world is in fact Adona.
Oh yes, canonically. We're not just making that up.
Do I want this fight? Yes, I want this fight. Battery box. I'm gonna go blue first, and then keep her silver. I believe that's correct. Guard. Am I supposed to be all blue? I might be supposed to be
if you're
all
trying
blue.
to teach Wesley to both girls, yeah, you'll just have Fina be blue in the next fight, and that'll make up all the difference.
Yeah.
That's fine. We got a bunch of experience there. That was actually a really big fight. I would not have wanted to get stuck in that with a misrun. And also, right, Fina comes in level 1, so we need to level her up between leaving. And that's part of why they put you back on Pirate Isle, so that you have that chance to kind of scale your fights until you get here. Unless you're a speedrunner, in which case,
actually,
don't let her die. Go ahead.
Yeah. There were a couple like little optional side objectives back on Shrine Island and whatnot that the game kind of wants you to go pick up to kind of help catch Fina back up in levels. But we don't care about that in a speedrun.
Yep, your magic will be squared away. You just want Vise and Fina for the next fight, and you'll be back on route.
You'll have to excuse me for grabbing a few quick bites here. I'm trying to keep it quick and clean. Yeah, 12-hour run. We definitely have a few spots that are given for standing, bio, food. It's mainly ship battles because they are turn-based, but they're also auto-scrollers. So once I input those 4 turns, I have about 2 minutes, give or take, until that sequence is complete and I have to enter the next one. Certainly there are ship battles that are longer and shorter based on how many
it is
special
a very
moves.
long.
Go ahead.
I just was gonna say, like, it's a very long run, but I would argue it's probably like one of like the better quote-unquote longer runs because you do have like a minute and a half of you get every
Plus
single ship battle gives you at least like
battles.
2 to 4, like. Yeah, exactly. So like you'll have like several little minute and a half breaks you get to like quickly use a bathroom or like refill your drink or whatever else.
So early fights like Blackbeard and the Royal Guard or not Royal Guard, the Valuan Cruiser, those are pretty solid. Green, I am going to this. Green, I feel like I should have her blue because I know she still needs it. I'm gonna do that just to be safe.
Ica doesn't need blue.
Just to be safe.
Well,
Eh.
I know the numbers here. It'll be fine. You just want Phenom.
And then-
It'll be okay.
Arguably, I would try to kill the looper here, but I'm gonna just try to play it safe. I figure Pyribox. I should have Pyriboxed
The enemies in the
autoed, but it's fine.
yeah,
Hey, it's cool.
The
He's
enemies
giving me
in
extra
this-
experience and gold.
section of the game suck because not only can they, because not only can they summon more enemies, but also they have a spell called they have a couple spells. One's called Drome, and it's basically the opposite of Ingram. It reduces the enemy's attack and defense by 25%. But they also know a skill called Sapar, which can put everyone to sleep. So just when you thought you were done with the sleep enemies in Shrine, well, here's some more, and even worse, arguably.
All right, that worked out perfectly. I got all the spells I needed. I can now set them all back to silver. We are going to try to pump, as mentioned earlier, Fina straight to Rizalum. We really don't need any other spells for the rest of the run at this point. So that is a nice factor, but we are grinding silver until, what, 8 hours, 9 hours, give or take? Whenever we beat Beltarn, that is our last chance to get silver experience before we are meant to recruit the crew member who uses Rizalum as his recruit condition. Recruiting condition, I'll call it. Fun
Thank you
fact,
very much,
these
man.
hallways are actually among the best spots to get red loops. These hallways leading up to the side path. I'm
Strawberry
going to
donuts.
this. What? Oh yeah. And yeah. I could have swung with her on the looper, but whatever. It's fine. Vice will clean anything that's guarding. Or we just kill 5 of those and we're fine. I am trying to hunt the red looper. The red looper is way more golden experience than anything else in this dungeon. And
might drop.
the rare and wonderful black map. Black map is actually the opposite of the white map in that it causes more encounters and prevents enemy fleeing. This is used for a grinding segment where Vice is alone because those enemies love to run. You don't get them all the time, and when you do, you get back attacked and you deal with, them running away and killing them. So, black map is one of those conditional drops that, given the chance, is incredibly strong. So this is what I've been looking for. You get these relatively commonly, also RIP box, but it's fine. You can pretty commonly get 3, 4 red loops depending on your luck. Clearly.
Trust.
Classic. We're just farming silver MP there. That's all. We have more chances to get them. We're still very early in the dungeon.
Yeah,
It's just at this point, I'm only looking for fights with those. I have gotten more than enough beetles.
Make it do it.
Oh
Dang
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about that? I don't think you can outrun that if you do it the midway point.
Yeah.
I don't think.
No, you
can.
can, but there's a very,
You
very,
can.
it's a very, very small window of opportunity.
That's gotta be. You're not even
Yeah,
stopping
you-
at the doorway.
Basically, flawless movement around the corner is.
So TAS.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, at this point, I am
I mean, yes.
just churning through. We got Fina up. We have our money and our experience. We just want red loops for that bolstering, because after this dungeon, I don't want a single random fight. If all is going well, we are only rushing bosses and forced encounters and ship battles. And Gravers, but whatever. Nobody likes Gravers. I do, in fact, need this Moonberry because I have not gotten a drop. So I will have to go and grab a Moonberry on the next barrel section, and I'm thinking I'm gonna try to run away from our Tiki friends. They may disagree with that.
They have never disagreed with your decision to. What are you talking about?
No, never. talking about. The puzzles in this game are not that
I mean,
complicated.
they're just stationary tikis.
Yeah. Not like they can lock you for multiple turns. Again,
Yeah, exactly.
cost and effectiveness between do you just kill them and do you try to get away from them on turn 1? It's a fine line.
Yeah.
But they are holding a moonberry that I need, so we'll go through them if we have to.
Yeah. So as Tater was kind of saying, like the puzzles in this game are not exactly super complex.
If you're not paying attention though, you can mess yourself up. That's just what it's meant to
Moonstone
do.
Mountain is a puzzle.
True. There is no indication on several of those of which way you're supposed to go. The only indication is...
I go into first-person view and look down and be like, oh, yeah, I don't want to go there.
Fair. That is
Yeah.
a fair way to
Yeah,
handle
that's
it.
honestly the best way to do Moonstone Mountain is just to use the first person thing to see where you're going. That dungeon sucks though. I hate Moonstone Mountain.
There is an NPC like where the minecart drops you off, where it's like it gives you hints where it's like, hey, like look down when you can.
Here we go.
Listen, they just want to
Tikis.
tremble. They just want me to tremble. Oh.
Uh-huh.
Don't counter, please, brother.
You know what tremble means, right?
That they're about to do the lava thing? That
Yep.
sucks. And we're gone. So, second try, I will take that. It's still faster than using 3 Crystales boxes and risking them. Again, I just personally would rather risk it on the red loops. But that's me. I am also now half health because of the fact that I've eaten two boulders, so I'm gonna have to heal with Ica. Actually, I have some crystals for that.
Fina's probably a lot more than half.
That's fair. That's fair. She definitely has Sacri too.
Isn't it like a static like 400 damage that you take from getting hit by the thing?
300 apiece.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
fun.
When Fina only has like 700, it kind of hurts.
Yeah,
True.
that's the thing.
I hate these things.
Yeah.
So these are the slow Amanders.
Please. Yes.
We are lucky if we do not see them attack.
Yeah.
They are the opposite of red
Yeah.
loopers in that they are not worth very much golden experience and they take forever to do their actions.
They like to attack you from, melee range.
And they are hiding
But they're very,
these
very
encounters.
slow.
Yeah, they will literally just like crawl towards you if they choose to attack. And we do literally
Yeah,
crawl.
you gotta loop.
Do we get a black map?
We're still unlucky that the other two ran away, sadly. No black map. But that is one.
Damn.
For reference, my Lupulons are 7. In my perfect world, I only get 4 beetles and 7 red loops. That is not always something that can happen. Case in point. But we have a little backup
Especially when you
strat
get
for
back
that,
attacks.
and at this point, I definitely do not need that many. I just need more than 1. At least they walked up. Can we not? Alright, we are.
Retreat!
There we go.
Now that we're in the back half of this dungeon, the Lupulons become a lot more frequent.
Yeah, we have one more room to this
basically
dungeon.
the lava section of this.
Again with
Yeah.
the back. Oh, this is
The lava section of
Jeez.
this portion.
this is a
that
back
mentioned.
attack we kind of like,
Oh,
we
good
kind of
lord.
don't like. Unfortunately, this is the prime case of they're gonna run and they're still gonna potentially outspeed me. But if I'm lucky, I'll get 3 of them. He got buffed just to say, all right, thanks, bye. Come on, one more stay, one more stay. Yeah.
See, this would have been a dream encounter for Tater if this was a surprise attack for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If I had the advantage, I would have cleaned up
Yeah.
at least 5 of them. Now I only get 2, if I'm lucky.
So Vise can use Cutlass Fury.
I could have. I know.
Back attack.
It is a way to skip the animation. I don't think it's faster per se. There's schools of thought between the actions and the speed, but it doesn't really, excuse me, tie to anything. Again, this game has a great habit of just like, is that how that works? No, but it could be, and you thinking about it. I apologize for burping, eating, but hey, we got 2 of them. We lost a box, so I think we are down to 3 boxes again, which is the minimum amount for this fight that's coming up. So, love that. I did get the moonberry from running away from the things, right? Like, it just
Yes.
automatically opens that chest after you get out of the fight? Okay, good.
Yep.
One of those moments where if I had to press A, I don't know that I pressed A. Nope, I would rather not deal with Slowamanders, even if there's 6 of them. Again, it's a moment where I would love to say that's a fight worth taking. It's not. It is absolutely not. The only reason it's worth taking is to keep them from holding you there longer.
But Flame Mantle.
Come on, give me a fight, give me a fight. You have until... Alright, no more fight chance.
No,
So-
you can still get a fight.
On the stairs? I thought after you hit the stairs you
Yep.
were done. Okay. Or at the bottom.
No, it's once you activate the water, the fights disappear.
Okay. So we do have an order here, top left, bottom, and then bottom right, bottom... Wait.
You're doing the right thing, even if your brain doesn't know what it is.
Boy. Yeah. Yep, it's there. It's just a factor of you have to pay attention, you have to do it in the right order, because if you put the wrong one in a hole accidentally, suddenly you can't do the puzzle, and that's no fun. I have definitely messed this up by autopiloting in the past, so it is now bold in my notes.
Sometimes trying to say it to yourself doesn't help. Sometimes
Yeah.
it can, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just you know which one has to go where after a certain point.
Yeah.
Like, there is absolutely the level of part of this run is just muscle memory for me at this point, and that's dangerous because that muscle
Is-
memory is not always the most
Yeah.
recent notes.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Muscle memory is what gets me through the
Come on, one
the
time.
maze in Maramba.
Thank you. Loopers.
Anytime I try to think about it, I mess it up.
Excuse me.
Oh,
I kind of have to take it at this point. I hate to say it.
yeah, you do kind of need magic EXP.
Well, I need the experience and money too. I think she's okay. Oh, that is not enough. I needed to use the box. Note to self. Irie box. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff like this where it's hard to tell what the best action per enemy is. These guys are clearly resistant to fire. But interestingly, the box itself is not actually red. The box itself is actually green, and it is now gone, which is fine, because I only really needed it for this. This and the beetle fights. Box,
So I think
magic.
you've got your ad coming up soon.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Chat, if you are here, I appreciate you. Feel free to mute, tab, do what you gotta do. Come back in like 2-3 minutes. You'll know when it's happening, but I'll be here. We are going to go into this fight during the ad, and I apologize for that. But if you're lucky, you'll get to see a quick snap of our good friend Rockworm before he is turned into a bridge. He's a very effective bridge, what can I say?
Yeah, so this next boss is a fun one, and not in a
Yep.
good way.
Hey, since your boxes are, nah, never mind.
Aw, this man snoozing my ads, making me look silly. All right, push it back 5 minutes, Erica. Don't think I'm not on to you. Don't think I'm not on to you. But also, yeah, snoozing them is great because this is a boss fight, and we're about to go into some ship battles
Yeah.
that definitely have room for an ad.
Yeah, so this is Rockworm. He's annoying and very dangerous. He can use an attack.
Just because I think I forgot.
Go ahead and
might
put
be
your
important.
inputs. I don't want to like interrupt you.
No, you're good. I just remembered that I definitely did not put her in the combat mail sooner.
Oh yes, definitely do that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Maybe he's cuter as a bridge. I don't know.
So
Yeah,
Rockworm is dangerous because he has an attack called Volcanic Blast, and if he uses that a lot, it's very,
Silver
very
resist.
bad for us.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Silver
Darn.
resist did not pay off.
Here goes.
Sadly,
Yeah, and that
stoning
move
prevents
can do
SP
that.
generation. I could
No, it
cure ya. I thought it,
It doesn't
did.
prevent. Nope. Because then it would just be a turbo version of fatigue.
Let's try this.
Was I supposed to cure ya her? I'm honestly curious.
No, just try to push through with boxes.
Yeah, a lot of times we just ignore if someone gets stoned. We just kind of move on with the fight because it's really bad to try and prolong this fight too.
Yeah, Armstrong had to get the whatchamacallit fluidity, gem of fluidity before this. I think at this point I actually do need to cure ya at least one of them. I'm gonna take Vice.
Yeah,
'cause
I
he's
would have suggested
useful.
not skipping Doc for the marathon run because safety.
Yeah.
I bet you would have.
Well, so
But I understand.
No, yeah,
as
I
well.
have his safety
Gotta go
straps on the
fast.
side.
so this is a boss. The game will let you come what may.
Good, she is
Worst-
now
worst
unstoned
case-
naturally.
Worst case scenario, you just take a few Maramba fights after Beltar. Get your.
I
So
do need
we
to
can
switch him to silver after this.
We can skip the animation of S moves. We can't skip the animation of like the Crystallized box or magic in general. We can't skip the bosses. It's mainly just our own S moves that we can skip the animation.
He's fine. He's alive. She's not, but he
Also,
is.
You're seeing how bad this fight is. Yeah, this fight is terrible.
fine. This is fine. I think she got her box off, didn't she? Okay, good. She did get her box off. That's what mattered.
Pretty much yes. That's you can't skip pretty much the animation of anything else
I would
except
switch
your
back
S
to
moves.
silver.
I don't think that's enough. Ugh. I have to. Oh wait.
This is yikes.
I tried to put that on Vice, but she wasn't fast enough anyway. Does that mean the crystal? Is she gonna heal herself, or is she gonna heal a corpse?
Let's try this.
No, she heals herself.
That's good. I only really have the.
You can go ahead and use the crystal. It's fine.
I mean, I could if I could, or I would if I could, but I don't know who it's best on, and
Oh crap.
the answer's neither.
So this might just be a reset, but oh well.
Might
Oh.
be. Re-stoned. She's so stoned. She got stoned again.
Here we go. It's
Oh.
rockworm time,
Yeah.
baby.
She is not
It's just being
unstoned.
mean.
So yeah, it is a DPS race in this fight. Technically, Ica and Fina cannot survive, honestly. They can't survive 2 volcanic blasts, pretty much no matter what you can do. At this point, I'm just taking the reset. It sucks, but we're gonna try this fight again real quick.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is
It's
what
just-
it is.
Yeah, it is better to just take it than to try
We'll try
prolonging
again.
it.
Yeah, we'll try again and hope for some better, better RNG.
Right.
Pretty much you win this fight if you get an
Attacked.
attack during the first 2 turns.
Mhm.
Yeah.
1 stone you can survive, 1 volcanic blast you can survive. It's when you
2.
start getting
Two
2
of
of each
anything.
that things go bad.
But on the topic of skipping stuff, we really wish we could skip the enemy's S moves, because good lord, it would save a lot of time on Galson
Oh,
and
yeah.
Ramirez.
Oh yeah.
So fun fact, there is actually a door on the front entrance of this dungeon, and you can see it, and it leads directly to the red crystal. And if we had a way to jimmy that door open, oh, we would have a field day. But sadly. It's just they're teasing us until they decide to go back and, oh, you beat the boss? Yeah, okay, we'll open it now. So, you'll see that in a moment, but... Be nice, Rockworm. Be nice. He is not being...
This is okay for now. It's when he does 2 of each move that you have a problem.
Let's try this.
Again, this is a case where if we were kitted with items and we had levels... I mean, really, it's mostly the kit. We don't take the time to go out and buy armor and weapons, usually. I think it's really just taking the chance to take what the game gives you. That losing the fight bumped my timing. Fun. It's all good. Chat, if you're a sub and you can hear me, I appreciate you. Just for the sake of it.
It's fine at this point. We're having to redo this fight.
I know. I had a feeling.
No fault of your own.
I had a feeling if I left him purple, he would have countered. He would have killed.
Yep. Yep.
And I would have gotten purple XP.
That is true.
We know how that goes. We've seen that before. It is a nice chunk of damage. He gets that 200 extra damage by doing it, but we don't need it in this case. I already know I'm like 10 minutes behind, 12.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's a marathon.
I know.
It's a marathon run. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know.
We can't reset for this run.
But it's a speedrunner's marathon.
Hey, you're still going fast.
Hey. Yeah, I'm up there.
Despite the game's best efforts, you're going fast.
You're still going fast.
Yeah, when you think about the fact that it's a 60, I would say casually this is a 60-something hour game. Give or take, depending on how much of a completionist you are, or how well you know the mechanics. But like just exploring and having fun.
Easily.
Yeah.
Wow.
So distilling a 60-hour game into 12, pretty awesome.
It's more if you go for 100%, yeah.
Oh,
like
absolutely.
Especially if you're doing it casually without using a guide or anything, it's gonna take a bit.
Which moonfish am I missing? Which moonfish? I love those threads.
I'm looking at howlongtobeat.com. It says the main story is about 1 hour. Main with extra is about 53, and completing the game is about 66.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, it just depends on who's playing, but yeah, so this is the part where if we had Drachma to just pull that thing out, we would have such an easier time getting that crystal, but no, we gotta go full circle.
If you're using a guide, then it's not as, I wouldn't say that it's 80's probably still...
80 is you doing it casually until you're like, I can't do this without a guide.
Yeah, if you don't use a guide, the thing about it is with 100% is missing treasure chests, because some you can't go back for, so...
Yeah, treasure chests are hard, and there are some discoveries that would be just... Some of them were very much meant... Like, the developers were explicit. We wanted people to have to talk to each other to find these.
Yep.
For the flutterflies, dude, I love that that's being mentioned. The flutterflies or something else, yeah.
Yeah. Spoilers, chat. Belina is actually Beleza. She just turned the N on the side.
Shocking.
Or the Z on the side. And then, yes, she manages to do an outfit change from a bikini to a full uniform right before your eyes.
We're tearing through the dialogue in this, but she gave her sad backstory about how her father died in the war, and she just wants to put an end to the fighting.
Turns out he's
and
a Valuan.
And now she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I never mentioned my father was Valuan, not Nazarian. My bad.
I never said that.
Spoilers.
Which is true. She never did state for the record.
Alright, so one other quick thing, just for those curious, when it comes to spamming dialogue, I actually have to use usually both hands. Sometimes I'll use one, but I have to spam B and A alternating. This loads the text as fast as possible and then clears the text as fast as possible. It also can lead to some animation changes because the game is trying to keep up with the text. Prime example being at the very beginning, Alfonso saying fire, his arm just kind of snaps up. And he goes straight from, you know, doing his flourish to, all right, we're done, let's get out of here. And we have to kind of keep that up. And the issue is I'm doing it even when I don't have to, which is part of where it turns into I'm auto-attacking in a battle, or I'm just not mashing when I'm supposed to because I'm like, oh, I need to stop. And then there's a line of text just like that. Or in just a moment, Bina saying, ah. If I don't pay attention and tap through those, we'll sit there and look at it. As long as it takes me to press A. So, definitely one of those things. But we are entering our first Gigas battle, so the Red Moon Crystal that we worked so hard and used all of our resources for is now leading into a double ship battle. And if you're like me, you probably used purple magic against the giant rock monster. If you're like me, you also probably didn't buy safety magic items. Granted, the game gives you a bunch of them, which is great if you're intelligent in how you're using them.
This is probably a place casually that some people got stuck at.
Yeah.
You are
because
meant
the Lynx is not a joke at all.
And even Recument, you were meant to go back with Drachma, purchase stuff from the ship store in Pirate Isle, or not Pirate Isle, Sailor's Isle, because if you went to Maramba too early, Drachma's gone. You can't upgrade a ship that you don't have, and therefore you have to have done it before you go to Maramba.
And not only can you not upgrade the ship, the merchant in that town is just straight up like, you don't have a ship, I'm not selling anything. Not your repair kits, not bombs, nothing.
And this is the case where you were meant to pick up some text hints earlier that you need a multi-hit cannon. You need those sub-cannons from earlier because you're meant to be able to double tap Recumen before he does his big blast. If you do, he gets quote-unquote knocked off balance, which was a whole mechanic that they were considering adding to the game that we just never really see or hear. It's kind of like an invisible stat, it's just it never got fully implemented to functionality beyond, oh, you used a super move, or oh, you managed to double tap it. Things like that. So this is kind of where we're quote-unquote introduced to that mechanic, but again, not paying attention, you just have to do what we do, which is tank through it. We are going to guard every single red beam with Drachma because he has the highest vitality. And then, oh, now granted, I say that, and we are going to guard one with Vice because why not? It's just easier manually. But...
And this is an unwinnable fight, to be clear.
Yes.
We are just stalling.
Now, the pro way to do this fight is to buy a secondary cannon on Sailor's Island before you go to Maramba. And basically make it to where you attack twice on the red squares, and you will knock it off balance. But we can't waste time going back to Sailor's Island and buying it, plus it's a waste of gold. That's what the developers want you to do, though.
We will eventually use plenty of the secondary cannons to show its work. That will happen several hours from now. But what the secondary cannons do is you start firing on one turn, and you're able to continue firing that cannon for up to 1 or 3 more shots after that while doing other actions. And so by stacking that with another weapon is how the game wanted to dodge this attack.
Yeah, can't the harpoon cannon do it too? But you only get a certain number, though. It's like, yeah.
Only on certain turns, and there's only a few of them that actually do the job.
Yeah, so the harpoon cannon can do it too.
Zachary second.
We don't want to do that either because
fourth.
the harpoon cannon is animation time.
I am going to step away for just a moment if you don't mind covering.
Okay.
No problem.
And so,
Yeah,
like,
this
plot-wise,
fight here is a great bathroom break.
yes. So, plot-wise right now, what's happening is Drachma is looking at this giant red behemoth and thinking, this thing is mighty, like a whale. I'm gonna fight it to practice my whale hunting. And now here we are fighting this unwinnable fight.
Yep. What does he say? Something about that? It will treat it as a practice run for
Yeah.
Ragnar?
Exactly.
Fair enough. We'll deal with Recumen here another way, using some of Blaze's own tactics.
Yeah, we're gonna.
For now, we're just stuck watching these animations, which is so riveting.
We're gonna ram our ship into Recommend, right?
I love that that's an option. I don't remember what Ika says in response to that, but it's gotta be something funny.
She's very angry about it. I remember.
She's not. I'm sure she's not happy about it.
Captain Ika puts her foot down on that.
Yeah, she's not about that.
Can't collect gold if you're dead.
That is a good point. You cannot do that.
Sorry about that. Just taking care of business.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, this is a long run, so you need every now and then you gotta get up and walk around and go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Luckily, this game, yeah, is more nicer than some RPGs in that regard. Yeah, with 10,000 Cutlass Furies. Yeah, that one's funny too.
No, I don't think Hundo would need quite that many.
Probably not for Hundo.
Yeah.
I like Cronin split for Recumen. It just says it says something like Recumen the chair or something like that because he said it just he looks like a chair.
Yeah, kind of.
It's a big old stool.
Yeah.
He's ergonomic, okay?
Cup holder. He's a cup holder.
Ah.
I think is what Cronin said. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think cup holder.
And not unsee.
So
Alright, so we're nearing the end of this. It just takes forever, it seems.
This unwinnable fight will last for either 5 or 6 turns. We are now in the 5th turn. At the end of this turn, we have the option to continue fighting or retreat. It's up to you. And then after turn 6, your character's like, this is obviously not working. Let's do something else.
Yeah, we determined that it is not going to happen.
I love that brief moment where I think most everyone that played this game is like, oh, go for the legs. Let's harpoon it and reverse Y-wing this or A-wing this. And it just doesn't happen. Like, I think it's a cool concept, but it's not implemented. Just skip the fight.
Picking to attack the legs on Grendel is like the biggest mistake of your life.
Don't
Never ever do it.
Does he step on you?
Yes. Grendel stomp.
Stomp hurts really badly.
It is his strongest attack by a lot, and he gets high damage multipliers on it.
Yes.
That's cool, though.
It's not
Don't
good.
Is there any reason to hit Recumen in the legs?
No.
I've never actually I don't know that I picked it for Recumen, so I don't even know what happens.
I forget what's different, but you get hit harder in some way, shape, or form.
Interesting. Because you're already taking 2 of them this way. So yeah, the first option is retreat and regroup. There's really a lot of stuff in this game that kind of says, hey, Vice, you need to pay attention. You can't just be the guy trying to attack everything. You have a little, I mean, dial.
To be fair, within all of these ship battles, attack the part of the enemy where the attacks are coming from is always what works for you.
Harpoon. That sucks.
True.
I'm telling you, I really
That is
wish they
true.
could have just done the whole AT-AT thing. It's just tough when the harpoon's on the front of the ship, not the back.
So this is the Lynx, and the Lynx is a fun fight and even way
Yep.
more dangerous.
Yeah,
If you
she
thought-
is this is a tough boss right here. We're gonna make it look easy because we know exactly what to do, but
If
casually
you don't
this
know
is
what
a
to
hard
do,
fight.
yeah, if you don't know what to do here casually, she can kill you very easily.
She introduces a whole lot of mechanics. Like she's
Buffed
one of the few she buffed herself, so now she takes less damage and does more damage. She has a new type of weapon called torpedoes. She introduces sub-cannons to you, the secondary cannons. She can heal herself with magic. She looks at the grid that you've been using to determine when you're going to attack and goes, I see what you're going to try to do there because I see how we're moving. I'm going to act off-kilter based on that.
It's really like the game is like, we're tired of holding your hands with these ship battles, even though we haven't given you that many of them, and we're just gonna throw everything at you, mechanics.
It's the first real one, of course. I was gonna say earlier,
just deal with it, man.
right? Like Recumen and some of the earlier fights, you only have 3 turns, and the actions aren't long. You know, later on we get big, flashy. Hang on. Arguably, I could have changed those guards, but whatever.
We like to be careful with inputs.
I was
Yes.
supposed to enter 2 repair kits. That's fine. I can fix
It's
it
probably
next
fine.
turn.
Like it's
Yeah.
not. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't die.
Shouldn't.
Like I probably overly heal in my own strat, so you're probably okay.
Yeah,
Probably.
I believe offhand that you heal more than Armstrong does.
Yeah, Armstrong
Strats
does
be
not
safe.
heal as much for sure, so
Yeah,
you're not gonna die.
Yeah.
I
I
say
also
that,
have
and
a
then
spare repair kit.
something happens,
Yeah,
and
it's fine.
To me, it
So,
would
like-
never, Arcadia.
So like earlier when we were fighting Baltor and the Blackbeard, it tried to do this maneuver where it would get behind you, and you have the option to get behind him instead or wait and see what he does. There, you're rewarded for try to get behind him instead. You get the same event during this battle, but if you try to get behind her, she's like, haha, I was expecting that. And she outflanks you and starts lighting you up for it.
she's just too smart. She's just too smart. She's not Baltor. Baltor's an idiot, so.
I mean,
To some
apparently he
extent.
learns his lesson later.
Yeah, to some extent, he actually is smarter the second time around. That is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
He learns from his mistakes.
We don't get that far in the fight though.
Yeah, we don't
We
get that far.
blow
to
them out of
even
the
see that.
sky so fast.
We're like, oh, you learned your lesson about how to fight with cute little wooden pirate ships. That's neat.
I
Too
think
bad we
it's
don't have that anymore.
really worth noting too.
Yeah.
Like Incrum improves your defense. It improves all of your stats 25%, and it's not huge, but in terms of attack and defense, it pays off a lot.
In ship battles, it's 50%.
Is it? Oh wow,
Oh, well,
even
that's even
better.
more than yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's not that simple. So, it boosts the power of your weapons specifically. So, like, if you're shooting main cannons or a harpoon cannon, then the part that your character contributes to that doesn't get affected.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
I guess
But
more
like
of my point
but like
is
sub cannons and torpedoes just get a straight 50% buff to their power.
it's important to think
Which
of
is
Incrum
pretty
as something we can-
significant, especially for like the secondary cannons where you're firing them like 3 and 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
But
not
it
really
is-
doing anything novel with this fight. We're just pretty much stalling her and healing and waiting until we get the harpoon cannon. Quite frankly.
Yeah, but if you're not trying to just rely on the trying to like, use your cannons smartly and stuff, this fight's hard.
Yeah, it is. If you're not
'Cause
just doing what we're doing.
the nuance.
She'll guard where you think it's a good time to attack. She'll attack you when you think it's safe for when you're not expecting it. It's like the grid has the yellow, red, green squares. And so you see green square and you think, "Oh, I'm safe there." No, that's where she focuses her attacks.
He's tricky like that.
A lot
Yeah,
of
we
people
had
die
to,
in
we have to
these
do just
fights.
a bit of damage, like a bit of extra damage. The harpoon cannon by itself won't kill, so we fire a standard cannon. It's a little bit of extra damage just to make sure she dies to the harpoon cannon.
I will admit, I believe we hit on the first turn, so we should be fine,
You
but I'm
did,
going to
yes.
input
Yes, you did.
entirely.
Yep. As long as
Honestly,
you
it's
hit,
one of those things, right? I'm not going to take out inputs unless I'm absolutely sure that there is no reason
Yes,
for
but
me
yes,
to.
you did hit on the first turn, so.
Yep. If your cannon hits, so you're good. But
I'll
do whatever you
even
want
use
to
the
do.
bomb for flashiness.
If you want to be safe, then by all means be safe.
Hey,
I mean,
follow the notes.
I can personally assure you that once your main cannon hits, your harpoon cannon will kill. But do whatever you want to do.
Right, we include 3 hits just in case 2 of them miss. That's the kind of safety we have to deal with this game. I think that's the important
for
thing.
Armstrong, like the one time that he got damage rolled was because he used the bomb on its own by itself, and not on the turn that we do for harpoon cannon. It was before we picked the first option, or sorry, it was when you were still picking the second option.
If you're not choosing
there.
style points, I mean, no, I get it. It's interesting, and it's very difficult to know this game to the degree that you and some of the routers do, to be able to confidently say that is the number range.
But I don't blame anybody for being safe.
Yeah.
Because like that did 23,800, 23.8k. She has 25k health, so you see that you need a little bit of extra damage to finish her off.
Alright, chat, we have officially gotten our first moon crystal. We have completed the first major dungeon, and we are out of the tutorial section in its entirety. We have officially got an entire early zone to re-explore. There's new stuff. The encounters have changed slightly. We have bounties to go hunt down, because Baltor was our first bounty, and we kind of got handed him on a silver platter. We're going to go fight a bounty that is less silver platter.
So Baltor was a required one. He's part of the plot. There are some other bounties that are optional and much more. We're going after an optional.
That is true.
I was saving this, or I was going to say this earlier, plans, but if you thought Recumen was ergonomic, Beleza's ship is very streamlined and aerodynamic. It is a great ship, but also it's not flying her out of here because Drachma's literally carrying her engine single-handedly. You just don't see it.
we take her engine, it magically works with our ship. I mean,
he just slaps it on there. So she's not getting out of here on that thing. She literally has to walk out.
I believe it was stated by someone in the community that logic has not been invented yet in this world. Somebody stated that once, and I believe it. Logic doesn't exist yet.
The answer is less gravity and more moons. We need more moons. We have so many moons, we get to drop like 4 moons on random encounters for fun.
I still just really like the fact that you're taking this large battleship's main engine and just slapping it into a small fishing boat, calling it a day.
I mean, we should be able to go through South Ocean like it's nothing after taking her engine, if I'm being honest.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. I also just want to point out, this fight that Tater's about to do is completely optional, by the way, but we fight this fight for a very, very big reason, and that is for the captain's hat drop that we get, which is crazy good.
Give it 5 minutes, Eriku.
My ad timer just went off.
That's why I'm telling you, give it 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Brother, can you hear me?
I mean, I'm watching the stream, and I haven't seen an ad yet.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Boo.
But for real.
I hear you, Tater.
Cool. Thank you for acknowledging. I was enough to get 3. Magic. What? Oh, you don't have Sacri. You do have Sacri, but it's not much. Shoot. Hey,
I mean, if you need to heal at the end, you could.
Yeah.
I should have used the Captain's Stripes
if you
first.
feel unsafe, but that's totally up to you.
Why not? I need you to equip the silver veil we discussed earlier, which means you get to equip the thermo ring, and I don't care about your armor, and we are
This
good.
is gonna make this fight like a lot safer as putting the thermo ring on Drachma.
Didn't look at him yet.
He's not gonna take anywhere near
That's
as much
why I
damage from
went in
those
there.
punches.
You'll have to
Oh,
put
oopsie
that in the
doopsie,
chat.
yeah.
So, fun fact, we actually can't see our wanted list enemies until we take a look at them on this menu. So now that we know he exists, there may or may not end up being a bounty target right there.
Yes, we were
You
supposed
have
to
to
look
leave-
at
you
him
have to leave
earlier,
town to come
but
back.
I made a grave error. We have two chances to see this in the menu. One when we first turned in Baltor, and one when we get to Maramba and sell the Silver Moon Pit. We normally, like, if we could, we would skip the Silver Moon Pit, but it is worth 1,600, and that is a nice chunk of
Yeah.
change for us. So
That's a
anyway, hey,
It's
look,
2 boxes.
a guy. Hey, bud, you wouldn't happen to be the big scary guy from the poster, would you?
yeah,
Cool.
Tater meant to look at him earlier, and we wouldn't have had to go in and out. But it's okay. Not
It's a marathon. When
it's
is
a
it?
marathon.
When is it ever on time? I've been told that's the catchphrase of the marathon, but also I'm trying my best to get y'all out of here.
It's okay.
So it's not
There's a lot of
3 a.m.
distractions right now.
You think I'm Ruby? No, this is Ruby.
And the best theme in the game? One of. Sorry. One of the best themes in the game. I would consider that like Aika's theme, but I know it's not. It's just
Oh, the silly song.
silly
Yeah.
theme, right?
Yeah. I don't even think that's on the OST. I remember correctly.
It is very
Uh,
easy to forget
for some
Drachma's
bizarre
color on this
reason.
fight.
I think
Ica
it's
Glyph
called
of
Claire's
Speed.
theme.
I've made a terrible mistake. I
Okay.
need to glyph
There's
of speed next
something-
turn.
Something that's not on the OST that I'm thinking of. And it's weird. But anyways, we're just gonna throw a bunch of boxes. And we are actually going to kill Rupe first.
So about the number of boxes I'm throwing right now, we are a little ahead of where we want to be because normally we would try to use an item to buff everybody. We are staggering our damage slightly because we don't want Ruby to be under half for too many turns because it will trigger his special move that can one-shot most characters. Drachma
Well-
Berserk
notwithstanding.
Rupe.
So we
Yeah, you've done enough damage.
are in
he
that
might do
world.
it.
Am I supposed
Use
to
a
use
glyph of
purple?
speed.
Fine.
No. No, I did not.
It's one of
So
those
I would-
actions
I
should
would
been
just-
that, but
I wouldn't glyph yet. I would just rush Ruby down right now.
yeah, that's probably the best.
Too late.
Because the glyph won't take effect this turn. I'm pretty sure.
Nope. Not until next turn.
He's healing him. Thanks, Sparta.
The game knows. The game actually has a copy of Arcadia's notes built in. So it is reacting accordingly when I don't pay attention to the notes.
Oh.
Well, that
Case
was
in
also
point.
my fault, also, for not paying attention.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
the big
you
one.
definitely want to revive her for the. It's
Hey,
a
about
lot
that
of
Rizzlum crystal.
Yeah, you got
Doesn't
a box.
that move always go for the
Oh,
for
okay.
the person with either the lowest HP or something like that?
I don't know offhand because it has been a very long time
it
since I've
seems
seen it.
because it seems to always hit Fina anytime he does it, and I don't know if there's a reason.
I'll worry
for
about
that.
rezzing her later. Let's put it that way.
Since-
Oh, he's
Oh,
guarding.
guarding.
Let's try this.
This is a bad time, yeah.
So my
shit.
ad alarm just went off.
Okay. Yeah. Chat, you may or may not get an ad in a minute. Appreciate you telling me. Take your
This is
time. You
fine
gotta
right
do what you
now.
gotta do. You push that back when I told you to, right? I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Yeah, at this point.
We
I
can
think
revive
it's-
her, so it's not the end of the world.
Try this.
Yeah.
Right, and I knew I only needed one box to finish. I'm just kind of taking the damage I get on purple at this point. It's not a ton, but
Yeah.
Vice does get a decent chunk of damage from that. So here's where it gets interesting. So again, we have this AI semi mapped out, but once Rupee goes down, this man is going to punch like half the time, and he's going to go for the person with the highest health, which is interesting. So I kind of have to pay attention to how much thicker are certain characters, because if Ika and Fina get punched, they're gone. Ika might be able to take slightly more, but we are just going to keep pumping boxes at this point.
I was distracted. I don't think he got buffed, so Ika should survive.
He did.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, Rupee buffed himself, so.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay. He buffed himself.
Yeah, I saw Rupee buff himself. Turn 1.
Okay, so Vice is the next target now.
Yeah, Vice will be fine.
Okay.
Ika should be fine too.
Okay. Hey, we'll take it. A lot to think about, right? But yeah, like I said, importance of following the notes. We are blessed and the hell, not entirely, but we have a couple different routes. Cool, glad that worked out. I'm gonna turn you to silver.
Right
Boom, 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 and boom, boom. He should punch Vice. We should be fine. We're out of here. Yeah, sorry about that. Definitely a spooky one.
Let's try this.
But we're making our way.
Okay, so Froggy's confirmed that Berserk Rupee does go after lowest HP.
Mm-hmm. Interesting that it went for Ika. I guess
good to know I'm not
Vice
crazy,
got hit by something.
Yeah, typically when with these wanted battles especially, if there's a move that only targets high HP, there's a corresponding one that targets low. Like, the same sort of thing happens with Gun Arm. And Vigoro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes they have the specific character targets, Figaro in particular. Hey, baby.
For this fight, it's good that the punch targets Drachma most of the time.
Definitely nice. That was not how that fight
good tank.
meant to go, but we got through it. Our Rizlin box did not break.
We finished.
We lost a Crystal Ace box? I don't think we lost 2, did we?
Well, you don't need too many more anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't think you lost that many.
Especially with the amount of experience I have, I'm going to be able to Cutlass in Moonstone Mountain, no problem. I am slightly short on loops. My money, I'm a little curious, but I should be fine after I sell a bunch of stuff. But for now, we're just going to get our gold for defeating Rupee and Barda. We have gotten the Captain's Hat, and we are now off to buy some ship stuff, because we now have a ship that we can kit out slightly, so we're going to buy a bunch of consumables. It's cheaper. And
yes, we now actually have to be more creative in the ship battles coming up. A little more creative.
The nice thing about all these items is that we don't need to use SP to use them. So we can save our SP for the stuff that we desperately need it for, like harpoon cannons.
Having 5,000 leaving here isn't too much more than you, right?
Well, you don't buy as many pyro bombs, right? Because you're using mostly my route.
6, only 6.
Because what I'm finding is that a lot of times I have enough gold to buy all that I don't even need to collect the 2,000 gold yet from the guy. I just have enough already.
Nice. This is kind of an interesting area. So again, my routing is a little bit to avoid land, but a little bit to avoid encounters. I don't really want to bounce in and out of this rock wall next to me because I am meant to be going south. There is a dead zone on this wall. It's just a matter of getting there.
Yeah, so if anybody's new in the chat, something that he did just then was going into the bridge of the ship because it resets the random battle step counter, if you will, on the world map, because we're trying to avoid getting into random battles as much as possible.
We have about a second in
very-
this, and we're going to count to
This is
12. Go ahead.
In South Ocean, this section we're fixing to go through like right now it's pretty bad. You're constantly being pushed back by the wind through this section, so yeah, we still want to bridge hop here, but every time you do it, obviously you go back onto the map and you get pushed back just a little bit before you continue moving forward again.
It's somewhere around 3 or 4.
These encounters.
It's just a safety strat, to be honest. It depends on who you are and how you feel about when you're flying, but the general rule is if you can count to 12, you're already in a decent spot. You can maybe get a couple seconds, but you're very likely to get hit by an encounter after that point. Once we get the white map, we still have to consider bridge hopping on long flights. It's just a matter of we don't have that many long flights, and when we do, there are actually encounter breaks in the sky because of the different zones. And so by crossing into a new one, you're actually resetting your counter to some degree, not all of them. As you can see, you can very easily get encounters before 12 seconds. It's a little tough sometimes.
Yeah,
but
there are encounter zones on the world map too, like where different enemies show up, and if you cross them,
So
it resets.
So these enemies called Gravers have the strongest silver magic in the game, and what it is an instant death spell that is guaranteed to work, unless you are immune to it, which we are not and will not be in this
Yep.
run.
we do not have Delta Shields, so we cannot cancel enemy magic.
Yep.
It is just pray and run and hope, because you get a full heal when you get to the end. It's just a matter of getting there with at least one character. I thought about it too. I was about to press the button. It's right as you see
This
the
always
rock wall,
happens.
you know it's about where it is. It is interesting because we're playing with that 50% variable to the point. Boom, flip a coin every other frame. You get an encounter. But this rock wall here is actually the start of the next dead zone, so I'm just going to try to push it.
Yeah, you should be close enough.
Yep, and fun fact... Oh. Well, you can't see it at my height, but Pirate Isle was actually right next to us.
Yeah, so like where this rock is to
We'll see it later.
Well, Tater's right. This is where a dead zone is a place you don't get encounters. As long as you stay close to the sky rift on the right, you're in this dead zone where the step count doesn't increase, so you're not going to get any encounters if you stay here.
So I
which
don't
is
have to bridge
incredibly
hop.
useful for this. This is incredibly useful for this section for sure.
It's terrifying. That whole section is absolutely murder. If you get ambushed by enough of them, they can just decide to kill you. That's just
Yep.
it. There's nothing you can do
each
about
one
it.
Yep,
is-
it's not good.
They're individually, they're not very likely to use, but when there can be up to 6 of them in an encounter, the first move on you, that can be disaster.
Yep, it's not a fun time.
So we get another Ica and Fina imagine what a new land is like. Those drawings are priceless. We love them. They're cute little bonding moments as we go through different areas. And they are also encounter resets. So we love that.
Yes,
We just have to
most of
match.
them are they're Ica imagining the most crazy. She has like the craziest imagination and is thinking of these wild things that are going to be in
Attacking
the area.
Vice. There is a bridge hop
Uh.
here. It's kind of optional because a lot of people are very eager to get into the city, but you can and should consider hopping there because these encounters are very
You can get
scary.
punished here.
Absolutely. I am unfortunately a professional who has no choice but to push it every chance he can.
So Froggy in chat is inquiring about what the devs were thinking about when they made that, when they were making South Ocean. and the
It's scary
encounters
because you get there and you're like, oh, South Ocean, I better go south. Well, you hit a wind wall and you just start rubbing against the other side and you're like, oh, where am I going? And you turn around and suddenly you see Pirate Isle and you're like, why do I see that? But you can get turned around in those tornadoes. They pull you in and they pull your momentum too. So like riding the wind wall is very smart because it prevents that as well. We're already getting pushback. having the tornado pulling on you too slows you down a lot.
Yeah, and I was also going to say that as to why the developers made that place so difficult, especially, I'm thinking it's because in Japan the number 4 is pretty superstitious, very heavily associated with death, and in the game's code that is that is encounter area number 4. So
Interesting.
Interesting to know.
Sadly, we will not be picking up Chams or feeding Cupel, but also, yes, Time Key is correct. This music is absolutely up there as some of the best.
Yeah, so this is Horteka, and the whole area that we're in, or the land that we're in right now entirely, is called Ixataka.
I believe it's
we're
called,
in search of the green moon crystal.
We are after the City of Gold. We are after El Dorado in some translations. But in the English translation, it becomes Rixus.
You can think of like all the areas in this game as representative of something in the real world. And yeah, the main dungeon in this area in the Japanese version is called El Dorado. Here they changed it to Rixus, but you get it basically.
There's a lot of that with, what is it, the Valuan generals, the ships that they fly, and we'll see 2 of them soon. I mean, even the ones we've already seen, the Lynx, they are related to constellations. So there's a lot of really cool hidden facts and things that maybe don't translate because of the different localizations, but, you know, some of them do, and it just takes a moment to recognize. So, fun facts all around. There is a moonberry here we used to get, but we no longer get unless absolutely necessary, aka Hundo.
Yeah, we don't need it.
It's pretty far out of the way.
It's up that ladder.
No route even gets it anymore. Yeah, not even beginner and intermediate. They skip it too.
I do hate that our highest chance of getting moonberries happens after all of the moonberries that we would want to skip.
That's true. That's very true.
This turn always messes with me. The 2 left turns, it just feels unnatural.
So the people here in this village, by the way, won't really talk to us right now because the Valuans are here, and they've kind of enslaved the people here, and they're working in the mines. So they're not really happy with strangers at the moment. So Vice is gonna have to win over the Elder's trust, which we'll do in a moment, and then he'll be happy, and we can actually shop. We can actually shop at the shops right now because they won't even talk to us.
Can't buy anything.
They're still not happy to see you after that. They're
not thrilled.
Like if you go to the shop owner's like, the elder said I should sell to you. I don't want to, but I have to.
Yeah, they're not thrilled. They're not happy with you really until you save the area.
Sorry, chat. We had to fight the ladder boss of this area, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to fight him again. This game has a lot of repeat fights. This is one of them.
Ladders are a thing.
There is a crew member at the top of there that we didn't see that we'll have to go back for eventually because he gives us the highest chance of accuracy for torpedoes, and those torpedoes are what we mentioned earlier as crit reliant and very strong. So we are going to look forward to that, but for now we have to plead our case, the village elder, and discuss. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, not only ladders, we also have their cousins, the poles.
True.
The poles, yes.
We will have to go up one of those in a moment. Yeah, we're just discussing Vice's trustworthiness, aka stare into my eyes.
He's just trustworthy. That's Vice. He apparently can convince anyone.
So he gives us a riddle.
He's got the big puppy eyes.
Or no, he gives us the direction of the king. That's what it is. He's sending us,
where the king
I'm
is.
doing this. Not forgetting that one.
Yeah, he tells us where the king is hiding.
Take a quick nap, chat. Everyone take a second. Make sure you're breathing, getting water, taking care of yourself. Okay, don't take 2 seconds, otherwise that's slow. We're gonna have to go out and around. The camera is sometimes a bit of a battle in this game. Definitely takes both thumbs to travel around and
But
accurately.
this town in particular is one of the weirdest ones to traverse as far as getting everything. Yafutoma is another one that's a interesting one.
Yeah,
but this one is
another one of those towns is like, how do you live here?
that is also a good point.
Up we go.
Like imagine that you're this guy who lives up here and you want to go see the walk all the way around town. Like,
Yep.
all the way around town.
Very inconvenient.
And you might be like,
design.
you might be wondering like, why is Tater going out of the way to get some of these things that seem very time-consuming to get? Well, we need a moonfish, which is very out of the way here, unfortunately. But it is the 10th one, and we need it for white map.
This was one of the initial discussions when I joined. Was, is it worth going out of our way to get all this, go through South Ocean, back and again, for the white map? And the answer is absolutely.
Yes, the
And-
first
and
run
the-
that I did with white map or with early white map, I saved like 1 billion years. It was ridiculous how much time.
Like one back attack in Moonstone Mountain just makes up for it.
Yeah, the amount of time that I saved in Moonstone Mountain and Rixus alone, it was like, yep, this is worth it. Moving on. We're not ever not gonna get white map in this run, at least early on.
We were talking about it like, okay, so we only need 10 of them. Let's just get the first 10. And this is the last of those. And it's not a terrible route at all.
It's good to point out that this is exactly 10 moonfish. So we can't like skip another one and go get another one. This is exactly the first 10 you can get.
And the 11th is pretty far
itself.
after, too, isn't it?
I guess
there's
there's
an
an
11th
one in
Rixus counts.
Moonstone.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's that, too. Okay, okay, so it's not
It's
terrible.
kind of out of the way and also means going. So, yeah.
But it
That's
does make
true.
a nice circle, at the very least. But I can't just rush and go back and do that. I've done that before.
Nope, you can't.
It's a bad idea. You have to go north and go to this spot in between these two pillar mountains, as dictated by the village elder. But on the way there, man, it's a little smoky out here. I just... yeah, there's no real indication until... When suddenly...
When suddenly.
Oh, hey, Vise, the whole continent's on fire.
Whoa! Who could have thought? I don't see it. What are you talking about? Let me look you with my special eyeglass. Oh, I see it now. Okay. My bread.
Now we get introduced to like the craziest character in the game.
Oh well, I mean his name kind of gives it away.
His name kind of gives it away, yeah.
The Chameleon. We had
So he's
earlier.
like,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
screw going around and searching for the Grey Moon Crystal. Let's just burn everything down. Like that's pretty much pretty much his philosophy with this.
Burn it till there's something shiny. There's a lost city somewhere in there.
The city of gold isn't made of wood, right? Only wood burns. I'll find it.
We'll find it.
Burn! Burn! I picture, if anyone's seen, what is it? Wait, Here's the Heavens, shoot, Brill's Gurren Lagann.
Gurren Lagann.
I always picture the guy who's the gunman in that show, because he is very much the same type of just smash the button with both hands.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is DeLoco. He's another one of the admirals of the Armada with Beleza, and he's pretty crazy. And now we're gonna fight him. His ship called the Chameleon.
I was gonna say, we saw the Monoceros. No, not the Monoceros. The Swan. What's it called?
Cygnus?
Cygnus. That's right. We
Cygnus,
saw
yeah.
Alfonso's.
Alfonso.
I was like, eh. My royals. What are my royal names? Enrique. Alfonso.
So the Chameleon here actually takes decent damage to blue magic, which is why we're using Webley.
Yep, this game
Recent
has
edition.
color-based, like Pokemon type damage of sorts, and most of the ships don't really care about that. But Chameleon takes double damage from blue, so blew him up.
Yep. This is also a case of accuracy. The magic attacks can't miss, and neither can the items that we're using miss. So it's great.
He is surprisingly tanky. I think that's part of it. He takes a little bit to wind up, and we do manage to knock him out before he really goes full on power mode. But
Yeah, he can be dangerous.
yeah,
That's how a lot of these ship battles go in the run.
That's true.
The developers give you time to get acclimated to these fights as they ramp up in difficulty. And
Like,
we're just
don't
like,
prolong
no,
Zealous
we're gonna knock this out ASAP.
Yes, that is true for most of the ship battles. Like, don't prolong Zealous, because yeah, well, Zealous is a fun one if you prolong that one too.
Oh, why? Just because he does like 30,000 damage?
As easy as we might make it look, he's really not.
the entire health of the little Jack in one attack.
Yeah.
Oh, way more than that from Zealous.
Yeah, exactly.
Zealous he hits hard.
But we can't spend too much money to do it. We can't buy upgrades to do it because that's slow. That's the world we live in a little bit. We get what we can. We do the best we can with magic and some consumables. And again, that Incrum, absolutely necessary in these fights. Otherwise, you will die or you will need to waste time healing. And we hate healing. Alright. He's finally getting his attack ready. He might just do it, chat. Oh, you see that red turn? Man, it sure would be a shame if we got there. Excuse me. And one for coverage. Just in case. Because really, I mean, we've seen it.
That's not coverage. You do need that damage.
I believe you. Entirely. Because I've probably skipped it before.
Well, I think this is your first time using this strat.
No, I made it to Richtelish the one time. I just
okay.
Oh,
right. Yeah, stone. Yeah, you need that sword.
We do hate losing time. It's the fact that healing takes time and damage. We need the damage. The math is really good on these. I'm telling you. The ranges that we cover are pretty tight.
Yep, man, you got your you'll have your Cutlass Fury for Moonstone Mountain.
Yep. About that, because I'm not taking any other fights. Unless I have to. Which, unfortunately, I do have to take one fight in Moonstone Mountain before the boss. But it's a quick turn. Yep. There's definitely like some positioning and speed and again the balance thing. There's a couple invisible variables to say the least. But we have met the king, scared off the baddie, and he's pretty okay with us, but he's still not going to give us the answer. He's going to send us to go find the holy man who has been taken prisoner, Isapa. Micah is very excited for City of Gold.
And naturally, we immediately were rescuing him as soon as we meet him.
Yep.
It's like, really? All these people who are suffering in these mines, and we're rescuing this guy?
And yeah, Ike is not the biggest fan of him, but you know, it's a different generation. City of Gold does sound pretty awesome. I agree. I do need to go east. I could use the city as a basis. Also, yeah, I heard that, so we'll give it a bit. I should hop. I should definitely hop. There's a world where we... I know.
No, we still have 5 minutes. I was just cycling through my watch.
I know. No, I believe you. Man in his watch. I don't actually wear one, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a 90s kid.
Me too, jerk. Okay, so we're gonna try to get to this rock wall. Once we get to the rock wall, we should be in a dead zone, and then we've got till that ends. You'll see the first whirlwind. So now I'm counting to 12, give or take. Up here. Then turn around. And give it another 12 seconds, and then we should be back in the other dead zone, give or take. Let's see, can we see Pirate Isle this time? Yeah, you can kind of see it.
So Froggy is saying that we don't get to see that there's a lot of ship battle mechanics that we don't get to. That's scary.
Yeah, it is. That's a back attack. That is why we bridge hop, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're past Pirate Isle pretty effectively at this point, actually.
I mean, realistically, you're probably fine, but this is an example of could get real ugly real quick.
Yep.
But statistically, you should be able.
Never tell me the odds. Statistically. Get me out of here.
Get out of here.
Thank you, Aika. So, in fact, runaway chance is based on each character's level. So if I was in a world where Aika was a lower level than Vice, that would matter. However, we're not in that world, so we're fine. There is another mechanic here that is, the wind is pushing me. So arguably, I can let go of the trigger, and I can just let it push my ship. Granted, I am a little too far away for that to happen, because we managed to get
You
through
let go
it.
of the stick immediately upon leaving the wind.
Listen. We're gonna go see our friend Doc. We are not gonna go talk to Sailor's Island because there is a pirate there who is waiting for us to tell us he has been finding discoveries that certainly he will outpace us.
He's gone. I think he's gone by now, isn't he?
No. He shows up here. He shows up after. I want to say after Kahlua.
Yeah, he shows up after Valua, but I think he goes away again after Maramba, so...
I don't think so. I think he's still there waiting to give you the cutscene if you haven't seen him. But we are going to feed this fish to this bird until it turns into a larger bird and we get another cutscene. That's okay. Or no, is 12 the other cutscene?
Yeah, 12 is the other... Well, no, the cutscene is 14, I think.
No way. We definitely get another one.
Yeah, the cutscene's at 14.
Did we? Because it was
so
the thank you.
So the first cutscene is at 2.
Okay.
And then the next one's at 14. And then
I swear we
19.
got it during any percent. Maybe it was because we got the gold items at that point, and that caused the cutscene.
Yeah, that 25k idol comes at 14.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. But either way, I thought it was tied to the form changes. I think that's what it is. I expected it to be at this one, but because we used to have to leave and come back.
We got like 16. I want to say moonfish or something, like maybe 18. I don't remember. It was a ridiculous number.
I think like 18. I think is Constitution Gem, so that's probably where you stopped.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. We used to get a lot more moonfish at one point in time.
Oh, you used to go beyond Constitution Gem?
No, I don't think we used to go beyond that, but 18 is still a lot.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yep. It's
Where's
a
the skip
really
button
good
for all
item,
this?
though.
This is the best Captain Ica run, that's for sure.
Oh, okay, that's the actual add-on.
Alright, chat. Mute tab, do what you gotta do. Maybe the streamer's hearing us and snoozing them for you, but there ain't a lot happening, so...
I mean, to be fair, this part's not all that exciting. It's
yeah,
just
I was gonna say.
Bird, so...
Yeah,
but it's worth
backtrack,
it.
feed bird. Bird explodes into a new form of bird.
Yeah, we can't skip any of this, unfortunately. I wish we could, but
hey,
it'd be nice.
So I have a question.
I have answers. Let's see if they
match. Can take
I might
on
have an answer.
The guards.
Or
you're saying guards?
You think a 1 health Vice can survive the guards?
I mean,
It's
sure,
right,
he
the
can. I wouldn't.
Moonstone Mountain.
Not sure I'd want to count on it when you've got 25 Sacker Crystals sitting in your backpack waiting to be used. Because then
All right, we got our white
he
map.
won't.
Let's go.
If you don't get white map, you panic because that means you missed a moonfish.
Yep. Been there.
No, I've never been there. What are you talking about? I've never gotten the second Perin moonfish.
You're not the
Yeah.
only person who's done that. It's usually one in Perin if somebody forgets one.
I'm supposed to do a bunch of stuff, but
The one, like one of the worst like places. Although if it's the second one, it's near the end, so you can go
Yeah.
into the back door. But either way, it's still bad.
Yeah, it's still an easy 4 minutes gone right there.
Still gone.
so
yeah.
I'm counting to 20 at this point, give or take. Mainly, I'm just trying to get through, but a little bit I am counting.
So what route do you like to take to Moonstone Mountain?
I take a different route, and I know that that is potentially a dangerous decision. I'm gonna call this my bridge hop, and I'm actually going to use that opportunity to check the whirlwind on my left. Because the goal is to slip between the last two whirlwinds and get to a dead zone at the bottom. That
Alright,
is.
and we are now in an ad.
Okay, good. Let's say.
So you're trying to go for the dead zone?
Yeah, I think I'm early. I am definitely early, fortunately.
Yeah. Personally, I ride the same dead zone that we use on our first trip through, and then I take that to
So-
the point where we're out of the wind, and then I just cut over.
Yeah.
You,
and
Ricky,
I
you do what I
appreciate
do.
that.
We
I
do pretty
think-
much the same thing there.
Yeah, I was a little early. Normally I line up with Pirate Isle, but then I still end up kind of pushing to the second whirlwind a little bit. It wasn't bad, but yeah, I should be good to ride into this dead zone. I might get one encounter before I get there. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
But I do see people like do multiple different ways, like getting through here on the way back and how they go about it.
Luckily, having the white map means that every run is an instant run, so the time we save with bridge hopping is vastly diminished compared to pre-white map. The only reason we would really try to keep doing it is that, first off, it is still a second or two faster to bridge hop because of the loading times, but also you are losing swashbuckler rating every time you run away. It's not something we really need to worry about in this run, but 100% has more swashbuckler rating conditions to work off of, and therefore has to worry about that a bit more.
Yep.
So we should be leaving this dead zone momentarily, and then I'm going to cut northwest. I'm going to start counting right about now. So right around when Moonstone Mountain appears is when I'm going to hop. It really depends, but you'll see eventually a Valuan ship in the distance. Oh, or you'll hear it, because it's apparently close. Also, this is probably my hop. Yeah, no safe strats here. As much as I hate to say it, they picked the wrong runner for safe strats.
Tater doesn't do that, yeah.
I
I mean,
have
to be
a
fair,
whole list.
Armstrong isn't really that runner either, to be fair.
Yeah, he made a list.
Yeah, I mean he was
He had
actually
some
being
safety
diligent.
stuff planned, yeah.
I was watching his planning, and he was
He had
being a
some
good
safety
boy.
stuff in mind, yeah.
He was
And
getting Pirate
then
Isle,
he
Moonberry, and
sent
learning
it to
Delta,
me.
learning Alpha Storm. He was grabbing healing items that normally he wouldn't dream of getting.
I saw those safety strats and I waved at them as they went by. I read them.
He diligently made 20 backup saves.
He did. He had a black map. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little jealous. I wish I could have that backup save. Sadly. We are at the mercy of the game as it should be.
Yep, it is what it is.
Yep. I'm gonna sleep like a baby for the day.
Oh, I bet.
So
And
just as a note, I will have to drop when my husband gets home because an emergency has come up. So unfortunately,
take
I'm
care
sorry.
of your
but
business. I'm so sorry to hear.
if I'm back in time, I'll rejoin the voice call. But something has come up. But I have to wait for him to get home first.
No, yeah, y'all are welcome
It's just
to
a
come
weird
and go.
night. Tonight's weird.
Yeah. I will be here.
When it rains, it pours.
Right.
But if I get back in time, then I can rejoin.
You know, I'm wishing
commentary.
you all the best.
Appreciate it, friend.
Always.
I hope,
should
hope
probably
you're able to
scroll
get
I mean,
things
down.
sorted
Aregu's
out.
here, so.
Yep. I'm planning to be here for quite a while.
Aregu knows the game, so you're good to go.
Hey, wait a second.
Yes, you don't know anything, Tater. You're just running the game, so you don't know.
Yeah, you're
That's
just a
fair.
puppet.
No,
Tater. It's
no,
okay.
yeah. We had this discussion. I am happy to be under the impression I don't know things, because then I learn things. Maybe. Depending. What are we talking about?
So this
Speed
dungeon
floats.
is really
Ooh.
awful for from a casual perspective.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah,
Luckily,
this
we have
dungeon's
white
a
map.
headache.
Literally,
Even
the
from-
only reason I initially picked left when I saw this dungeon was because the dragon's mouth is open, which is totally unrelated, but left is the way that it went. Also,
AKA,
is this the chest?
you got lucky.
No, it's the next one.
That is
Shoot.
HS.
Next
So
one.
this
Next
puzzle
one,
right
next one.
here, if you're crazy like Armstrong, you don't do that whole walking around thing there. You can kind of, as we call it, trap skip and walk around. And
Oh,
just
I did
get by
not
the,
need that
the
chest.
hitbox, and not trigger the hitbox. Armstrong and Paige are like the only ones I've ever seen like actually do it in a room though.
Yeah, it's like a
Armstrong
2-frame
is-
save.
Armstrong now says it is easy.
That is tempting. I am a little tempted by that fight.
It sounded like Armstrong was planning to do it side of the.
Someone would have had to donate for him to do it.
Oh, I
That's
believe
the-
that he would go for it. Yeah, fully believe that.
No, I was watching him do it just on repeat during practice.
that.
He
See,
was comfortable with it.
Yeah, Armstrong's got it. Yeah.
That 800 gold chest I just got, that's my safety strat. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Nailed it.
Yeah, for the box that you're not gonna buy.
The what?
And going for that trick,
Exactly.
by the way, everyone in the chat, if you screw it up, you fall down to
Oh.
an area and have to backtrack all the way
Yeah,
back to where you were.
It cost you like 2 minutes
Yep.
from all the walking around and encounter or
Any of
two
these
But it
like
or
looks
four
three.
cool.
traps right here, if you screw them up, it's time loss. Don't screw
The
it.
idea is you're basically walking in a square hitbox. You're walking in between the squares. That's really all it is. But you have to go around a little bit of a pole, and if you accidentally go to one side or the other, right, you end up having to go all the way to the bottom and try again.
Yeah,
which is
the very
unfortunate.
so yeah, you've got the two types of tile there. You got the circle tiles and the X tiles. The X tiles are safe, circle tiles are a trap, and the trap tiles have a very small hitbox right in the middle. As long as you don't hit that hitbox, you can just walk all over them.
So real quick for the cartographers in the chat, you will see it when I get out of this combat. We only see this horizontal map type very rarely. It's here, it's the Horteca Inn. I want to say there is an example elsewhere that we do encounter. Maybe it's the lighthouse. It's something along those lines. But it is a random thing that you just kind of have to work your way around this cut. I don't know what you would call that, like a cross section of the mountain. But we are maneuvering our way through and finally ending up in a Zelda-esque fashion on the specific floor with our boss room.
Yeah, this vertical map is really just not helpful.
It is a thing. Again, as Arcadia said earlier, the best method here is to enter first-person mode and look around. That's kind of the lesson
If you're
of
trying
this
to figure it out
dungeon.
casually, yeah.
Hmm.
To see where you're gonna land, like look below you or look around you, and you can say, "Is there something below
Also,
me? What's below me?"
doing this does not increase your encounter rate. Standing still is a good option in that case. Alright, just for y'all, I guess I can use a single Zachary Crystal.
All right, hold. I know it's hard.
It's just unnatural.
I mean, just think, if Vice dies here, he'll be a level lower. Grapers.
True. And also, that would be silver experience, which we very desperately want. Did everyone survive in my official rockworm?
Yeah. Yep.
I believe you.
Let's try this.
Do in fact believe you.
What do you mean official? You got it the first try.
Yeah, first try, no resets. Nobody
still,
died
you
in this
still
one.
have the Ryslum crystal to prove it.
Bro, I couldn't get out of Tony. Marathon runs. We love that. Never before seen, chat. Except for... Yeah. First try. Captain Ica is a normal occurrence. All things considered. That's right. That's what ended up happening. I should have gone right first. Minor things like pathing optimization like that. Because now I have to go across the hypotenuse, and that's the longest way to go. I mean, really. It's like I don't even run this game.
Pythagoras is very displeased right now.
Hey, look. A holy guy. Hey, holy guy. I'm pretty sure the other door is more guards. I'm pretty sure it's,
Nope.
another...
It's,
oh, no.
It's your, whatever it's called, the regen equivalent of the glyphs. Healing salves, there we go.
Oh, that's right, because Armstrong takes those sometimes.
Wait,
Aesop
does he?
says, you're a space princess. He did at one point because he wanted the salves for Tortigar, I want to say.
Oh, yeah, now he just uses a lunar blessing.
I love that for him. Oh no, he gets lunar glyphed. Hey, $25 from Sanic to support Open Medicine Foundation Canada. Thank you very much for your kind donation, Sanic. We really appreciate it, and honestly, we really appreciate Really Longathon for offering a slot to our runners. It's a great game, and it's perfect for a long RPG speedrun marathon. I mean, you're not even just RPGs at this point. There's a lot of games that are really longathon. Also, I really want to heal Vice now. Really want to heal Vice.
A very good idea.
Zachary. Oh,
Yes,
good.
please burn the Zacharies. You don't want to be stuck with those during a fight.
You're good. Seriously, cheers. I do need to heal the little Jack. Don't let me forget about that. Also, I need to remember my map after this. So here is where we begin a classic dance of hat and map. Every time we get to a boss, we equip our hat, and every time we go through an encounter zone, we have our map on. Our job is to keep this to as few menus as possible, and to try to make it pretty quick and clean. If you increment without your hat on, you are missing a bunch of damage, even if you then put your hat on. However, if you take your hat off, you don't actually lose that much damage. You still lose damage, but you don't lose as much.
Yeah, so you get an extra 20 attack stat based on if you have your hat on when you get the buff or not. And that usually translates to another 50 damage per attack. No, I'm sorry, an additional 100 damage per Cutlass Fury, or 300 damage for...
Hey,
Pirate's
you know
Wrath.
that thing I just said I really shouldn't do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Also, I am meant to have the Berserker, but that's not on him right now. That's on her, which she needs to put on this, and then she also needs to put on... that's actually it, so I'm gonna take that back. Hey, hi, hello. That's guard. Guard. You actually need... nothing? You, on the other hand, need Flame Mantle and Ability. I'm gonna attack with you because I need damage. I did put the Thermo Ring and the Silver Veil on, so we're good there. Drachma doesn't matter because he's thick as a brick. But he is going to help me get this damage through because I am not doing the amount that I am meant to be doing. Also, yes, fine, I will heal the girl. Yeah, actually heal Vice first, and then you heal Ica, because she is lower than you and you keep swinging.
Let's try this.
Thank you, Arcadia. I appreciate her being here on times where she could be, but also I know she is laughing at my...
Yeah,
Did I just heal
fine.
Ica
It's a
twice?
marathon.
Tell me I didn't just heal Ica twice.
It's a marathon.
Tell me I didn't just heal her twice. That is a
I'm
lot of
telling you
damage
that it's a
difference.
marathon.
Oh no.
See, good thing you healed her twice.
Oh no. Yeah. So anyway. Yep.
Okay.
Let's try this.
Yep. At least she can heal
It's
effectively without much
fine.
risk now. It was if he attacked Ica and Fina as they were both healing before they healed, that
Yeah.
would have been bad. So,
Yep.
he really just does not like her. That's fine, though. Thank you, Drachma. I do think this... Well, the counters. Don't love the counters. Just guard. I might have been meant to attack with Drachma there. Yep. It's fine. Chat, give me a counter. That is not a counter. Good thing they're all guarding. Thank you. Fina would have died. Thank you. Hey, please go first. Thank you. We're out.
Hey, damage cap.
So yeah, if he had been buffed with hat and everything at the beginning, he would have been doing about 1100. But you can see without the hat and without the armor, he was only doing like 500, even with the buff. It is a pretty big deal, but clearly, as I am showing live on stream in this marathon, intelligent improv can work wonders in terms of surviving. It's a lot of that. We've got it pretty much down to a science, so we actually used to use Crystales boxes there, but it really was a bunch of time just spending them on what, 400 damage? 400, maybe 500 per?
Yeah, something like that.
We've removed that just for the sake of Vice does 1,000 damage per turn. Let's just focus on that. Hey, you remember that hat that I need to take off?
Yep, I was about to
Yep.
tell you that you need your map.
A lot of
Thus
things to
begins
balance,
the accessory
chat.
dance.
Yep. So, I do have a slightly specific route that I'm going to fly out of here. Partially to prevent the activation of a discovery that is moving through the air, because if I don't, I can start it at a different angle and catch it very easily. But if I accidentally trigger it, then it's going to be ahead of everything, and suddenly I lose track of it and can't get it again. Not fun. We're going to keep that from happening. Alright. Once again, shoutouts to Sanic for making a donation. This is a charity marathon. We really appreciate all the viewers and all the people that have supported it and have generated this marathon. Please take a minute, hit the exclamation point donate command, and try to support how you can. So everybody's having a good Q4, good holiday season. Alright, so we have our map equipped. We are going to fly north. I am going to stay outside of the landmass. Once again, the landmass does have a faster encounter rate compared to open sky, and a different set of encounters, which is interesting and useful to know in several cases. But I'm going to go northeast.
Land encounters in this area are gross. They have the giant plants.
And they put you to sleep so fast. So, I'm lucky I did not trigger Wings of Gold. Oh, I am not going where I need to. That is where I need to. There is an encounter reset, actually, on the edge of this land I am above at this moment. So that's why I didn't really have to do any bridge hops, just because it's about 20 seconds to get to where you need to go, maybe 30. It really just depends on which zone you're in as to how long you have. Again, South Ocean is a crazy high encounter rate. This area is pretty darn high, but we'll get to some areas later where I can go up to 45 seconds without having to do a bridge hop, if all goes well. Alright, so we are going to hook a left, not a right. There's a lot of somewhat inverted controls. That's why you'll see me snap left and right, because I am trying to figure out which one goes the direction I want to look. There's our good friend Wings of Gold. Hi, Wings of Gold. Thanks for not flying away. Alright, now that I've found it, be gone. And it will go off into the distance. We might see it again in a moment. But first, we happen to see this oddly compass-looking spot in the ground that just happens to point to Stone Man. Hello, Stone Man. You look like you're blind. Let me help you with that issue. Alright, maybe he doesn't look blind, he looks a little dim. So let's give him a light. Put in the Golden Man's gem. We are going to put the Great Bird's gem. Wow. Honestly, I kind of expected those to light up more than they did. I wonder if it's noticeable if you do it to one and then have to leave and come back, but wouldn't be surprised if they unfortunately did not have the capacity. There's a lot of things in this game that you can kind of tell they were getting better as time went on. They were getting much stronger with their animations and with their sound effects and with the bounds that they felt they could work in, partially because everything was shrunk onto multiple discs at one point, and therefore, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff that happens when you've only got so much data. The sound compression on the GameCube is an unfortunate side effect of putting it on one disc. But
Well, it also just is working off a completely different sound effect, or sound engine, or sound chip, rather.
But
The sound design in this game was optimized for Dreamcast. That part kind of got rushed in the port.
it is still darn good music and fantastic aesthetics. There's definitely just room for a rewrite, a redesign, a brush up. This
You
next
might call a remaster.
Oh, remaster. There you are.
Ah, yes.
This section that's coming up against Grendel is one of those situations where I feel like proper animation would look amazing. They could do so many cool things with a remaster of this upcoming ship battle sequence. However, it's, you know, it's still pretty epic as is. It's just, you can tell, you know, he's walking on a green carpet. Yeah, I'd be interested. But all we can do is give Sega the message that we want more skies by continuing the legacy and trying to drum up hype. That's what we're here for, chat. So, last time I was here, I happened to forget a very important item, a cutlass, because as we've seen, we aren't upgrading their stats or their weapons as much as we potentially could. But every once in a while, especially if there's something free, we are going to take it in the dungeon. Boppity boom.
Retreat.
And now my hundo brain is seeing these encounters and being like, do I take this one?
No. No, you
The
don't.
answer in this run is no.
Absolutely not. It is very easy to get lost in this dungeon. I do not blame anybody that was not a fan of this because it is many encounters and a very confusing dungeon, and not everyone goes back at 10 Moonfish. And this is the early, like when we go back for White Map, that is the earliest humanly possible moment that we can get that item. And not everybody does that. They normally get it about at the midway point in the game, which is nice, but at that point you're pretty strong and you're kind of more interested in the fights themselves anyway.
You are doing it again.
Oh, thank you. It's that stairway. I know that that's the way I need to go, but it is not the way I need to go yet. I think it was that same kind of encounter spot where I hit it and then I was like, oh,
Yep.
oh, I got that right. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
that's,
here
that's,
for it.
That's definitely a spot where the minimap helps. Like, is that area lit up? No? Crap.
Listen, I am a simple man. I love many things about Sega and many of the games they've made. I will admit I was a Genesis person, not a Dreamcast person. So I want a Cool Spot remake. And I want Vector Man remakes. We'll see. We'll see. See what they come back with. But we are all eager. Please let me hit this. Please let me hit this. I am going to go get these safety crystals. Hey, hi, safety crystals.
I'm not sure what this encounter does for your play.
What?
Yeah, the
Oh, does it
platforms
keep
that
running?
seem to- No, it seems like they just reset to a fixed.
Weird. I assume they just froze where they were, but
Nope.
ah, come on, let me hit this. Let me hit this. Woo!
Yeah!
Huge.
Just as planned.
Absolutely planned. There you go.
Man,
We love
I
that.
want people to stop getting my hopes up about this remaster. What? No, not that. Where are you going?
Not this one? Okay. Okay.
Oh.
I get
That-
very
that's a
easily
pupil.
turned
That's a
around.
pupil stare.
I'm thinking of the Moonfish one, which is around and
Yeah,
about.
that's after the next platform.
Hang on, I gotta scroll down. That's what I gotta do. I never expect to get this far. Bibbidi boppity boom.
Retreat.
Left through a doorway, head down the stairs, then wait on a lift. Down the stairs. Wait on the lift. Hey, come back here.
You
Back
could
here.
get to the gold chest.
Oh, yes, 1,100 gold, just what I need. 200 technically, but it's like 86. 186. Anyway, first up, go right to a room.
Yep.
I guess I didn't realize we get this now.
I think we've gotten it for a little while now.
I might have a different one in my notes usually. I think... I don't know.
There you go.
I know the Moonfish I definitely go for,
One moonfish and one more chest. Wait.
I am getting the Moonfish, and
Yeah.
I just got the light coat. I am not getting another chest.
No, yeah, no more chests. That's right.
But the chest
Third-
or the Moonberry, the Moonfish that I am planning on getting after this is Nazrad.
Okay.
Not, or well, no, I'm getting Ducats.
Yeah, you should.
Maybe it's that I meant to normally cut this one. That's a recent revision that I've been making. Like, I really did take the time to just mirror Arcadia's at this point. There's a few things in there of my own style, but it's just a matter of I need to do runs before I can start messing with strats to a degree.
Yep, there's definitely a lot of things that have changed, and a lot of things to get used to, a lot of things, what spin
Just
you
a
want to
little
put on
bit.
them yourself.
We are basically done with Rixes. We do not have to deal with any forced encounters in Rixes. It's just a bunch of regular encounters, and the boss of this area is a giant sloth that luckily we will
Yep.
not have to see.
Yep, and there are no, at least on your first time for a run, once you hit this area, there's no more heals or whatever have you.
Wait, how do I... Is it Y? There we go. And then... I do need to save a bit of mana. Oh, I did not save any mana.
It's fine, you have some magic droplets, right?
Yep. Yes, I do. Totally unnecessary. Take those. Oh, don't you dare. I am meant to use deluxe kits there, but I just knew I had to heal the party as well. It just sadly didn't break out easily.
Oh, I didn't set a new alarm. I'm sorry. I missed that ad.
You're fine. You're fine. It works out well, because now we have
Next
a
one's
little bit
the-
of time to get Rictalish and Grendel and Chameleon out of the way. Right, like, it's okay if I miss them, because it's not always great to have to do that every 30 minutes. But, you know,
I know
it's
you just did a
understandable.
big. I know you just did a big menu. Did you already put the hat on?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I've got it in my fight. Which is not the intelligent thing, but, you know, it's the fast thing. It's faster to do that in the fight than it is to
Yeah.
menu normally, except for cases where you have to unequip someone, go back to Vice, and then re-equip, and I do
Yeah.
respect that. So first off, I need my hat. Second off, I need my sword. Third off, I need to not die. We're gonna do all of those things, hopefully, and be on red. Atlas Fury, and Might, on Vice, and do Guard, and Speed? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Vice is not getting buffed, unfortunately. It's fine. I didn't give Peanut the light coat, but whatever. He still does 1,000, but if once I buff him, he'll do more. That's fine. This bird has a lot of status effects, as well as a big damaging AoE, as well as the ability to remove my buff with his auto attacks. So we hate that. Excuse me?
Yeah. This
Should've
bird is
done
good
it
at.
with- Yeah, the
I was just
confusion.
gonna say that this, yeah, with confusion, with sleep, it can weaken you. It has big AOE that
Big
hurts.
damage. Luckily, the Glyphomite will help Vice survive in the future. That is part of why I haven't been using my Sacrace crystals. I do have them, but I need to be a little bit smart about using them for the sake of, you know, they are not infinite, and 1,000 damage is unfortunately less than you might think. Thanks. Nice miss.
Good.
Now that we are buffed, we are doing 1,400 per swing. It's just a matter of turn order, unfortunately. Things we don't really have control over, but we do the best we can with what we have. Arguably, I could be healing Fina, but she tanks another as long as she's guarding.
She's guarding.
Hmm. That
Unless she's
Fina?
not.
Nope, that is not Fina. That is Vice. Luckily, everyone's kind of far away, so he should go for... I need to Curia him. It's just the only way to do it without,
Okay. At
How
this
long
point in
has
the fight,
Aika
that's
been
fine.
asleep? She has been asleep the whole fight. Can she wake up?
Let's try
It can take a while.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 turns max. It's something crazy like that. I just know at that point it is absolutely worth curing him because I need that damage as soon as I can get it. Counter. Counter for me. One time. I wanted
Do
it.
it.
He's
Don't.
status vice.
Really?
He
Just throw a
tried.
ball. Oh, nope. Just get him. Kill that bird.
That's actually a good bonus for silver. Normally we don't actually end this fight on silver. But
Blessing
hey,
in disguise.
Rick Talish did not use feather cannon more than 3 times, so we'll take it. I think he used it twice, or did he only hit
Yeah, I think
Drachma
so.
with 1?
I think it was twice.
Alright. So this is where I actually, one of the spots, Lord knows, soft locked when I did a casual run of this game. I made it all the way through here with no mana and no repaired ship.
Yeah.
So
That sounds hard.
you can save up here and suddenly you can't do anything but go into the next ship battles. And I didn't know well enough about how the ship battles worked to maneuver, and therefore I had to go back and do it all over again from Moonstone Mountain, I believe. Which, when you're doing Rixus casually and you don't have a white map, not pleasant. Not fun. Yeah, goes to show folks, safety saves and backup items as many times as you can.
Well, you made it through the first demon bird. Okay, and Drachma is once again on arm kill
Just kill him.
threaten technique. I mean, to be fair, he's never actually followed through
That's
a
true.
bluff.
He is definitely the intimidating one of the crew. Vice is way too nice to, like, threaten people. Although he did tackle the heck out of him.
Yeah. Yeah, Drachma's definitely the one to step up and be like, I'm gonna kill you, and you'll believe it.
Yep. I think I drank a little too much of my Red Bull, a little too early. It's not too bad,
Oh.
just I know I've only got a little bit. And I've got a lot of energy for someone who a third of the way in. A little over a third. Don't worry that much, chat. We're not gonna be a 12-hour run by any means. Yeah, we'll get there. The end game is much faster than it used to be. Here's our friend the Cygnus,
Oh, yeah.
also known as the Swan constellation, led by Alfonso.
Well, I'm not sure about lead. More of occupied. Such weird anatomy. Oh, maybe Grendel was the cup holder.
Listen, he's the Jolly Green Giant, but also, yes, Grendel is in fact definitely a cup holder, and Recumen is either a stool, a chair. I think it's an upside-down chair, maybe.
Maybe.
Either way, it's definitely not pleasant to sit in. So yeah, he people of Ixitaka have decided that rather than trust Vice to handle their issues, even though he clearly did it the first time, they're going to unleash the Great Weapon as a defensive strategy to remove the colonist Valuans. Conquering Valuans?
I mean, to be fair, the first thing that you did was you snuck into a facility and you came out with one more person than you went in with. It's a little bit different from driving off and occupying.
Yeah, no, Vice has definitely proven himself as not a Valuan, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, chat. Right on in we go. This is a little bit of a long one, but these are some good fights. They are definitely interesting. We have a few conditions here, mainly just damage that is basically if you get crit, be careful because he does a bunch of damage to us and we're doing our best to out DPS it, but at the same time it's still very much not an easy fight, and if you misplay, he can kill you.
I mean, he can kill you just for not following the backup strat when he hits you with 2 crits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's the No, I'm thinking of where does Enrique confirm with a Cristalli? Is it Yellow or
Baltor?
Baltor, that's right. That's the one I messed up. Baltor 2. Because it's like just enough to cover the range. Or just enough to kill him.
Yeah, because it's the attacks that we normally use, you know, the 2 arc whales and a shredder bomb, it's sitting smack dab in the middle of the damage range. So 50-50 coin toss that kills without a crit.
Yeah.
And then the Cristalli's enough to push it over into a definite kill. What would Yellowgar be?
I think a Scorpion is what we agreed on. I'm pretty sure we agreed on he's a Scorpion.
Oh, well, I mean, like, the game says he's a dragon. It kind of looks like a table.
I can see it, but also, yeah, it's definitely not, like, it's kind of spider-ish, but we already have a spider. I think I'm sticking to a Scorpion, but that's just me. Alright, so, Chameleon 2! He comes back with a gun. So we are going to not let him shoot us as best we can, and we are going to continue to Webley the heck out of him. Pyro Bomb 3rd.
We don't want to use magic there. It apparently misses.
I need to adjust the formatting of my notes because they did not copy and paste the way I wanted. Boom, boom, and... So it's really just spam here. What's the one we need to take the second option? Because there was definitely one where I meant to and did not.
Yellowgar.
That makes sense. So at least here it's just spam and spam, so that's good.
Yep.
Yeah, I've kind of removed dialogue option first choice and just put spam.
Yep.
Just keep spamming.
Yeah, my notes make a note of, like, at the beginning of my notes, just where not to spam, and then I just, if I don't see anything about an option, I just spam.
We've been shot, chat. Are we below 6,000 health? Take a chance, open fire. We are not below 6,000 health, so we don't have to worry. So, Pyrobomb, Webley, and Appa. Interesting Appa on 4th. I'm pretty sure it's because we are at the end of our first Inkrum, and we are Appa waxing to cover the damage of 3rd turn and finish on 4th turn.
Yep. And I know it sounds silly to use an Appa wax when in turn 1 when you're not using anything. It exploits that in turn 1 or turn 2, but weirdly enough, it does make a difference in you're in danger if he doesn't crit. So,
And if you're not incremented and he does crit, you're even more in danger by a lot.
no, it doesn't matter because when he crits, he'll just ignore your entirely.
Oh, that's fair.
But yeah, I was running the numbers on it. I was like, wow, there is actually a chance he kills you without double crit if you don't buff. So I guess we buff.
Yep. Excuse me, chat. My headset is not entirely charged. Other than looking silly, should be fine. Boy, oh boy, do I look silly. Alright, guard, 4th. Webley, 3rd. Webley, 2nd. Harpoon cannon 1st. Am I gonna die?
No, you're fine.
He's just preparing, mostly.
Yep.
Cool. 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 A pangolin. I can kind of see it. All of them have the weird, like, shell appearance. Is it normal to get a 3-turn? I guess it is, right?
Yeah.
The 4th turn is just if you had to heal. Hey, welcome. Chat.
Exactly.
We are out of Chameleon 2. Now we need to heal like crazy, because Grendel's gonna punch us.
Yep. Fortunately, Grendel is nice and gives
Hunter
you a chance.
Torpedo. I don't think I got B-type. I'm gonna double check.
I don't think you did.
I don't think I did.
Don't think so.
Hunter's the less valuable, right? Is Hunter more valuable? Okay.
I think Hunter's like 11, 20, something.
That's fine. It's just extra gold. I'm probably gonna get Ancient Palace then. Arguably, I don't have to, but I would rather not come up short on my gold in this run. Not to say we're anywhere close to it, but let's not find out. Yeah, welcome. You are in for the long haul, chat. We have so much run for you to watch. Don't you worry. Yep, not dying. Cool. I am gonna take one moment and step away, but I'll be back to input in a moment. Actually, I should.
Cool. And now begins where we chip away at Grendel with guaranteed damage. Because he has 110,000 HP and at least 22,000, so that we're able to make him hold his head and say, I have a headache. And when he does that, we shoot him in the back with a harpoon cannon. And this combination of attacks is guaranteed to hit and will always get us the damage we need in the time we need.
Alright. Time to get hit by a rock.
I threw a rock at him.
This is what I affectionately known as the not-so-jolly green giant. Specifically after the King of Porteca gets hit with the laser, he's a little upset. So we're just trying to de-escalate with bombs. So here we are going to continue to spam and not get stepped on, and then we will increase our attack damage and then not use any attacks. Like Eric mentioned,
use an attack next turn.
Okay, yes, the harpoon cannon is kind of a big deal. Fair. But we are also throwing 6 consumable items in the next turn and a half. True. Somebody stole his peas. And he really wants world peas. So this is a case where it's a little bit of an auto-scroller. We do have a damage threshold that we have to hit. The harpoon cannon handles majority of it, but we are able to use these cheap consumables to cover the rest of it. Gravity is lower in this universe because there's so many moons, and depends on the type of stone he lifts. I'm not a geologist.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when he throws that giant island at you, it flies in a straight line. So, presume it would just float.
It just keeps going until it hits something, I guess.
Yeah, how do you think all those little rocks got stuck in Grundle?
1 second. Third, big bomb fourth, harpoon cannon. Again, we're using drachma for the increased damage. Go ahead.
I was just saying that Grendel was bowling in the South Ocean. Get all those little rocks.
Hey, sending them straight into the whirlwind and keeping it dangerous. Is that how Kama Rock happened?
Yes. That's exactly what's happening, is he saw Kama Rock. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed.
So, interestingly, and granted, we aren't buying the improvements to the Little Jack that are available. There are several ways you can mod the Little Jack, both in weapons and in accessories. So, there is a little bit of lore about Drachma actually taking his fishing boat, reinforcing it, kitting it up, trying to make it into a monster hunter's boat. It is, you can see actually elsewhere in the world, specifically in Nazrad, other variations of the ship that are much more generic and not battle ready, but there is a little bit of lore about him reinforcing and trying to build, you know, a gunboat out of a fishing boat, including a gigantic harpoon. We love our gigantic harpoon. Somewhere out there, harpoon cannon is having a great day, I hope. I'm gonna Lux Kit, I'm gonna guard, and then we're gonna shove him into the ditch. Sorry, Grendel, you're gonna have to take a little canyon nap. I'm assuming they just push him in and his foot gets stuck. That's the reality. He just can't get out at that point, and he's just chilling there for eternity. That's one of those sequel concepts. You hear me, Sega? You pull this man out of his ravine, okay? He's still mostly fine.
Man, he still has a hammer to wield.
We'll find his hammer in a minute. But he is right. There is a hammer that Grendel, by lore, used to defend Ixataka before it was shattered, as it is. In a legitimate lore sense, the world was more whole. The gravity was still probably less based on the sheer volume of moons, but eventually something terrible happened that Fina told us about, and basically there was a cataclysmic moon dropping event that we definitely were not involved in this time, that broke apart the land masses and created even more gravitational issues because the core of the planet has turned into the moons and or, you know, the black hole that happens to be at the center of the world. But anyway, Grendel's down. We're out of here. Let's go, chat. We hit 420 Grendel. Haha. Don't smoke trees. Otherwise, Vice will come after you and take your flamethrower away. Go loco.
Pour water in your flamethrower.
Yeah. Look, Grendel's just... He's just floating. He's just calming down. I do need to equip my map, and I do need to heal my characters. One,
Yeah,
two...
I
Go ahead.
personally like to do that inside the hut or inside the hideout, just so you don't. Can't confirm whether or not your step counter goes up when you menu in the overworld, but it sure feels like it.
There's a dead zone that I'm actually making sure I go over there.
Yep.
It's not huge, but it is kind of important to do that
Yeah.
because we're doing a big discovery sweep here. I personally live in the assumption that discoveries reset your step counter. That may or may not be true.
No, but oh yeah, you need to go a little bit.
Did I miss?
Yeah, it's a
Got
little bit
Will-O-Wisps?
to your southeast, I think is.
And then south, yeah. Because I need to go mysterious rings.
Okay.
Thank you. Then northeast to the gray piece of land. I'm going too far east.
Not a chance.
I was going too far east. I did not mean to get Tricyclone. You leave that strat with Armstrong. This is why we equip the map. If you're lucky... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I was hoping you weren't going for that tricyclone because there was not a chance you were catching that thing.
Not on that,
angle.
path. I would have had to go straight south, and maybe I would have gotten it.
You did slightly go to the right when it. Oh no! Don't.
This man. So yeah, we're gonna go see our third bounty target. I believe there's no way around this.
No, he's mandatory. He was part of Dreamcast.
Yep, he is Gordo the chef. No, Gordo the glutton, I should say.
I think he likes fish.
I think he likes a lot of things.
Yeah, I think he likes boar's heads. I think he likes wine. I think he likes cabals.
The only issue I have with Gordo is he has that Legend of Zelda mouth of just like an empty pink void, or like he looks like a Pac-Man almost. Gordo Ramsey, there you go.
Are you saying he's a descendant of Cupel?
Hang on.
Yep. Got your hat.
Might, Ica, Glyph, Speed, Fina, and Drachma, Crystales, Gordo. So Gordo has 3 guards. They all can poison on their auto attacks. They cast Pyrace, a AoE fire attack. And Gordo himself has the ability to heal. However, he is scripted to drink first, burp second, and then figure it out. So our goal is to only give him 2 turns. We may need to hit him on the 3rd turn, but by that point, all of his guards should be gone. I don't have hat on. Do I have hat? I have hat on.
You put a hat on.
Ooh. And we're gonna blow him up. I am making sure to keep all of these details straight among wonderful commentary alongside my amazing friends. Everyone else, Crystales box. It's the reading the notes part, right? It's the following the notes.
Let's try this.
Come on, Vice. Clean us up for us. There's the slightest chance that he guards, but I believe he is going to try to use
he has
his
not
burn.
guarded. Nope, he's not guarding.
No, but he has the slight chance. He either burps, guards, or I think maybe attacks here, but that's it. We just want Vice to go faster so he can kill everything.
I haven't looked at him for a while. I think it is the whatever his burp is after he drinks.
That's the thing. He almost always drinks first.
Yeah, but he might not drink first is when things change. And the ad alarm.
I appreciate that. Okay, we have just knocked out Gordo. We are on our way into the Valuan airspace. You may get an ad in the next minute or two. Depends on what the showrunners say. So, if it happens, appreciate you. We'll be here. So, mute, tab, do what you gotta do. And pre-roll will be off when you are back. We do this to keep it off for the newcomers. We appreciate your patience. So Gordo knows Drachma. This is a unfortunate fact because Drachma does not tell anybody anything. And so we run away. And Fina says, "Thank you very much." And leaves. She's very polite. She's a very polite space princess. Drachma has not talked to his therapist in several months, and grief counseling has not been working. Okay, listen here, you little...
I think it's been, what, 7 years? 7 years?
Sorry, chat. We are going to have spoilers in this speed run. If you watch long enough, you just might see the ending of the game, so if you're not ready for that, bad news. I meant to... I can menu, I suppose. But I got the lighthouse. And then our encounters are reset by this cutscene. Drachma is pensive. Aika is concerned. The whole crew likes Drachma. Dr. Kurt. Let's see. Captain Stripes. Boom. Deluxe kits. Boom. I shouldn't have used that there, but whatever. Magic. You. Boom, 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 boom. We're gone. Alright. So we are vaguely counting to 20, I want to say. It's a little less than that. This encounter rate's decent. It's going to be right about on this hill in front of me. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to try to get the discovery. Aha! Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the hill.
Oh, other hill. My bad. Oops.
Yeah, right about there.
2 hills. Too many hills. My notes only say hill. But anyway, northeast. Let's see if we can do it without even a hop, chat. Oh, nope, we should have hopped.
It's fine.
So, okay, what do you think? Do discoveries cancel counter rate?
No. I definitely tried a lot of experimentation with a.
Does it at least pause it while you're getting it? I feel like it has to, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I
It's
don't
still
know.
terrible to have to
Probably.
try to time. Yeah, my notes still include, like, get Pyra and Zivelin if you're behind, because I don't want to deal with Tikis. But things like that are up for discussion. I just feel like I'm so safe on my gold the way I play. I know that's a terrible way to play. Alright, chat. You should be back. We appreciate your patience. We are now in the Enforcers battle. So we have discovered that the Yellow Gigas is locked in a vault that we are standing on, because that's very intelligent decision making. We
Not
are
only
going
standing
to
on it,
flip
fighting
the
on it.
hat. Going to lift up speed. We are going to equip Aika with the Gem of Fluidity, wherever it may be. It is on Drachma. I am going to guard Fina, Thermo Ring, guard Drachma. I don't know what you're supposed to be on, but flip a mic.
Doesn't matter. He's gonna lose it
Nice.
anyway.
I don't know that.
It's been telegraphed through all the cutscenes that we're not watching.
Drachma leaving and thinking about stuff? Nah, he's just angry. So here's why we have to guard with the girls and only really use the guys to take actions and buff. We're making sure that they survive these grenades, because if all 4 of them decide to grenade, it's scary. It's scary for Vice, it's scary for the girls, so we need to make sure that really the lowest possible chance of people dying is occurring, because we are so dedicated to getting the silver experience, that if anyone dies, it's a little spooky. But as long as everyone stays alive, we get full silver experience, and we get Rizalum when we need it. Hey, he still hits like a truck. But yes, silver is the answer to most things. So after these people threaten to kill us, they ask us to spare them, because they're weak. However, Weiss does not have much appetite for killing other than all of the random creatures and people who he treats as random creatures. You know. They didn't die, clearly, when we finished the battle. Drachma, on the other hand, right. He says, let's do it. And Weiss says, hang on. Calm down there, Ahab.
Drachma can practically smell the whale from here.
But interestingly, this is also an area where you find something called a cham. So if you play the game casually, you're collecting these chams for a cupel to strengthen Fina's auto attacks. It's not a super necessary thing, but it's a fun mini game because cupel gets different forms. Fina's only weapon is cupel, and the chams are her upgrades. There's a specific order that you're supposed to use these chams. There's also items called Abiric chams that you eventually end up getting. I apologize. Gotta switch over to the white map. Then up. And then we go out, and we have touching emotional scenes with Drachma. Kills them. Drachma goes back. Tell your... Just kidding. Dead men tell no tales. But...
No, but when you write Drachma was here in their blood.
Oh no. No. This is touching Drachma time. Jack was his son. The little Jack is named after his son who tragically lost in a freak whale accident. His son loved feathers. Drachma may or may not... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, sadly, feathers do not, in fact, stop you from falling thousands of feet to, well, whatever's down there.
Yeah. We'll find out soon. Don't worry. Oh. Get foggy.
Yep. Whale killed his boy.
There's meant to be a mechanic where you listen to the call of the whale or you look for some kind of indication, but there's not much. But in reality, you just go straight. You go straight, you get the next cutscene. Turns out, Ragnar has been being chased because Ragnar is suspiciously purple and covered in runes that indicate that it's magic. Or also, Ramirez might just be a jerk. A little bit of both. Ragnar's size changes somewhat in the cutscenes that we see, because compared to the dinghy the first time, and then here we see somewhat different scales, but we do get to see him in all of his glory here. This is Drachma's purple whale. Good old, definitely not Ahab Drachma.
Well, I mean, it's a magic whale. Maybe it actually just changes sizes.
But I will tell you, chat, this fight is not super exciting. We are guarding. We have to hit a text option. If we don't, this fight becomes nearly impossible. So I need to both guard and keep paying attention while that happens. I'm going to take this time to show for charity. Let's not forget, this is a charity marathon. I'm going to ! Donate. So please don't forget to be generous for this cause. We are looking to fundraise. We are looking to have some interesting interactions between a poll coming up for our flag, our official pirate group flag, as well as some decisions that can be made if we hit a decent number or two. You know, right now I'm definitely looking at that 1100 for the Hades pet the dog the whole time, but also I, you know, definitely include a few fun tidbits as we go. You are going to see me hit a turtle with a moon 3 times. It's great. It's going to be great. We have crew members that we could go unlock should we feel the need. Not too many, but a few. And, yeah, generally just want to make sure we remember. For a good cause. Thank you again to Really Really Longathon, and cheers to the Open Medicine Foundation. Alright. So I'm going to hit this text option real quick, and then we're going to put a harpoon through the ship, and everything will be fine. So if we choose fight defensively, that means you've been upgrading your ship. We, on the other hand, haven't, so we're going to run straight at them. Yo, Eriku, you have to donate 50? I appreciate that, sir. Thank you, thank you. Once again, big cheers to Really Really Longathon. I hope everybody's having a good time. I hope they've enjoyed the marathon thus far. Definitely a huge effort to create and worth respecting. And yeah, couldn't do it without you, chat. Couldn't do it without the viewer. Alright, so we're just gonna harpoon and guard. Good talk. Good talk. I'm just happy this run is off the ground. I have struggled a lot with getting past the 3-hour mark due to my own standards and the game not agreeing with those standards on a regular basis. One day I would love to push this game further beyond, but man, the streamers we have and the gamers we have, they're pretty darn good at it. Alright, go ahead, Erica.
I was just gonna say, we've been goading and teasing you into trying to
segment it one day.
Sorry that it had to be such a last minute high stakes, oh hey, marathon, step up, but
yep,
you're stepping up.
Gotta finish the run though. Got a long way to go, chat. I'm gonna get you as close to 11 as I can. Sub 11, we'll talk.
I think he'll get it. I think he'll do it.
I'm curious how much the end game has changed and what a good end game would look like compared to my current PB, because you've seen it. I had 3 pretty decent PBs, but they were still within like a minute of each other. Crazy, chat. But hey, I appreciate that. I am happy to be here showing this game off. I knew when it was a chance at a marathon, we definitely needed someone to fill the slot, that's for sure. I did not want to leave y'all hanging. But once again, big thoughts for our man 7th Armstrong dealing with his fortunate illness that kept him from doing this run, because I know he is one fast speedrunner. That man, huge respect for the strides he's taken. He had 2 world records until recently. I think he still has a segmented and a regular, doesn't he? Is he 100%? No, Mario's got 100%.
He hasn't done a hundo yet.
Mario's got hundo. 7th has segmented skies. And he recently lost world record to Mario.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, segmented is definitely a smart way to run this game. We don't allow, anything ridiculous, but there is the element of you could grind for the best possible segment and do it again and again until you get what you want, save it, do the next segment, and that's just... I'd drive myself crazy, so I'd rather do it doing, RTA. Everyone loves a good RTA, right? Also, big cheers, chat. Over $1,000. Big thanks to Eriku for putting us over. Big thanks to Sanic for his donation. Big thanks to everyone in chat that's contributed to that goal. That is big. What were you gonna say, bud?
I don't know. I don't remember anymore. You're on Graperland.
Oh yeah, welcome to the abandoned, deserted island. First things first, we gotta check the front of the island. It is the closest to us, and we have to do it. Vice wants to get his bearings, and that involves exploring the map.
May as well slap your slave ring on now. Or whenever.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where that is. I guess Fina had it? No, maybe I didn't.
No,
equip...
Ika had it, and then you took it off. You talked about doing it. I think you went back to do it, right? Yeah.
I think I never equipped the veil. I think that's what it is. Oh, I need to use the Sylph Seed. And... I guess I didn't need to heal. Yeah, I forget I'd get a night in between.
Yep, free sleep.
I'm not going to talk to the skeleton yet, because I am taking the chest of gold here. If you talk to the skeleton, you unfortunately lose the opportunity to get this gold chest immediately. You have to come back after the night's sleep. It throws you in a cutscene after you have buried our good friend. It's Pedro and...
Gonzalez.
Two good friend pirates that were unfortunately split up. They could barely survive without each other. It is a nice kind of break in the pace. Things get a little hectic with Rocknom, and people are probably feeling a bit overwhelmed after 2 back-to-back triple boss encounter dungeons. Not including the boss encounter before the boss encounter. So, they slow it down a minute. They take us to this deserted island, and Vice kind of has to fend for himself a minute. Chat, I am going to mute up and eat a bit. I've gotten some food. I know.
Okay.
Not everyone's favorite to watch, but I'm going to keep the cam on for now, just because I know that's standard. I might turn it off in a bit, depending on how things go. But we are entering an interesting section where, first off, we get to play as Ika. Shoutouts to Hair Down Ika. This is the only time we're going to see it. There's one other opportunity that we skipped.
And her hair physics in general.
Had to show him off at least once.
Yeah, for you know, a game that came out in 2000, I gotta admit, pretty impressive hair physics.
Oh yeah. They really wanted that wind blowing through the hair aesthetic. We meet our good friend, Belle. Blue Rogue herself. Clara, I'm sorry, the crew member that she gives you is Belle. Clara is the captain. There's Belle.
We'll see more of Belle later.
Yeah. She is a very excited gunner. She's the subcannon gunner, which we love because we love subcannons.
Because she makes each subcannon shot do like somewhere between 1.5 and 2,000 damage.
Yep. Nice little buff that we get pretty free too. It's right on the path, and we love that. The main cannon gunner is in this city. However, he demands a giant ladder, and that's too much trouble. And main cannons generally just aren't SP efficient enough.
Yeah.
Sadly.
This any percent route does not use. So we are long past ever seeing another main cannon use.
Technically, we do with the moon gun or moon cannon, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, true. You shoot the moon
once.
cannon. You use it once, and Kazim would make no difference there. So,
True.
You know,
Gadianos is a security system
I'm sorry. We do use it. We use it twice, but again, he wouldn't make a difference.
Oh, Zelos.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, right? We're using the end game cannon. All right, it's a little worth it at that point. All right, so Ike and Fina are in a new town. They've been given a small purse of coin from our good friend Clara, who's definitely not a stalker and chasing after some dashing rogue. And we talk to the innkeeper, who says, you seem nice. You could stay here, get a job, you know. We'll get you on your feet. She's a really nice innkeeper. Also, I'm pretty sure the blockade has been not great for Nazrad. Valua and Nazrad are warring countries, despite the fact that Valua is basically at war with everybody at this point. Either already or on the way to being. Apologies, I cat away from the GameCube. No static here. I have it off the ground, I swear. Cat. Pixie, you're a good kitty. I need to eat. You already eat, so don't come after my food. I should eat in a second. But we have to go on a graper hunt. Maybe I do. Okay, let's just handle it, chat. Grapers. So, we need to kill 15 enemies. There's only one type of enemy, and they are decently fast. They like to run away, and they cast magic. Vice can handle a lot of them, but if I don't heal and get back attacked, it can be scary. So, what we're doing is we're using Slayer Ring to ideally outspeed them, get our magic off if there's multiple, and try not to be back attacked in general. Slayer Ring gives us 10 quick, which is just enough to maybe let Vice outspeed. Ideally, we don't want single Graper encounters, but, you know, for setting off the cutscene and saving my mana at the very least, I'll take it.
Yep, so plot-wise right now, we Island, Vice is in the middle of trying to formulate a plan for how he's going to get off of it. Step one is fire. So, time to genocide the local
Hooray!
fauna.
1. Actually, 2.
That was easy.
Mechanically, these are very awkward enemies. They're extremely weak to certain types of magic, or certain types of colors. They're extremely weak. Yet they're also very frail, and yet they hit decently hard. They are actually kind of threatening. Ever show up more than one at a time.
I could imagine that they have a smaller but similar stat pattern device. So about that back attack by several grapes, it goes one of two ways. It's just one of those situations where if I could, oh man, I'd get that early Pyre out so fast, but I can't. I just have to sit here and watch him run. But yeah, this is what that black map item's for. It keeps them from running, it makes it so you don't get back attacked, and it increases the encounter rate slightly. I only got 2 because of counters. So, 5. 10 to go. I'll heal after the next fight, probably.
Yeah, I haven't been able to sit down and watch Mario's new world record all the way through. I do know that he had an absolutely terrible Graper section.
strength.
There's a
So,
world where I just attack there in case one of them runs away, but I got lucky with the outspeed here.
I mean, you generally get lucky with the outspeed. You've got the Slayer right.
I don't know, man. 18 Vice? He's not exactly a quick man. He is not as speedy as we might like, but the turn order in this game is chaos in its own way, so take that how you will. Hey! Okay, I can't counter that, but that's fine. We're back to 1. Oh my goodness,
no,
please
Vise,
don't.
why
Oh
you-
no.
Oh no.
Is it over already?
The ghost encounter, but slower.
Are we still at 5? We got
Yes.
7. No, we got 7. We got 7.
Yeah,
We got the
true.
2.
You did. We're
We're
get the 2
halfway
apart.
there. Kind of.
Uh,
Almost.
what? 6 encounters? Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah, we can deal with this as long as we get a speed tier that we may or may not have. At least she didn't counter. Alright, we don't have the speed tier.
Moons.
We outsped one of them that may or may not be guarding. It is not guarding. But hey, that's 10. All we need is a 5. It is going slowly, unfortunately. As mentioned, I believe it's
Yep.
kind of a 5 encounter, 6 encounters,
So-
7.
We've had 7 encounters and we're up to 10 grapes. So
Could be worse.
not
much.
not apocalyptic, but definitely
Close.
not good.
All we need is a good 5 drop. I think 5 is the best. Is there a 6
6.
chance? Okay.
Yep. 10% chance at, or wait.
7 is the max that can ever be on the board. I know that much, and it's just rare to see a 7 encounter.
Yeah, you don't get in 7s here. Rixus actually can go up to 8.
Jeez. Only in Rix's.
Only Rixus. Yeah, the game likes Langries apparently. The mosquito things. And I guess totems, the totem pulls. Hmm.
I definitely need
Might
to
be
heal.
about, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably about time to heal. It's kind of been time, but it's fine.
Listen, we killed 3 of them. 2 left. That should be fine. It's only 2. Honestly.
Heal.
I have to use the crystals. Sorting, I need to get used to. It's a recent thing that we've actually started using in the run is to sort the menu to try to put Crystallis boxes at the top, usually. I mistimed mine, but I still have to deal with the effects of everything being alphabetical now.
Oh, Dark Rift can also go up to 8? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Okay, so there's 2 places that... Oh my gosh.
That was easy.
That was the last one. And it ran.
And I hit Pyre. Alright, at least we get a little experience in gold. It's not fun. No, never mind. We don't get extra experience in gold.
Yeah, you really don't.
Alright, game.
Like,
That was a 6 single grape encounter.
That was easy.
maybe more really bad grapes, but goes to show black map pays off. That's why I farmed the Lupulons as best I can. This run, unfortunately, has not gotten any good drops so far. There are still a few chances for good drops, mainly in Aura of Valor at this point. Almost exclusively in Aura of Valor at this point. But it's still a chance, right? And if we get that, that can save us some time on the final fights, or Blueheim if we're lucky.
Yeah, I think the only other possible drop that's worth a darn is what? Gem of Fluidity from Allospheres? And saying that's worth a darn is stretching.
Yeah, it's really not that useful. It's only for one fight if you're lucky.
Yeah, not fighting in Solstice, and even if we did, don't think we'd equip that. I mean, I guess it gives silver defense. Okay, fair enough. It gives silver defense for Fina. What?
Alright, so step 2 of
That's my
Vices... No, you're good. That's fine. Honestly, it gives me a second to eat. If you can hear me, I appreciate you for being here. They're on an ad break, so give me a minute.
So what is dinner?
Sorry, I had to remember where I was exactly. Dinner was a Qdoba bowl. I had a half a sub sandwich before I started, which was nice. But mostly been Red Bull water and little Qdoba bowl, little bite of dinner from the wife earlier.
Okay.
Way around for this, but it actually kind of works. Here, and I go here. Behind this rock. And the other one is at the tip of the island. My pathing hasn't been amazing, but this is definitely one of those just memory and quick little fetch quests. Vice's first step was collect food. His second step was collect wood to try to repair the boat and build a signal fire. And then his third was to collect the red moonstones for power for the boat. And of course, as soon as he almost finishes his boat, well, we may or may not see a new friend.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to live on a diet of grapers for any amount of time. They don't look like they'd be appetizing in the slightest.
Yeah, they're definitely very interesting looking fish. You can see the head and the tail of a normal fish, and in the body is just a bundle of grapes, which is not attractive when you think about it being fish meat, but like, I guess it's probably decent. Those fish better be very fatty and well fed on this island since they're abandoned and alone. Because that's the only reason I'd want to eat that.
All this hard work to make your boat.
Sure would be a shame if
And
someone
now-
with a
and now
bigger
we're-
and
and now we're
nicer
going-
boat came by.
And now we're gonna make incremental upgrades where we get this one, take this to Nazrat, buy a new ship, a proper dinghy, maybe put a normal sized harpoon gun on it,
Mm.
gradually upgrade to a proper pirate ship.
Harpoons here? Nah.
Or we get
We're done with
rescued by
harpoon.
or we get rescued by another ship of like 17.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we have a spare lifeboat for when we need it. I'm pretty sure he keeps it on the island, doesn't he? It's like somewhere put away.
I don't think so.
I thought it stayed, but maybe Gilder steals it. So he has a getaway car. In case of certain.
So at what point were we going to do the flag poll?
That is true. Do we have a mod or a stream runner? Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Interesting. But yeah, this is Gilder. He is a real ladies' man. He is a man's man, and his background images are actually famous photos and different pinups from around the world. Some are historic. Hey, showrunner, can we run a poll for the 3 flags, Ica, Fina, and Vice? If you just want to put the name in the flag, that should be good enough. Chat.
And for people who don't know what they look like, Vise has got a skull, Ika's a cat, and Fina's a dolphin.
If you have any particular preference, now would eventually be the time. Once this poll is posted, we will give you as long as we can, but we will need to have that answer after we have completed the next segment or 2. We have a decent amount of time, to be honest. This is a little early, but I did want to get that out there eventually. Ages, be free discovery, worth a decent amount of money too, surprisingly. Gilder, we're gonna equip him with Counter Bracer. Yep, skull, cat, and dolphin, chat. Take your pick, choose your favorite. I love your spelling of Ica. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, going by the order of the poll options, the first option is for Ica, cartoon cat flag. The second option is Fina, and that's cute dolphin. And
Dolphin
the
on a
third
wing.
option is, yep. And the third option is the Vise flag, which is a edgy pirate cutlass and skull.
Okay, it was explained he does take inspiration from Gilder's flag, because Gilder's flag is pretty similar. It's just a more feathery and sleeker. Listen, Froggy. I should have typed it out. But definitely get your votes in, chat. We probably aren't making it all the way to the decision. So.
See ya.
Listen.
Yeah, I see it counting down, and we might not even to Dackets.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It looks like my flag is winning anyway, so. There are some arguments between, there's some discussion between speedrunners on preferences. In reality, it is basically the same no matter what. I think there's a few frame differences, But oh, I forgot to get the moonfish. Oh well, I'll get it on the way out. Gilder teleports me there.
Are you getting this moonfish instead of the one in
You mean the one I already got?
in Dackett's? Yeah.
True. Guess I don't need that one. Alright, fine. Arcadia fans. I'm gonna keep munching for back.
And now we do the comical game of conveniently walking right past each other.
It's fine. I understand. I'm teasing. We get the point, don't worry. So we're gonna collect our rent that we definitely don't pay. Literally all of it's going to savings, but then they also are giving us a power-up item, which is interesting, and some crystals. I don't think we actually get the money. I think the money goes straight to getting their dinghy.
Yep. Correct. No money. Uh-oh.
My bad.
You don't need to... Yep.
I'm mashing.
I forget who it was, but somebody recently got stuck in a loop of just mindlessly talking to him like 6 or 7 times.
It happens. I'm telling you. You get so into the groove of mashing the A and B, and you forget, and you end up staying at the inn twice. You end up entering and exiting things. The worst possible place to overmash is in the Dark Rift. Or not the Dark Rift, in the Cyclone. What do you call it? The Under Sky. The Lower Sky. When you go into...
No.
What are you talking? Or what is it?
The worst place is the unwinnable battle.
Oh, okay. That's fair. The Ramirez fights. Those are pretty bad. The Vortex. Thank you, though. If you accidentally hit A after fighting Chameleon or on any wrong spot, you will fight in a ship battle that is very not fun. I think you can run away from it, but it is
you can just run. No, we won't be seeing the imposter.
Nope.
Playthrough, unfortunately.
So they actually require a threshold of notoriety that we do not
we come
reach.
Nowhere yet. Like we don't even.
Yep.
We could try.
Hey,
we
who's that in
we
the
could hit
background?
every positive swashbuckler decision we could, and we still wouldn't come any close to meeting the requirement to fight them.
Alright, so we're going to do a quick shopping trip with the guys. We're going to go talk to the king. And then we're going to get out of here after we get a quick dismissal from the Royal of Nazar, who basically says, no way they could attack us. We're too cool. We're protected by rocks and sand. Anyway, we have to go down here to this guy who has a bunch of weapons, but doesn't actually sell weapons. He sells accessories. And we need an accessory. We need to accessorize with a Dabu hide, and that is going to Gilder. Nope, that is not going to Gilder yet. I am silly. I need to keep him on counterbracer. Please hold. That's going to Ica in a moment. For now, Gilder, hey, hi, hello. Favor, hold that for me. My apologies, chat. Force of habit.
Hondo likes to give Gilder an assassin. Can actually get back attacks for the encounters that you're trying to beat.
King first. We will eventually be going up here to go get our merchant friend, but she is apparently too snooty and busy to chat with us.
Oh, what's this? You don't have money?
You're not filthy rich? I'll never speak to you. Seriously, that is about on par with what she says. Until... Vice can try to be a brash, silly person by being like, you better open the gates to the king for me. Yeah, no, nobody's heard of him.
You still coward?
I doubt it. I'm gonna be honest, I doubt it.
I know I saw that you were still coward in Nexus. So.
That's impressive, honestly. You would think I picked it up good options by now. I don't think you get rep for boss battles. That's the main question, right?
Well, I mean, you do, but like nothing.
They count as wins.
Nothing. Yeah, it's just a normal win.
Do you think I should do the Crescent Isle skip? There's no reason to.
I don't think you need to. I mean, you've got a white map.
It's definitely equipped. It is. I equipped it when we were on the ship getting Map of Ages. Had to make sure. I was thinking about it.
The imposters are the same swashbuckler requirement as Ryu. Which, I guess... I guess if we pick every good option, then, like, by the end of the game, we might be able to get them, but... there wouldn't be any point to it.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, it's the only way to hop in the dinghies at this point. Like, there's no reason to. And I think you do get a text box with, I want to say, Ica and Fina. When you go there and back. But...
yeah, probably.
It is just a quick... It is the same loading animation that you would expect. So about that white map...
Oh! White map's not equipped. Interesting.
Hmm.
At least you're almost... I was curious how you were getting 2 encounters, but... that answers it.
Yeah, no, it does. Hey... We're fine, chat.
So this is a demonstration of why white map matters.
It actually does carry over between the two. But luckily, we are able to get out of that. It's very scary because at this point, we are under level. We are definitely up against things that are 5 levels higher than us in some cases. Maybe not that high, but at the very least, 3. So... it is not easy for us to get out of these sometimes.
Yeah, just don't forget.
Yep.
In fact, once you equip white map and switch back to the girls, you might want to just kill them immediately.
What?
So you're about to equip white map, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So after you're done with that and you switch back to the girls, you should probably heal them right away before you have a chance to forget before the boss, since it's not in the notes.
With their magic. Yep. Nope. Intelligent decision making. Yep. He's right, because we have to switch back and forth between the 2 pairs at this point. This whole dungeon's got a really cool design in that way. It is designed for you to have to figure out levers that turn both sides of the dungeon at the same time. You have to kind of switch back and forth and do a few interesting pieces to make your way through and progress. I do need to make sure I set Gilder to silver as well. I don't know. I think the Crescent Isle hop, like, it is directly in the middle of the 2. It's the only way you can actually avoid the counter. I think it has merit. It's just not
like
necessary
maybe
by
for
any
the
means.
maybe for the boys, but the girls really don't need it. They
have the lower
whatever
chance.
reason they have a lower encounter, which makes sense. But
yeah, we never really know when the encounter is actually resetting. That is something that would be an interesting run to test through, but that's just something no one has done yet, and Lord knows that's a lot of minute optimizations. Especially if things are working the way we think they are. But don't. I'd be a little afraid if they aren't the way we think they are. They're probably not.
I mean, just think when you were going through South Ocean, there were invisible blue loopers waiting to back attack and sleep you.
Love that. But they don't show up until
Nope.
later
Nope,
in the
They
game.
don't. No,
It is
not
interesting.
until after paywall do they show up, but technically they're there waiting, just inactivated.
Yeah, there's a few spots like that where once you get Drachma, the Nazar enemies start appear, or the Maramba enemies appear in an area, and once you finish Valua, some things change in an area near there, and it's a whole 9 yards. All right, so going to lever here. One, thank you. So this is our
Now-
first actual skip. We do have a pretty fun little glitch at the end of this dungeon. It's been discovered, I want to say, within the last year. It is not as recent as I might think, but it is still pretty darn recent.
Now, I looked away. Have you healed the girls yet?
Huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I did get the Sacrolens. Holy cow! I
That's
don't like
a disgusting
that
number of snails.
fight. Yep, that's the snails.
So the funny thing is, your Pyre box would kill them.
Those snails.
Yep.
I guess because it's green.
Yep.
All right, I'll heal them.
Two Pyre boxes wouldn't kill a snake, but one kills the snails.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
okay, that's not a snake. That's a seal.
Well, I'm not talking about the seal. I'm talking about a snake.
Oh. Oh, the yellow one.
Yeah.
She'll be fine. I'm gonna let 10 damage go. Oh, wait, can we please? Hitboxes? Hello? We don't need those chests. I know it's very tempting to grab them, but
Yep. Nope, you don't need them.
we do need this one down here, but
Yes.
that is one of those moments that it's going to take a walkthrough of the game to figure out, because you'll see the notes and you'll be like, oh, it says get all these chests. Which chests and where and how? And it takes a minute to get used to the dungeon design. And anytime you are walking around and not paying attention to what you're doing, you're getting encounters. It's absolutely worth taking the time.
Moonberry.
Yep. Gotta get our moonberries, because we are trying to get Pirate's Wrath within a reasonable amount of time. We have an Electrum box that we're about to get that's pretty important. We are going to ignore the one directly in front of me. That's the seal, that's the snail, and those are rabbits. Those are actual rabbits. Not blue rabbits.
Weird, not weird blue scaly rabbits.
It's kind of annoying because you have to angle properly. Luckily, it's easy, straightforward. Get the chest, go back, get the other chest, get out. Not this one, the other one. Or here.
Retreat!
Alright, chat. 2 more bosses and we'll be at the halfway mark. Also, hello,
Hey,
Medills.
welcome to Dills.
Hope you're having a good day,
So-
friend.
So fun to say that name.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, after this boss, we've got a couple cutscenes, and then we'll be at about the halfway point. It's somewhere around here. It's hard to know with the way the end game has been shortened exactly where the halfway mark is.
I think Vigoro is still usually a pretty good benchmark.
I'd say too.
It might have moved slightly, but that's still close enough.
Uh, oh, wait.
Yeah, you were in the right spot. You just didn't do what you needed to as the girls.
I didn't go down and across. Okay. Sorry, yeah, it's... I've got it color-coded. It's just easy to get lost in this dungeon. Okay. I didn't go around. I needed to. So, down and across. Nope. Yes. That's right. It's this
Yep.
switch, hit twice, go across. Yep. It's an interesting dungeon design. I really like the way they have it set up, and it's not necessarily straightforward to think about. Down and around. And 3 times. And then we'll do our friendly glitch with Ica. 2 and 3.
Yeah, casually I always just got through this dungeon. Ocarina of Time water temple. That was just use my lizard brain to say, do everything I can before I change the water. Or in this case, change the levers.
I remember in the water temple, there's just one door that you just don't think about. You don't
The
see
vertical one
Mhm.
that gets revealed by the moving block.
it, that you don't exactly know where it is. All right.
Yeah, that one, like I said, I
You
used
paid
my
attention.
lizard brain to just. No, I didn't pay attention. I had no idea it was there. I was just, oh, change the water level. What happened in this room? Oh, hey, there's a hole in the floor. Had no idea it was there. I just found it.
Yep. It's a good game. Good old Zooters. Never been a Zooter person, but I know they are very well enjoyed by people.
No clip. Oh no, never mind. You're doing the clip. What am I saying?
Yep. So, this trick is basically, because Vice is currently standing on a pillar, and we're somehow able to hit the switch icon on the other side of the wall, we are able to have Ica simultaneously stand on both buttons, despite the fact that Vice is still in the other room, and trigger this cutscene and enter the boss chamber. So that is one of the only actual tricks we have in the game, but it is a cool little, pretty straightforward setup. Saves about 10 seconds, if that.
So we did just see Vi's momentarily or cosplay as Ica.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the ad alarm.
Alright, chat. We're gonna get through this boss fight. You should see the intro, but just be warned, it can happen. Mute tab, do what you gotta do. But we appreciate you for sticking with us, depending on how the showrunners want to hold things up. Well, not hold it up, but give you extra time to see this boss fight, which we appreciate. Alright. So, I've got a couple things to equip. Not much, but just a little. Still surprised we don't equip the girls with armor, but I guess it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you just kill things before it's a big deal.
Ah, yes. Yes. Alright, so Gilder needs to be silver. Man needs his hat. And he needs his Colorless Fairy. Ica, Might, Ice, Fina with speed. Gilder changed to silver, and then you were attacking Sinestra, but also I need to do this. And you still do you, and then you. Oh, you are supposed to be purple. Oops. I forget that we've actually switched to doing. So that's the thing. We've removed Crystallis box uses and tried to rely on the fourth character auto attacks more. It's not a bad way to play. The only issue is misses and counters, but you know, they do a good chunk of damage. Engage. We don't like that. That means that if I do not kill them, I will end up getting a big old attack. So we're hoping Vice outspeeds before the combo attack goes off. Engage. Cool. It's fine. Don't counter.
I mean,
0! Hog. Thank you. Good talk.
so the good news is Gilder's attack here.
Up.
So
Up. Up. There you go. That is
Yay.
one Sinestra down. There is no Death Waltz available, and therefore we get an auto attack. No counter, though, sadly. But it's fine. He wouldn't have done much damage until we switch him to red anyway. Guard, switch to red, attack.
I mean, you might have done what, like 30 damage?
Really? You think it's that bad if he's resisting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably pretty bad.
It takes 10% damage from purple, so.
So keeping him red, because he does the damage, he needs it at this point. But we're going to switch Gilder back to silver in order to allow more silver experience. We're still back. Bang. Just enough to finish him off. Alright, that is Sinestra Destra gone. So, we have completed Ducat's Island. Time to open this giant treasure chest full of gold. After all that lead up, it's time to make some money. Money, 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 money. Speaking of which, chat, make sure you hit that exclamation point, donate, and give to a good cause.
Dungeon this elaborate, you're gonna get a lot of treasure.
Oh yeah. Wa-na-na-na. Huh? Whoa. One coin and a piece of paper.
The real treasure was the friends you made along the way, and Gonzalez and Pedro in there.
A good crew goes a long way. Or click donate above the chat. Rate point. Alright. I'm going to equip map, and I'm going to learn Pirate's Wrath. I'm actually going to equip the map.
Nice.
So we now have Vice's strongest move, Pirate's Wrath, and we will continue to use him as a melee monster. I am supposed to heal Ica and Fina. Do they stay damaged? I guess they do, huh? That's unfortunate. Oh, right, cutscenes. You remember those rocks, sand, things that they thought they were safe because of? Turns out Valua has figured out engines that can get through the sky rifts.
What if we had ships that could sail through the cloud?
I know, right? It's amazing to think that this thin white wall may or may not need to be the end of a bunch of ships. They learned how dead zones work, and oof, bad news for everybody else now. I am not doing any setup to get any balloon seed or anything like that, which is weird to me. Oh, yes I am.
Wait, you're not getting balloon seed?
Yep,
You
yes
should
I
definitely
am.
be getting it now.
Brain, I was reading and not looking. Right here, this is fine, chat. This is fine. Anyway, we got our balloon seed. We're going straight south. I do not need Skull Rock. I could do the hop, but it's fine. Yeah, the one ancient coin is actually worth a pretty little penny. That is a fact.
Retreat!
Yeah, I like how you can discover, you know, a flying, unexplained gold machine, and it's worth like 1,000.
Yep.
And you find a big dandelion seed blown in the wind and 12,000.
Big money. I should... I can't. It's the worst part. There's no dinghy hops. The only thing I could have done was the Crescent Isle skip, and also I can't fly over that as much as I might want to. It's a bad idea to try. I've gotten stuck there before.
Yep.
Yep.
It's possible to squeeze through there, but a lot less possible than it looks.
I think it's the setup, Sanic. I think not triggering it early makes it pretty easy, but if you're not careful and you fly too far west, like if you get Skull Rock first, it can trigger it and make it really out of place. I think it does reset after Decats, though, doesn't it? Just generally?
Yeah, it resets after Decats, yeah.
Yeah, I barely saw it, but I did see it. I have the game on full screen, so it kind of helps. Yeah, Arcadia's setups are really nice for a lot of these encounters. Huh? An attack? What? We better warn them. Oh, wait, we already did.
We strike at dusk. Said almost no military commander ever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We are very unhappy about it. Therefore, we are going to go try to punch Ramirez. Kat, you want to go punch Ramirez? Go punch Ramirez. Can't believe he did this to us. Oh. Oh. Did the stream disconnect? Are we good?
Well,
we might be reconnecting as we
yeah,
speak.
I think the stream just got paused, yeah.
We should be back. It should be back. I'm not seeing any drop frames or anything.
I mean it's good on what I see chat and voice chat, but it looks like the stream feed is not advancing.
I mean, I'm still dealing with an ad, unfortunate.
I mean, like your timer and everything is still going, so they're still getting they're still getting your feed. Just okay. Yep, there we go.
I believe you. I'm still stuck in the end.
Yep, I can see it working fine.
Alright, I believe you. I'm definitely still playing it. I just thought it stuttered somewhere. Alright. A few cutscenes later, we don't attack Ramirez, sadly. He would, in fact, destroy us if we had. We're in jail now. Now we're the ones who are in jail. Alright, stream should be back. I appreciate y'all's patience. It seems we had a minor disconnect. So we appreciate everyone's willingness to get through that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I see the timer's still going. God, it's crazy. This stream has been going for 43 hours. Ridiculous. Oh. Oh, was I the one that disconnected? Hmm. 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 That is good to know. Well. Yeah, Executioner's going crazy with the Nassault. I don't even think that Nassaulton made it out of the building, to be honest. They
No, probably not.
definitely
It looked
bombarded it.
they definitely focused on the palace.
No, it's fine. It might have been my internet for all I know. Either way, we're getting out of jail. That's what matters. So we are going to use a new strat that we've recently incorporated known as white map hovering. Basically, in a brief period, you can click into the menu and look at the item and have its effects impact you outside of the menu, even though it's not equipped. Pretty much exclusively useful for the maps. But it is a cool mechanic that allows us to make use of equipped items in fights, but the unequipped items out of the fight. So, we are going to swing, yeah, about it. He's counterstancing, and that's the one we're attacking, sadly. There's nothing I can do about that. As much as I hate to say it, this is just an example of the Valuan guards being Valuan guards. Really? Ooh. Cool. Kinda had a feeling he would guard anyway, but it's fine. Vice, please? Nope, never mind. I'm glad he didn't heal. They do have the ability to heal here, and that's no fun when one of them's guarding. But darn. Well, I guess they got a new executioner.
I mean, I don't think he killed the previous one.
Drachma might have had a hand in it.
Now that was fun.
No, oh, wait, hover, what? Wait, it's under equipment, isn't it? Yep. Cool. It's weird. I don't know how I feel about White Mat Hover. It seems nice, because you definitely can get a fight in those few steps to the elevator, and also here. I don't think you have to re-hover White Map, luckily, but...
I mean, you do after Vigoro.
After Vigoro, you have to re-hover, yeah, but not between the elevator sequence.
Exactly.
Yeah. Alright, hat, and then we need to equip Aika as she is currently indisposed. When players leave the party, they are unequipped. It's just how the mechanic works. It just does not look good in this situation. So, our good friend Vigoro is caught without his armor or his weapon, and he is not good with women. Not at all. So, we have to get Aika out of there. And we need to equip our hat, which we already have. We are going to focus. We are going to equip her with Aiden's armor and Dabu hide, and I did not heal her afterwards. It's fine. Focus. He's going to get my advice. Hey. There's a lot going on, chat.
She should be fine.
Yeah.
And If not, you know how to
The
use
silver
Sack.
XP doesn't matter here. That's the nice thing. It doesn't matter until Fina's in the party. Once Fina's in the party, I need everyone alive every fight. But when it's fights like this, we just need Vigoro to go down. So, we are going to attack. We are going to Crystales Box. We are going to Crystales Box.
Let's try this.
Then we're going to crush him.
This should work.
Tempting.
I
mean, she'd
could
crit.
certainly do damage.
She'd destroy him if she crit him on purple. You're right. Now, Froggy knows that Ica has a bone to pick with Vigoro, and he's not helping his case here. So we're just gonna finish him off. Are you confused? Yeah, you're confused. That's fine. Oh, she's not actually
Yeah.
that confused. She's only slightly confused. Wait. Pirate's Wrath. Crystales Box. Crystales Box.
Let's try this.
He should go down. We actually got lucky. Normally, Ica does get confused in this fight, and we really only focus on getting that SP from the first turn, because we really need that for the third turn, Pirate's Wrath. If she does get confused before that happens, Gilder has to go out of his way to handle it. She wanted that crit counter, too. She thought about it. She knew Vice had it handled. Good dodge. She also may or may not have died if that had hit. I don't know. Don't worry about it. He's down. Alright, so this is apparently, give or take, the halfway mark. So, we are sitting just past 11. But we should be able to save a little bit of time in the mid to end game. So, we are trying to get back to 11, chat. If I pull off a sub 11, it will be a miracle, given the run we've had so far. Also, Ica gives him a look that just sends him right to the grave. We'll never see Vigoro again. He's dead on the ground. Right. I'm going to heat... Ooh, wrong crystals. Where are my little crystals? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yes.
I was just gonna say that Gilder's magic does a pretty good job healing too.
That is fair.
He's got Sacras.
That is very fair. I still have hat equipment marks in here because I'm not used to the hover. So. Interesting. Alright, so we are going to the cannon room now. And we have to use this elevator because the other one is suspiciously occupied. But yes, Captain Ica lives another day. Prince Enrique and his fabulous vice captain / guard. His personal guard.
You know it's an important guard because he's purple.
Very purple. And he has tassels on his back. That's kind of a big deal. They don't give those tassels to just anybody. Very decorated guard.
And yet, Enrique leaves him to die.
What? He doesn't die. That's Ramirez.
Do you really think that this one guard who just lets Enrique deuce
Steal
out
the crystals.
steal the crystals, steal the top of the line ship, and go rogue?
Yes.
And this guy's just
Yes.
gonna live to tell about it?
Yes. The vice captains are a fun bunch because you kind of get to see how they all interact with their captain. Except Beleza's, to be honest, but the Locos you see, Alfonso's you see, Enrique's, you kind of get to talk to one of Gregorio's guards. You don't really get to see his vice captain, and same with Vigoro. You don't really get to see their guards in action other than, I think maybe you fight a few of Vigoro's guards in Yakutoma. They look a lot like Leza's guards, right?
They're the red guards, so they're probably Leza's. They have the They have the same model as hers did in the cutscenes, so
Yeah. They share guards. I guess it's the blue Yahoo Tolman soldiers that I'm thinking of. Alright. Oh yeah.
big elevator.
I should not have looked at that. Curious. It's been a run. It sure has been a run, chat. This is,
You're not looking at splits, are you?
What? I would never. This is a marathon. Hey. Granted, I didn't get the exact timing on Vigoro, but it wasn't pretty, is what I'll tell you. So, Gilder used his bobby pin and MacGyvered a gigantic ballistic shell to misfire.
I think he arranged some kind of trip sensor there, so as it moved relative to its conveyor, it just detonated.
Yep. Man knows his way around ballistics, I guess.
So I also like how just worthless all those giant cannons on the wall are.
Mm-hmm.
So great, you can hit a mobile fortress that's parked right outside your wall, but what else are you gonna hit?
But also, like, they're so immobile, there's no way for them to aim their shots.
Yeah, they can't
right?
aim.
Like, there's no way those have rotations. There's no way that it has, you know, specific
Like-
gears.
And like the shells are like 12 feet across. Like there's no way that those things can move at all and not just blast themselves off the wall with the recoil.
Yep.
So like they cannot aim at all.
So Ramirez has a very important message for his guards. Wait for it. There you go. Those of you that
Yes,
didn't
my
hear
lord.
it, he said die, but in reality he said defend it with your life. And unfortunately for these two, it's basically the same thing. Unfortunate. Cool. I did not need to do that. Thank you for going down. It's nice when they decide to die for me. I guess Ramirez did tell them to. Unnecessary counter, but we love that. I think Gilder might finish here. Yep. Cool. Saved the Cutlass Fury animation. You know how much time that takes. There she is. Nice little counter there. Give me the... Nope, no aura. That's unfortunate. There's a chance for an aura valor from both this fight and the elevator guard fight. However, we do have one more chance for a aura valor later. Also, Fina, she knew you would come.
And what would you use your third aura on?
Probably Blueheim, maybe Galcian.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend Blueheim over Galcian.
Yeah, I know. And yes, you're absolutely right, Froggy. Absolutely right. Alright, I need to see equipment briefly, and I do that a quick cover, and then we'll
Any enemy
walk
with-
right out the door. Go ahead.
Any enemy with Sacralin is gross.
Yeah, well,
I don't care if it's just great. I don't care if it's just Graper with Sacralin. Just no.
for the sake of it. I want to make sure everyone's set before Drowcore. Yeah, no, I hear you. I haven't had the chance to do it yet. That's the only thing. Because when we started, Galcian seemed like the obvious Aura Valor choice because he's the next largest boss to our boy Ramirez. However, you are absolutely right. The discovery and or decision to try using it in ship battles paid off in Blueheim because of the fact that Blueheim has notorious dodge chance, and having the extra opportunity to blast it out of the sky is not something to pass up lightly. So as mentioned, we are basically at the halfway mark, a little bit past it at this point. We have one more boss on the way out, a quick little gate fight part 2, and then we might just have a ship of our own. Maybe. If we're lucky.
A ship actually worth upgrading?
If our favorite fabulous prince decides to have anything to do with it. One thing most everyone I've seen do a casual run of this game say is that Enrique is absolutely caked up. He is very fancy, despite being a prince. Or, well, due to being a prince, I should say. You want to see me fight the Ziblin? I'm just kidding. Hey, you want to see me go get the moonberry that's back there?
Too late.
Is it the top or the bottom? Oh, it's the top. I always forget. It's top going from the bottom, and then it's bottom when you're crossing the top. I need to make sure I equip white map.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. It's fine. It takes 2 seconds for me to re-equip hat. Oh, come on! I thought about it too. I saw it.
The lights reset with the
So I have to
encounter,
run down as fast as I can, is what you're telling me.
Yes. Yes.
And do chem. I do like the dynamic lighting in this area. It is pretty cool. You don't really see that too much. Oh, come on!
Jeez.
The answer was not run down, it was run up.
No, I don't think you would have made it that way either. You had to just run down and backwards to get out of the way.
Chat, this is so sad. Could we get a donation for how sad this is? Every fight I run away from, or every 3 fights I run away from is swashbuckler rating down the drain.
And now you will be needing to put that hat back on.
Listen.
Well, I'm just saying the notes probably assume that you already have it, so just don't forget.
Oh, yeah. The fact that if you get caught at the end, it just, like, walls you, that's kind of silly. Alright, so we are going to change to purple. We are going to equip Ducat's armor, and then we are going to equip the captain's hat. We are going to Glyph of Might ourselves, and then we are going to Slipara box. We picked this up all the way back in Maramba, if anyone remembers that. I'm supposed to equip other things to people that I'm not paying attention to. But, does the tank go to sleep?
Oh.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
We love that. So, this is one of those coin flips where if it works, we get 3 turns to just, or 2 turns to just set up, get focus, and get ready. And then we blast the heck out of the tank. Alright, so I do need to Pirate's Wrath. I need to equip Guard. It's Fina. Fina needs the light coat. And she also needs... I guess she doesn't need anything. Gilder technically needs Slayer Rig. I'm tired of him countering hard. Alright. So, 1 Pirate's Wrath. 2 Pirate's Wrath. Should be. I just changed to silver here, that's all. Yeah. I appreciate you asking. It's definitely something that can catch you, where if you're not paying attention, Drachma's still on blue, or Gilder's still on purple, and suddenly Phoenix behind. Alright. Bye, Drowcore tank. So that was the best possible Drowcore tank. That is as we expect. If anything, he could have attacked instead of wheel blasting once, but boo-hoo, 2 seconds of special attack. So that is much faster than my PB. I know that for sure because my box broke and did not work the first time, which is not fun. Fina's silver experience, just for my knowledge, is way under where it needs to be, so we are very happy right now in terms of getting towards Rizalum. We are going to continue to spam through, and we'll have a nice, easy ship fight. Should not be any issue. Hello, our fabulous friend, Prince Envy. He laughs at you. He laughs at your silliness. How can you be so silly? Follow me.
Follow me, I will give you a gigas.
Basically. You want a laser? We got you a laser.
Hey, so I heard you guys saw
I
the
need a
chameleon with its moon laser. How about a better one?
We got the finished version prototype here. Where is Purple Guard? He's
Purple Guard is dead now.
No. He's laying in
left him-
Enrique's bed saying, "Don't come in, I'm sick." I ate some bad skyfish. I don't think Theodora is exactly the kind and interested mother. Is it Theodora? What's her name? It's Theodora, right?
Yeah, it's Theodora.
Okay. Darn, if only we had some crystals. Oh, hang on. Let me just check my pocket. Here. I was holding these for you. That's why my pants were so puffy. Nope, they're still puffy. I have a son?
Yeah, I definitely have the impression that the kind of mom who, at some point in her own head, thought she was all the, you know.
Oh yeah, she told her friends she's a great
Just
mother.
terrible tyrant stuff for her.
Quote unquote for.
Yeah, quote unquote for. It's probably not exactly true anymore, but it was. That's probably how she actually saw it.
For all my Deus Ex fans, I didn't ask for this.
I mean, let's be real, Froggy. If Purple Guard somehow does survive the just all the drama that would come from Enrique running off this ship, you know he'd be helping people during their raids, but probably not very successfully.
This is a very
Now we're
difficult ship battle.
I mean,
Alright,
alarm?
that's fine. Yeah, give it another 5 minutes. Chances are they stall again or something. So we're good for a bit, chat.
I accounted for the previous stall, I think.
I know,
We'll
but at
see.
this point there should have been at least 3. I mean, we've been going long enough. Arguably, you're supposed to have one stall every give or take hour. It's tricky to figure out the cadence.
Okay. Okay.
And again, it depends on the showrunner for sure. But we appreciate the heck out of them, and we're trying our best to keep y'all in the loop.
So, this fight would be pretty much impossible without your
Special cannon.
your Moonstone. Yeah, because this thing has monstrously high defense.
Interesting. That's weird. That's very interesting that it's like, oh, you run into it and die. Well, that's tough. But yeah, it's just a tutorial to tell you, hey, you have a super cannon. You want to see what it looks like? It's just to show off the cutscene, and we appreciate that. Who can't... Excuse me. Who can have a special move and not shout it out? Nice. Thank you. I mean, it kind of makes sense, though. You try to drive through that hole, and you only opened it up a little bit with some sub-cannons or something, or the prototype cannons. No. You need to blast a ship-sized hole. And what's funny is the ship itself is actually not strong enough to go through the rock wall that the harpoon cannon was able to get us through. Arguably, the ship is quote-unquote incomplete and needs additional reinforcement in order to do things like that. But it's fine to go through wind walls, and it's fine to go through... Or no, it learns how to do wind walls with the ability to also go through rock wall. You're right. But it's able to go through that wall. Yeah. Just build up the SP, and imagine if it was like an HM like cut. Vice used Moonstone Cannon. The rocks were dissipated. Truly, truly entertaining. Chat, I do want to give one more shout out to the Skies of Arcadia Discord. If you are a fan of this game, or if you are a speedrunner interested in learning about what we're doing, please go to speedrun.com, look Skies of Arcadia Legends up, and then click the Discord icon. We would love to have you in our community, and we got a lot of passionate people. It's runners, routers in the community like this that really keeps us going. We would appreciate any new members. But that's really not what this is about. This is for charity. So once again, don't forget to be kind and donate.
And
We're all here for. Go ahead.
It might be a little bit easy to miss, but we just recruited our first non-playable crew member in Marco.
Yeah, if Marco lives,
So
Purple
now-
Guy's fine.
Yep. Now that we've got our own ship, we can start forming our own crew of non-playable characters. There are 22 of them altogether, and we're going to collect 7 of them. 4 of them are mandatory, and 3 of them we go... Well, 2 of them we go out of our way to get, and 1 very much on the way, so... Wait. No, we get... I'm sorry, we get 8 now. So
That's right,
3 of
'cause
them
we
are out
got
of the way.
Osman.
Yep. So 3 of them are a little bit out of the way, and
Not by much.
1 of them is right in the way.
Katika, Osman, and Ilkamis.
Yep.
Brabham and Ishmael are free, Bell is free, Marco's free.
Well, Belle is optional, but yeah, she's right there.
She's free. Am I forgetting? Am I forgetting anyone? I guess technically,
Moegi.
Moegi, yeah. Diplomat. Vice is in awe of his luck that he was just handed one of the greatest ships that he could have asked for. Sorry, my headphones beeped at me.
It's
Right.
a pretty nice ship.
With the map, but here is my friend Doc. Here he is. Technically, you can get an encounter here, but it takes 2 seconds. We're just gonna throw 2 moonfish to Doc real quick.
And then never see him again.
Yep. Unfortunately, that bird is as big as it'll get. 100% make sure to give the bird every last moonfish. It is actually one of the final discoveries in the game. But we got a bunch of fish from our fish that we fed to the bird. Apparently it tried to eat other fish, failed. Kind of.
It's a very selective palate.
Now it gets even fatter, and it has long hair now. This is what I was thinking of, yeah. He transforms on 12, but we don't get the cutscene until 14. Which is good, because we don't want to watch it anyway.
Yeah, since Doc throws you off the ship after a cutscene and you have to go back in.
Hey, go ahead and
Hundo, I
set
tried
that,
it.
go ahead and set that for 30 for me, will you? Wait, east. And
West?
Also, Bina,
40.
Warrior's Heart. Okay, you get... T. We are headed back to Crescent Island. We arguably have a bridge hop right around here. Right around the... Yep. Somewhere between here and the same spot as Baltor. Sometimes you just gotta let it go and run away.
Although it is worth pointing out that if you were somehow behind in your... you have the option to take these encounters for some easy, quick...
Silver experience, yep.
Yep.
Yep. Get me to Crescent Island. So the encounter gets reset as we went through that gate. Now, kind of a gamble as to if we make it to Crescent. There's a chance we'll get one right as we approach. But we're just gonna boldface chat.
Have you sold all your stuff yet? Paywall?
No. Oh. That is a good point. I was supposed to stop in Nazrad. Whoops. Fine, it's a quick cutscene, and then we'll turn back around. I just wanted to get this out of the way.
Oh, we need money? Oh, later.
Yeah, no, now. Sadly. Yeah, we're figuring out Enrique's seasickness first. Also, we're meeting Brabham and Ismail.
Hey, pay us. Counterpoint. No, bye.
I mean, I could give him the 25, that's for sure. It's the 75 that's the issue. But yeah, as mentioned, this is actually a paywall. It is 100 grand that you manage to put together between discoveries, boss fights, not doing stuff. Hang on, southwest. Wait. Come on, let me out of here. Yeah, getting over islands, interesting sometimes. You'll have to excuse me, chat. Just trying to keep up with the notes and stay on track for you. So, right, we come to Nazareth to see the aftermath of Ramirez's attack. Fortunately, it involves rushing half of the dock, splitting it in half, destroying several buildings, closing off part of the pathway, opening up part of another pathway. Definitely some interesting changes around here. So as you can see, pathing is not the same. Certain things are no longer there. Our good friend Osmond's shop reduced to dust. My good friend, I mean, we really don't like her, but she gives us a bunch of extra money, and she has a cat, so, like, I kind of have to. Back here, and then we're gonna sell some stuff, and then we're gonna buy some stuff. But first, here. I know, I could have done it the other way around.
It doesn't matter.
Yep. Alright, so we are selling. So that aren't really worth much. We really don't have anything in that section. Fish. I guess fish are an amount of money. It is actually a more reasonable amount than you might consider. Currently have the cutlass equipped, so we are good there. Female armor, good. Robe, maiden armor, spices, diekas. We keep the flame mantle, right? Maybe not.
I don't think you need to keep Flame Mantle. I'm surprised you sold Maiden.
Oh, well. Didn't come up. Not selling thermal ring, that's for sure.
Is Zyka wearing any armor now?
Got me curious now, so I'm gonna go get the gold from the other stuff first before I start worrying. I know there is other stuff I have to buy and equip and sell. So, moment.
Yeah, I'm not super well versed in all of Arcadia's recent changes, so I might be behind the 8 ball on that.
You're good. I might have been meant to equip it and I didn't. I thought I did equip her during Bigoro. I think it's Fina doesn't wear one. She only wears the
light coat.
Alright, so we're over 100 grand, but we have to go buy some stuff first, and then we sell the other cannons that we're replacing. That should keep us over 100 grand. Yo, thanks for the good luck, Froggy. I appreciate you being around. Hey, hi, hello. Yeah, there's an order to doing these
Take
things
care, Froggy.
in an intelligent way. I necessarily do. But 18 apple wax. 5 gear grease. Oh, I need to sell stuff though. Including this cannon. Happen to have. This is where all the real money is. Good to go. Cool. So we do need a little extra gold over 100 grand just so that we can buy some items after the fact. Not many, but we need a little bit of healing just to survive. I have a couple things that if I needed to, I could sell, but I'm not really trying to push it. But yeah, so I guess that is what it is. Yeah, Maiden's armor. That must be what it is, just that Fina only wears the light robe or whatever.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. It's a lot of changes, and it's tough because sometimes there's muscle memory for stuff that we don't have to do anymore. You know, I start trying to go for a moonfish or a box or something that we've already accounted for. The route is very much still alive. It is not a solved game by any means, and even if it was, the game would tell you, nope, not today. All right, chat. We are going to give them the money. We are going to pick our flag, which I do believe the FINA flag came out on top. The
Yes, it
Ica
was FINA.
enjoyers did not manage to overcome them. Also, I don't need to talk to you again. I need to talk to you because you need the 75, and I need to get out of here. Oh.
And now it's time for you to say, I instill you with confidence.
Oh. Definitely. So, there's Vice's flag, skull and sword. Got an eye patch and all. Ica's, she's got her goggles, she's got a little money. They just found a Cot's coin. Lucky Cat and Fina. Fina's just cute. Fina just really likes dolphin. And the Delphinus sounds like a Dolphinus. So she's just calling it the Dolphinus, and I agree with her. So, that is our ship. Good old Dolphy.
And Ica's over here trying to draw Daikakuya.
Huh?
And Ica's over there trying to draw Daikakuya. Making something that looks much better than him.
Yeah, that is funny. Daikakuya and his Lucky Cat ship and or mech thing.
Mech thing.
Yep.
So like, what is this? You guys just sleep
Making s'mores.
out on the ground?
It's like camping.
Yeah. Well, where's the tent? Where's the sleeping bags?
They've got a cave that definitely doesn't have a dead body next to it. Definitely not. We are winding down a bit, chat. I am gonna quiet down a little bit just because it's getting late. Appreciate everyone who is up with us. If you're a West Coaster, welcome, welcome. It is nearly midnight where I am, but we are going into the wee hours. Keep this marathon going.
Yep.
Huh?
I'm happy to be here.
Oh yeah.
It's getting late for me too, but
Hey, you do what you gotta do. I'm gonna take
no,
it
I'm
to
not.
the-
I'm not planning to go anywhere unless I start falling asleep on my. I might have to call it then, but I don't think
Yeah,
that'll
you
happen.
start snoring, I'm kicking. Just kidding. Alright, so we are flying west by southwest. Hey, that's only 5 in the morning. Yeah. Where in Europe are you located, my friend? I mean, you're darn near Australia at that point. I don't even know what time it is. I don't even know which direction you are. Is it tomorrow
that
for
might-
you? Man said it's tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's tomorrow.
There you go.
Germany, okay.
Dude, Morgan? Hmm. My wife would know, but I think it's like Morgan or Morton. I need to do a bridge hop in just a minute. Right about here. I am definitely way too deep in the desert. We're meant to
Yeah.
fly a bit further before we go through.
It's fine.
Morgan, okay. I wasn't sure if it was a G or a T. But I do hope you have a good morning, friend. Jealous of you. I want to go to Germany at some point, but we'll get there eventually. Let me just get my airship, and I'll fly right over. Yeah? Yeah. Alright, Esperanza. Esperanza gives Dragon Quest vibes. Enjoy the music. Whenever it starts. but it is definitely a Twilight Town. Oh no.
Ooh. Well, we've still got about another.
You're not
What are we
seeing
looking at?
it. I appreciate you being here. You can watch the VOD.
Yeah, we've got another 4.5, 5 hours to go. So
Don't remind me. I'm hoping it's not 5. I'm hoping it's closer to 4.5. If all goes well in Yafutoma and in the end game, it should be. It's just a matter of I have not gotten that good of a Yafutoma or end game in a long time. Clearly, the game is just very punishing. You know, it's not so much that it's hard, it's just if you miss a step.
just compounding mistakes,
Okay, I can't even say it's not
and not
hard.
even and not even mistakes. Like sometimes the game just says no.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that when it's because these notes are meticulous. It's because we are pushing the limit between survival and success. And, you know, if you cannot reach success, you will not survive. That's just how it is. We're going to talk to a pitiful sailor by the name of Don. Don was a member of a pirate crew that tried to cross the Dark Rift, which is exactly what we're trying to do. And many men that he has seen have fallen the Dark Rift. This whole village was basically created by Valua and the concept of hammering through the Dark Rift. And didn't go so well.
Yeah,
But
they've been at this. They've been at it for years, and they failed and evaluated, gave up on him, left him stranded.
yeah. So
And on the far side of a sky rift, stuck in this town. They can't leave even to.
I mean, I'm sure they send supplies. Clearly they know it's there. It's just
No,
definitely not a lot to do in
they've
the middle of
been-
this.
I'm pretty sure they say that they've been abandoned.
Hmm.
Because like after you do some stuff later on, you eventually get merchants coming through that are like, "Hey, Valua's got some cool new engine tech, and now we can go to places like Esperanza that have been left to rot previously."
Yeah. I mean, it's good that it's, you know, being modernized, but right, you actually do get Valuan armor sets here. They're not very good, but there is a fun little Easter egg that you find the Valuan guard suits, and they're not even worth anything to sell. They're just that bad. I'd like to think there's some joke about a stealth mission where they have to wear a Valuan outfit. But
I mean, it's just an early game equipment that you now just find lying around in a chest.
I guess, is that sold by the Pirate Isle shop?
It's sold by one. I think it's sold in
Lower
probably-
City?
Uh,
It's gotta be either Lower City or Pirate. Because I could see us having it from looting it, you know? Because they do show it on the pile of loot that there's some fresh green helmets and breastplates. Fun fact for anyone curious, the Gamepedia wiki is the way to go. You do not want the fandom wiki. It's not bad, it's just more contextual. Whereas the Gamepedia wiki has the stats, the numbers, the database, so to speak.
Yep. So you're right. It is a Pirate Isle. Is where you can buy it.
Sounds right. We had a world where we actually used the first Pirate Isle shop to add magic damage to Ica, because it just made Sentinel slightly cleaner. It made it so you didn't have to use the auto attack on Vice, and it gave you slightly cleaner fights leading up to it. There aren't many that were affected, but a few Catacombs enemies just became easier to manage and less likely to get ranged. But we scrapped that pretty quick because it's just faster to use the Pyre box and try not to get in fights to begin with. So, Don is here to wish us luck. Thinks we're crazy, but you know what? He was crazy too once. Ice shows up with this fancy new ship and he says, hey, you might not have been able to do it, but it's been however many years. We're using the prototype of the next best. So, the cleaned up prototype. I would say yes. I do not know about the data mining and what do you call it? Asset ripping as well as others. I'd say join the Discord and those two channels will answer your question better than I can. We have AR codes, we have mods, we have a lot of cool stuff. The data miners in this game are absolutely phenomenal, but I would assume that most of the wiki and all that is taken from the game's code. You know, it is directly ripped from what we know. Alright, so this first ship is kind of a dummy. We are literally just going to Moonstone Cannon it out of the sky and call it a day. We are going to heal because it does kind of tear us up a little bit, but generally we don't need to waste time thinking about this fight.
We're really just topping off our HP going into 2 longer fights where we're just going to be all offense.
Is it possible to beat the gunboat on turn 2? It is, right?
Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure you beat it on turn 2 a little bit more often than not. It's the Origo that we just kind of can barely squeak out a turn 2 on.
Well, we'll hope. We will certainly hope. I just have Applewax first on 3rd turn for the gunboat, I suppose, in case things don't hit, which we certainly hope they hit, but there is that slight chance that
if it does survive the beginning of turn 3, we don't have any other options for the rest of it anyway, so your options are focus or guard, so whatever you want to do.
Yeah, you're using all your SP preemptively. There's a lot of routing that's gone into these ship battles, I tell you, chat. All power to the runners and the routers. Mostly the routers. The runners are trying our best. My kitty still wants to. Pixie, no. Pixie, no. Stop it.
Dad.
Well, you didn't eat it. So I'll eat it. What do you mean I can't use the purple scratching post? For scratching herself. Alright. Help from my feet. Gotta focus. Wax. 10-inch. 3rd to 2nd.
Yep.
Here, grease. Here. Yeah, trying to figure out the best menuing pathways and paying attention to what's at the top, what's at the bottom. Takes some time. Pixie, get out. My desk. Yeah. Pixie, come on.
So this is a given the way crits work in this game, where they just ignore defense. Oh, come on, don't miss.
Yeah, it's only the first one, so there's a chance.
So critical hits really start this fight in particular, because From here on out, a lot of enemies have pretty high defense. So, like with this fight, a crit is like another. Oh, see, that's a crit right there. Nice big meaty damage. Crits add about 1,500 more damage. 2,000.
Let's get second, foot third, second, and foot fourth, first, foot first. Enrique has a solid crit chance. Right behind Ica.
Nice.
Did I crit?
Yep.
Hopefully that made it so the first miss doesn't matter, but I still might not be able to get the 2-turn here. Well, there's another
And a
one.
third crit. Yep, looking pretty good.
Alright, might get it. We've made a lot of changes that have made this fight better because we just had to play it a little safer before. We still do a little bit just because we really want to make sure he's guarding. I don't think we kill.
Yeah, he always guards there. It's fine.
Okay. Do we have one more? We have one more? You. Alright, finish him. Boom, boom. And a crit.
Nice.
Just to knock it out. Love it. Right. So, now that we've taken out the appetizers, time to get to the main event. Uncle Greg and his shield ship. Man is driving the Auriga. It's not the Bull. Is it the Centaur? No.
I thought Auriga is the.
Sorry. Go ahead. Is it the Bull?
Scimitar.
Sure.
Okay, so the Auriga is a lot of things. Yeah, it can be a scimitar, it can be a shepherd, it can be a war chariot.
Maybe that's what it is. It's the chariot. Oh wait, she can actually use this. Fourth to first. Second to first. We're using his magic to reduce the defenses of the Auriga. Because of the fact that it actually has ridiculously high defenses, so cutting them down in any way actually adds a couple hundred damage per shot. And when we're blasting 3 cannons for 3 turns, it adds up pretty quick. Let alone, I mean, the crit doesn't matter, but certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah, you're basically getting 1/4 of a crit for free on every shot.
So.
And it also raises your accuracy by a tiny amount.
You know, I didn't even
Not
look
by-
to see if I got the Shredder Bomb. I don't think I did.
I don't think you did either. That's my
Yep.
new ad alarm.
Yep. Alright, chat, just be aware. Next couple minutes, you may or may not get an ad.
Well,
Tab,
looking good
do
for
what you gotta
avoiding
do.
hologram.
Yep. Alright, Speed Wax. 2. Focus 3rd. First. And Appa first. Oh, this should be
Looking
the
good
end
for
of
a
it.
quick kill.
Yep, just
Nice.
confirming. If we do miss that,
I mean-
it is annoying, but we do have the ability to
Oh, yeah.
finish it off. Alright. Cool. Thank you. I'm sorry. Well, I'm assuming it just got it out of the way. But did you just snooze the next one? Or did you just hit it without meaning to? Alright, so we are out. We are now going east-southeast. We are headed towards the entrance to the Dark Rift. So this is our first ship dungeon. This is kind of a cool effect where we're just going to fly through, we're going to get random encounters, and we're going to have to find some chests. Really cool aesthetic. It's a really freaky dungeon.
So I think the ad probably covered up the first 20 seconds or so of your explanation.
Oh no, you're fine. I mean, there's really not a whole lot to it. We are entering the Dark Rift. It is a freaky ship dungeon. As you can see, we are entering unknown skies. Interesting territory. Yeah. No, you're good. I usually do the 3 minutes per hour, personally, but I understand that's not exactly ideal for a lot of people, especially with depending on the run. But yeah, we just try to keep it up front because I don't know, I feel like people prefer to have a little bit of warning. I don't want to make it all, you know, talking about it, but at the same time, I just want to try to say, hey guys, take your time, do what you got to do, but mute the tab. That way, it still counts as a listener. We're gonna get Black Moonstone in the middle of this room. I do need to do a bridge hop relatively soon. I've gotten lucky and not needed to, but just for the sake of it. Interestingly, you do see the pressure shutters, which technically we kind of install later, but I guess a light version is used for this rip. But yeah, we're still going to do a little bit of bridge hopping. This is where I was talking about where we can go a full minute without getting an encounter in some cases. I think we've gotten this down to where we barely ever see an encounter in this dungeon. I say barely, but it's still possible to get an encounterless dungeon, and that's the goal, right? So we get an Aura of Valor there. So for those that don't know, an Aura of Valor is our SP boost item for battles. Ship battles have a couple options, but regular battles don't actually have ways to generate SP other than focusing. And technically Drachma's Spirit Charge, but we don't need to worry about that. Aura of Valor is something you only get a limited number of. I believe it's 5, depending on how much you farm. Yeah, okay, you can farm some areas. There's just no good reason to. And they're very short areas, generally. Intentionally so. And it's just one of those things where, and unfortunate, we got an encounter, but you can see the boss in front of us. We are almost out. Also, I need to do this, because that could go poorly. Deluxe kit. I don't love using my last deluxe kit here, but
I mean, Enrique's got Sacras.
I'm thinking about other ship battles. Yes, that is more than I thought it was.
It's fine. This thing's not going to do too much.
You're right. Just taking the extra second.
I mean,
safe to say I'm not breaking any records with this one, but yeah. So we have ourselves an eel in our Sky Rift, and we don't love that. So we're gonna blast it out of there. We're gonna take it a little slow because this thing has weird phases where it dips in and out of the rift in order to defend, quote unquote. You'll see it do that now, so suddenly it's in defense mode. So we ignore it by using items and setup. And then he pops back out just in time for...
Yes. So in this first turn, like your first 2 shots would guaranteed to miss because it's hiding in that hole, and then for the last 2 shots, then it's popped out, and you can take your shots at it.
I think I'm so ahead of experience that I was able to Pyrace there for free. I don't know if that's us saving SP for next turn or if that's...
You're not level 25.
Okay, so it's probably us saving SP for next turn.
Yeah,
We are
because you're
trying
only
to
doing...
Moonstone Cannon.
Yeah, because you just need to do just enough damage out of the thing and roam around. Because right now it's only taking half damage.
Yep. 30 seconds.
So we're just conserving a little bit of SP, so nuke it with red magic when it's come way out.
Yeah, so once you hit it with the first Moonstone Cannon, you'll see it, but it'll fly around, be a little more vulnerable.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Yeah, and so this thing is also extremely weak to red.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a whole 150 extra % damage.
Sorry, Chad, I'm trying to make sure you guys have a decent but unfortunately. Slumped arm. But I definitely appreciate the value of keeping mid rolls off, or pre rolls off. That's why I try to make sure it's set, because I know a lot of people get to a new stream. They aren't happy when they have to deal with an ad before they see what the stream's about or what's happening. So. Oh. Oh. You got excited about it? Get down. Oh. Alright, so it is out of the hole. We have effectively blasted the heck out of it. So now we finish it off.
Yep, now it takes double damage compared to what it has been the rest of the fight. So it dies quick.
Not winning from there wouldn't matter too, but it just wouldn't help me at all. Really get up here. Oh, it's already down. Well, bye, Angia. Pyro
Yeah,
bomb is
so
all it's
it can guard the Moonstone. It's going to survive that shot, so that's what all the rest of the magic's for.
Alright, so I need to equip, not that, equip the heavy torpedo, and equip the timing valve.
Hmm. And the heavy armor deck while you're at it.
Might as well. And then we
Yeah,
take
the-
Enrique. make sure everybody is good to go.
Yeah, the Blueheim strats kind of fall apart without that heavy armor. It's very predicated on having that defense for that fight.
Yeah, no. Absolutely agree on all counts. Yeah, it's pretty nice that Engia gives us these items to buff up the ship really strongly before we get to us primarily ship battle area. We are at the point where we do have some ground battles to handle, but really not many.
A bit more east.
A bit more east. I was thinking, I was like, is it more north? I know it's, you set up north, but it is northeast to get here. So what I'm doing is a specific setup for a discovery or two. The first one being the Ugisu's Nest, which is a gigantic beast that we will eventually find. You'll notice we had the Rock's Nest as well. And I need to go up a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit. Then it's straight north from Ugisu's Nest. And I should get this encounter. Not encounter, cutscene. Should get this cutscene momentarily. Yep. Now we enter our next ship battle. Thank you. So we're just flying through. We see something maybe in the distance when suddenly, when out of the clouds, enemy ships appeared. They look like they're flying backwards, but they're not. Rat-a-tat-tat. We get hammered. I will admit the discovery that I am setting up for is a very difficult one and easy to miss, so we're hoping that isn't happening as we speak. This ship battle is also a coin flip in and of itself. It is kind of annoying, but you know, what can you do? We have mitigated it to the best of our ability. We are saving a little bit of SP. We're trying to get ourselves set with enough damage, but either we get the Moonstone Cannon or we don't. We clearly want it. It would be nice if we got it, but you know, sometimes you don't, and the fight's just an extra turn because of it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, you didn't get it this time, but as long as you hit your shots, it will still go down in turn 2.
Yep.
It
It's
is
the
still
hitting your
very
shots
much.
part.
It is, yeah, right. It is far from guaranteed. He guarded that. It's far from guaranteed, but
hey, I'll take a guard.
It should still generally die on turn 2, even without the Moonstone Cannon.
But just one of those coin flips. Nothing you can do about it. It is funny because we have 3 of the same shot type. It is weird to try to I'll use a pyro.
Nice.
I don't have a pyro bomb. I'll use a pyre. I somehow have a spare pyro bomb in my notes.
All right, looking good. Looking good.
Good. Good, good, good.
Just the Pyre ought to finish that off, and that won't miss.
Yeah. I'm wondering where that other pyro bomb went.
Well, you're about to get one.
That works too.
But you did use a Pyro Bomb against Anguilla a second ago.
Yeah.
I believe that was the last one.
We do get a crystal
was ever
ball
intended
here.
for the route.
The crystal ball is a special drop from Osman. Again, it's just a nice chunk of money that we wouldn't get otherwise, and it turns into extra power for Vice in the end game. This game does have a classic example of just steroiding your main character out of his wazoo to the point that, you know, everything just kind of falls over after a few hits. And that's the path we're going. It's just a matter of, you know, preference. To be honest, Armstrong would not have given you that. Armstrong runs a seedless route, which is really cool and has some interesting differences and saves a bunch of time. But this is the safer, reliable, more standard method.
These guys brought fists to a sword fight.
Alright, they did bring Spirit Shuriken and Street Fighter 6 knowledge as well.
Oh yeah, these guys are still scary. Also, equip your sword.
Hat. And
Hat
sword.
and sword.
Yeah, so we did get a new
Sword is-
sword in the Dark Rift. That is a great call out. Glyph of Light, Vice, Guard, and you need to be silver and of speed.
Let's try this.
Alright, got the outspeed.
That's nice. Yeah, it's a random moment when Vice just decides to outspeed Ica and attack without a buff, but we can't do anything about it. Best we can do is put a Glyph of Speed on and hope she still outspeeds. It's just, again, turn order is a strange and magical thing in this game. Almost no matter what, somebody has a chance to go first, even if they are the slowest character in the room. Heal, guard, her. He should be fine. She is
Yep.
at risk.
Hanging in there.
Yep.
Hanging in there.
So, one down. Throw a quick heal on her. Save the music. Oh yeah.
Everything's good.
The dynamic music really is. Wait. Oh, everyone
Oh,
guard on the
so-
third
yeah.
turn.
Yep, exactly.
It's time for you to die. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I thought about it just in case, but yeah, I managed to get the colors in the hat.
We did it.
Right, Jown Mauer down.
Get off my ship.
Pretty much. And they fly off into the distance, and we have no clue how they can fly that high, but it's
How
really,
did they
really
go that
cool.
high?
Really cool.
I wish we could do that.
Hey, Spice Island, not even close. Love that. So right, we end up getting our kale. It's not actually used because of the fact that, oh, I was just missing that. Also, yes, I know, map. I can hear it.
Yeah.
So where is?
I had my eye on that, and a little bit to the west, so I was gonna course correct you if I could.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's a totally invisible island. The only indication you have is whenever it starts spinning, and the fact that we know it kind of lines up with the other one. But the height can be different. The slightest bit left and right can be different. It gets spooky. Also, yeah, forgetting to equip your map here, definitely something I've done before. And again, these are
those ghosts
encounters.
are mean.
Well, that and these are just still encounters that are a few levels higher than you, so it's just dangerous.
So, oh yeah, they're dangerous. You can get back attacked. You can get back attacked and Slapara.
Oh, I need to unequip the timing valve still. that. I don't know why, but I need to. I'm assuming
Now-
it's Blueheim mitigation.
Now, yeah, it's for Blueheim. I'm not suggesting that you do this. Something that Armstrong was planning for his run was he was commit up front to using the Moonstone Cannon or of Blueheim and count on that killing. So he was gonna play turn 3 super safe.
Try to go for the Moonstone just for the sake of
Yeah, just for
do the damage.
consistent
No,
damage.
that's probably likely. We'll see how things go. Like I said, if I get the aura, heck yeah. But we have a whole flowchart for Blueheim. The Gigas of this area is a ship battle, and it is a beast with 1% dodge chance on every turn, if not more.
In so many ways, we are just one thing shy making the Blueheim fight a whole lot more cool. But as it is, it's just
There's nothing you can
really everything about that fight is bleeding edge.
Yep, it is improv and don't die and follow it to a T, and you should be fine. Should.
Follow to a T, and the bird will still mess up your plan.
So we used to do a whole section of swim around, collect a few people, pick up some stuff. Very useful crew members, but we have since been able to make the ship battles work without them, and so we don't need them. It's definitely a nice little time save there that is not in my normal route. So we're going to buy 2 5-foot cannons, equip, and then just sort of place the other tank. We're going to sell. Then buy and hold 1, and we're buy. It's fine. Buy 5 euros, so I need 10, and I need 4. Good. Cool.
All set up.
Yep, took a second, but those are very important ship battle items that I'm pretty sure get us basically to the end of the game. I think there's one more ship purchase to do, but otherwise it's... Oh, go ahead.
Yep. No, I was just gonna say you've got some torpedoes that you're gonna buy and machine oils that you're gonna buy. Apo wax to buy, and yep, that's it.
Yep.
The rest is stuff the game gives you from drops.
Yep, that and drugs. We do need our steroids for Vice eventually, but that's the only other shopping we're doing. Also, it really weirdly zooms in on Blueheim here and makes it look like its neck is a face, but no, the head is actually up above, curved. It just looks like a face by the way that it got frozen into the mountain, I guess. Who knows? Right. Oh wait, I don't need to do this. I always flip around thinking that I need to, but no. Wait. No, I did need to flip around. Whoops. Again, 2-second time save, but important. Very important. The camera just loves making you think that you should be holding backwards, and then it's like, alright, now look forwards, and then you run backwards. And then the camera flips back like, oh, did you want to look at the wall behind you? No? Okay. We are not going to hit the button there. There is a text box that occurs if that is the first button you press. However, doing it up here so you don't see that text box. Again, 5 seconds less. Still worth it. So cheers to you, company man. Thanks for providing input. We definitely want to give the best viewer experience we can. And if that involves trying to keep y'all in the loop when it comes to these ads, we'll do what we can. I know there's a lot of people that are very familiar with Twitch etiquette, but yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's an interesting thing, you know? But
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had to step away for a second.
no, you're fine, my man. We are just bouncing around in the bottom.
Very relaxing dungeon. Well, maybe a little bit too relaxing.
Oh no, water. What are we gonna do? Alright, we'll be out of the water in a second. The dungeon's pretty straightforward. There's a couple sections that you can get lost in, and the encounters are okay.
Oh, the encounters are gross if you actually try to. But
Yep. Yep.
there are like two
Oh,
enemies
water, we
here that we're
live.
okay with.
Blue loopers and
No, well, we can handle like one, maybe two loopers, but no, we're okay with the dogs and we're okay with salmon. About it.
Retreat!
what do they go down to?
In Hundo, they go down to Pyrum or 2 Pyrez, depending on your layout. But everything else is disgusting. It's like the spiny guys are really fast and really tanky and really good at silencing you. And the giant bugs are really tanky and really good at fatigue.
So, fatigue is an interesting status effect that's pretty, you know, I wouldn't say it's necessarily unique because it is just preventing SP generation, but it is something that can be really annoying. Main example we deal with typically would be Ruby and Barda. Barda's breath attack can cause fatigue, and then somebody's auto attacks cause fatigue. It's a boss. Who is that? It's not Tortigar, is it?
No, Tortigar can stone.
Tortigar's attacks stone. Whose causes fatigue? I don't know. Either way, it's not pleasant to have occur. Maybe it's just part of the mechanics of this dungeon, and definitely something that's on a few folks' special attacks.
I mean, lots of the bounties to do. Offhand, I can't think of any percent boss that fatigues.
Maybe it's the bounties I'm thinking of. Alright. Now we are headed to one more button, and then we can take our great plunge and consider this dungeon complete. They took the lesson from Zelda's Water Temple. Don't make the Water Temple too hard. Just kidding. I'm pretty sure this game came out first. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe
No,
not.
this came out after
N64,
Ocarina.
yeah. I never remember the order between Genesis, Dreamcast, and N64.
I think the original Genesis came out still on.
Retreat!
No worries. So, hopefully, we still have a little bit of time. Also, hang on, right at the first fork. The forks are what, yeah, you're right. I mean, the GameCube version especially.
Retreat.
Really? 96? It's crazy to think it's been that long.
I think this game. I'm not super familiar with the Dreamcast. I'm sure this game.
You're cutting out there, bud.
Oh, sorry. I'm not super familiar with Dreamcast, but I'm pretty sure Skies of Arcadia originally. Yeah, Dreamcast would be older than that.
It's still wild because I remember. I think Pokemon came out in '94 in Japan. Something like that, like
96, I think.
99, and it probably cost that much too. Just kidding, it was probably more than $100, to be honest. All the capabilities the Dreamcast had. Can't imagine.
Retreat.
American
So,
or
like-
Japanese? I think that's the distinction for Pokemon. I believe you, there's no way I know. I am not an internet historian, I am just a guy who, for some reason, got fixated on this game. It's fine.
Alright.
It's amazing to think the nostalgia we have. But yeah, that ad is around the corner. Tried to say
Looks like
something
it's going
about
right
it.
now.
Yeah, I kind of said something about it. I didn't say it fast enough, though.
You did briefly mention it. Just
Didn't do the whole spiel.
Retreat.
I need to remember to heal before Torgar. Yeah, there's
yes.
Allospheres.
Allospheres.
They never really do much.
You say that until you or weekend, because they can do both.
It's fine.
I've got that. Their normal attack stones and their drain and attack inflicts drain or weaken 90% of the time.
Not a fan of that one.
Nope.
Finished in 95. Interesting. Okay. Nah, it's definitely good to know. I appreciate you putting that out there and taking the time to look it up. The beauty of this day and age. Anything you want to know, we can get it. You just have to care about it enough to want to find out. Or not be in the middle of doing a 12-hour speed run. I mean, 11.
Yeah. Yep, to the left.
Yep.
Yep. So you can, when in doubt, for your any percent, you can just follow the curves on the path.
That's plenty.
Yeah.
I'll full heal.
Yeah.
Ah, the Game Boy Pocket. I did have one of those. The Game Boy, or the thin one, was definitely an interesting one. Hang on one sec, chat. Oh wait, where's my Electrum box? Aha.
Let's try this.
Alright.
So-
Enrique, go to the right spot.
A brief moment, right, on positioning. Basically, if you're guarding, your character will back up. If you are attacking, your character will step forward, typically. In this case... Ooh. Fun.
Ooh. Okay. phew.
Enrique is using an attacking item, so he rushes forward and manages to get the line up for this just nicely enough that we can hit both of them. And now, I guess, the other one guarding?
Yeah.
Weird, it didn't really take much less damage.
It
To
just-
be honest.
It just died. It
It
didn't
attacked
act
him. It
fast.
attacked Enrique.
Oh yeah, the one next to Enrique attacked it, but the other one just didn't get a chance and died.
Yeah, seems that way.
We take those.
Yep. So, we're gonna do a little bit of last-minute button pressing. Basically, if you try to rush forward, you get punished by being put in a room that's a gauntlet of 4 of those forced encounters after the forced encounter you just had. And as Eriku was mentioning earlier, those Alusphere enemies, while they're a little squishy and can be taken out decently easily, they can drain, they can stone, they can make your life difficult with statuses. And if you're not aware of how to two-tap them, suddenly you're in trouble. So,
Yeah, and it's also that strategy is also dependent on the one Electrum box we have, which can break it.
has a decent chance of breaking. As spells go up, so too do the break chances. I think it's like 6 to 8% per spell tier. So the final spell tier, like Rizalem, has a 20-something% chance. And then a lower tier one like Pyre, 10%, 8%, but still enough that it's annoying. So, we are going to follow this. I am going to finish healing. Might as well. Mr. Enrique. It's the intelligent thing to do. Up. And then the Delphinus.
Heal your ship. No.
Delphinus gets healed. You take it
Yeah,
back?
it does. It does. You're right.
Yep. So, onward to Tortigar. This is the turtle. Yeah. Honestly, pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
2-turn spell ship. Pretty decent Jow and Mao. No one died.
Yeah. Pretty. Everything went smoothly.
Anguilla was pretty nice. Now we're just gonna drop some moons on a turtle.
I've seen turtles that can hold up
Excuse me.
the Earth, but let's see if this one can hold up a moon. So this enemy has extremely a move that it can use called Steel Skin. That just blocks all damage for the whole turn.
So we're gonna do the same thing, except ours is faster because we're not flashy about it. Except we're gonna do it a lot because first off, he hurts. This man casts strong magic, has a strong AoE attack like that, stones people when he auto attacks, and yeah, generally just not the most pleasant opponent. So we are going to guard and then make him skip his turn by using Prophecy. So Prophecy is the first super move that we're using. This requires full SP and a full party. It is only available after you get the moon crystals from Grand Fortress, and it's a very strong AoE damaging move, and as mentioned, removes your opponent's turn. We only really use it in this case and one other case. However, it does do your SP amount times 100, basically. Focus. Guard, focus. We need to watch out because the girls are at risk, depending on what he does. Arguably, I should heal them relatively soon, but I'm going to let him do one more attack just so I know who to prioritize. But I mean, like you see, that's one spell, and it manages to hit 3 of them because it's the highest form of that spell. Bop. I need you to heal yourself, and I need you to heal Vice, and focus.
Let's try this.
We're playing this a little carefully, but this gets us to our next prophecy faster than 3 turns of guarding, and 3 turns of guarding is just risky. We really try to keep it on the boys to do it, but it's just a matter of depending on what Tortogard does. The more he defends, the better off we are. Doing stuff like that, not so much.
Okay.
But luckily, he's alive. He's fine. We need
I
to
was worried
heal
about
him.
Stone.
But yeah. Oh, that's true. Stone does prevent prophecy. But Ica is in a better position now. Vice is in a better position now. Enrique needs a little love, but not much. And Fina's just kind of guarding the whole time. And yes, if Vice is not a ninny, if your SP or if your swashbuckler is too low, you will not be able to use that attack just up front. Sure.
Let's try this.
I'm a little slow on this chat again. I'm just trying to get the inputs right. Kind of important. But he does react to your SP, which is interesting as well. The higher your SP is, the higher the chance of steel skin. Fina should be fine. Vice is taking a chunk. Okay, we're good. We have one more turn, and we kind of need him to steel skin at this point, so I'm just going to kind of go for it. Yep.
Well, yeah, and even if he does kill you, just get your SP up to max, then you can heal him. Because once you get your SP full, he will steal skin. 2 timed great.
Yep. We have ways to manipulate this fight, and there are people, Armstrong and Eriku included, who are brave enough to try to do the maniped method, but there is the chance that you just get absolutely stuffed if he decides to steal skin the wrong time. But I don't think it's as possible as, or as likely as it could be with their methods. But that is Tortogard. It is as easy as it gets. We just destroy him with moons 3 times in a row. And we're okay with that. Bye, Tortogard.
The funny thing about this is we didn't even have to fight this turtle. We could have just walked around. It doesn't
Seriously,
move.
we got so
and
close
it's
to the
not
door.
even in our way.
We got insanely close to the door and just didn't. We were just like, hang on. Step on the turtle. No, poor turtle. We love turtle. Alright. So this time the crystal's actually there. Time to go give it back to its rightful owners, who definitely won't abuse it. We now have Nehru's love. Time to move on. Oh yeah, choreographed. 3-peat, Fina is officially part of the crew. Yeah, Vice, just open the door. I do wish we could just click on the boat and hit go back to Yakutoma, but sadly, we do not have that option. Now we get to run back up to the palace, and guess what? We'll get to run back down later. It's a couple times we go all the way through Yakutoma. It could be worse.
Yep.
Not wrong. You are not wrong. Okay, hang on. Ica, hey, you want to put this on for me? Fina, do you want to put on... That is not female armor. Is Maiden's armor better or worse than female armor? It's worse.
Maiden's better.
Oh. I wonder. I guess that's maybe a remnant from my old notes.
Yeah, female is the one you get from the bird, and Maiden is the one that you get as a pair in Dackets.
Maybe she sells Maiden for the money. Maybe it's just a holdover from old notes. That's one of the things when you have 16 versions of notes to go through. Now, granted, pretty sure Arcadia had like 4 or 5 versions of the notes before we even got our 12. So, I'm telling you, we have been through the ringer. We have a lot of stuff that's kind of fast, but not always fast. Not necessarily safe. A lot of the notes are built with the intent of safety, consistency, and the ability to work around some of the unfortunate RNG. Some of us are a little riskier and a little more upfront with our resets than others. But I mean, the reality is, again, once you pass that 3-hour mark, you don't want to kill your run. You just don't. But just getting that good 3 hours,
Yep.
picking it up. So, our national princess is being offended by the crummy, noble man who definitely isn't about to turn on his own country. But for now, Enrique is just smitten. Aika is very sly on the fact that he's beyond smitten. Look at it, Aika smug. Great emote. Oh yeah. And Vice is just cheesing, and Fina has no idea what's going on.
Tina's like, I have no idea what's going on. Why am I?
And then Beleza, the subterfuge and intrigue admiral. Very sneaky. He has many disguises.
Yeah, so I guess you did the Valiants a favor.
By bringing the crystal to them, basically.
Well, that and by fighting the Eastern air pirates on your way in.
True. That one ship. So, okay, that's another thing. There was meant to be a system of fleet battles. They aren't really common, and we see a few instances, but there was an initial thought that you could have multiple ship battles at the same time, and having a whole active combat rather than turn-based. However, they ended up doing the turn-based that we get. There's a few cases where you can tell there's meant to be 3 or 4 ships in your side as well as the other side. So I don't know whether it was you get the little jack or what, but it is definitely an interesting concept that never got fleshed out. Many Valuans died to bring us here. Vigoro just kept sending ships at the rock reef until suddenly there was a hole out of the corpses of ships that we sent into the rock reef. He's very smart. Very smart.
So you blasted your way through the rock reef with a cannon? No. We threw ships at the rock reef and then blasted them, and they exploded holes in the reef.
Brilliant. We discovered that the killbots had a kill counter, and if we exceeded it, they would malfunction. So we just kept sending troops until they were all maxed out. Futurama. Oh no, suddenly... The Yafutoman guards have been paid off by the noble jerks. So, we have been put into the guest house. We have been informed that we're about to be arrested for treason. something. I don't know. Basically, Moegi's father is now... Oh, yes, no, I'm good. Spam there. It's the second option earlier. You do lose some rep by trying to fight the Valuans early.
You'll be fine. You're
I
gonna get more
know.
rep anyway. Are you going to grab the sacrifice?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It's in
Very
the
good
notes.
healing item.
I was gonna say,
is it?
I take
Okay.
them because we have to buy them later. If I don't, I'd
And then you
rather
gotta buy
not.
some later, or you can just use them on Feltarn or whatever.
Bold of you to assume that I would use
Mm-hmm.
them. Mm-hmm. So, there are quite a lot of random encounters here. Luckily, we can run from all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, even in
Yes?
Hundo, I think I want to. They're just slow. They can guard, they can buff the other way, they can heal. Just get me out of it. So many slopes and none of them speed.
Yeah, it's a cool area. It's kind of weird, but it gets a little livelier after we make it to the top and prove ourselves to the people that definitely attacked us earlier. So we're just kind of walking into their base and saying, "Hey, we're outsiders. You got a second?" And shockingly, that does not go well.
Yeah, but then again, you have their leader's sister.
True.
They still just attack.
Yeah.
Retreat.
Yeah. They think we have her captive? I don't know.
They don't mention her at all.
Yeah, it's fair. That's fair.
Retreat.
We're on good pace, though, chat. We really have kept up pretty steadily. Losing time here and there just from silly mistakes, making sure my menuing's right, but I'd rather be correct than fast in this case.
There's some rust too, and you know the fact that you weren't expecting to run today.
You know, those little things, and having 3 commentators in my ear earlier. No offense. We just have some very knowledgeable folks in the community, and I'm not one of them sometimes.
Yeah, Froggy's right. There are some speed slopes in here,
Teeny
but
tiny.
they're just the stairs.
Yeah.
I use them, but they make no real
A
difference.
second. Right, you take half as much time just to get there. Alright. We are joining the revolution. We are going to reclaim Yahutoma. And Enrique definitely doesn't want to take your sister on a date. Not at all.
But
And Daigo calls him on it immediately.
So I think we've got ads coming up in probably about 7 minutes. So that'll be like
Oh,
right in the middle
yes?
of all the ships.
Yes. Yes? Alright, so now suddenly there are citizens that we definitely wouldn't have killed if we had attacked everything that attacked us. Definitely not. Alright, yes, I understand. Yep. It's cute, though. I'm sure there's something about his scars, too. Just like...
Yeah, he's got some pretty nasty ones, too.
Yeah, because it's
Like
said
that one on
he
his...
tried to, like, stage a coup on the country, and I think it's because Kangen and his bratty son Miraji were trying to make him look bad, right? It's something like that. But
No, he also says something to the effect of, "I'm done messing around." Was it a coup, or was it just his idea of asserting his independence from his dad? I don't know.
right, thinking his dad had the traditionalist value. Who knows? Who knows? But either way, the new generation is rising up. And somehow, this man has a whole fleet that no one knows or cares about. Like, he really stole the Yafutoman fleet and flew away.
Pretty much.
Vigoro's definitely not compensating.
And Ica catches one look at that ship, doesn't even know it's his, and goes, "Something wrong with that."
I get a skeevy feeling from that ship. Does anyone hear or smell? It's the whole ship smells like cologne. It's a giant air apostle.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Vigoro, I'm pretty sure, strapped a gun from the wall onto his ship. I think that's what is. He got like either a defunct wall cannon strapped to his ship or something like that.
I mean, he probably would have gotten an even bigger cannon if, you know,
Given
he
the
could
choice.
put more than one round in it.
Alright, so Ike is getting payback for the Lewin train situation. Enrique's dead. Never see him again. Man, this fight sure looks tough against these guards. Sure would be a shame if I...
Sure would be a shame if they were actually between me and the door.
So there is a Cham on the deck that is not present during this encounter because of the fact that the ship is technically not in its standard layout, I should say. I guess. Yeah, no, it is.
Oh yeah.
Alright, very
Let me
scary guards.
Let me show you how you...
and we're gone.
Yep, Micah shows Enrique how she boards a...
Yeah. Right, so Miraji, thanks to the fact that our Slapara box did not break on Dralcor tank, we are able to use it again in this situation. There are a few other cases where we could try to use the Slapara box, it's just not consistent and risks breaking when we really already have two very effective use cases. So, Slapara, if I can find it. PK guard. Ica has the best chance of having it work. It's vaguely related to crit chance. Alright, so only one of them.
Pretty good.
And it was the one countering, so we'll take it. I think.
No, he's running around. Okay,
guard, guard, guard. I just guard. Only one of them's alive. Oh, guard, 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 guard. We should be able to knock this out, but yeah, you are going to get an ad while we're in the Draco chat. Just be aware. Mute tab, do what you got to do. And we dunk a moon on Miraji and the boys. This is mainly to prevent spell casting. They have their spells. They also have that chance to guard. Granted, prophecy doesn't allow for that, but still, there's just a lot that we don't want to deal with in this fight, so we're just gonna blow them all up.
There are alternate ways of doing this that involve Pirate's Wrath, but the fact that they can guard and Miraji summon more guards is pretty gross, so the moon just works better.
Yeah, no, this is how the world was destroyed plans. Oh, we got the magic dude. I saw the drop and it had me excited for a second. So this is the other chance we had for an Aura of Valor. Unfortunately, not given such a good drop. But that's fine. So, we have knocked out our big boss. We have knocked out the entry bosses. We have knocked out the coup. It's time for the back-to-back ship battles, baby. You know how we like it in the skies. I am going to have to stand up for a moment during this and just kind of move around, but during Blueheim, I have to be able to focus.
Oh, yeah.
So, strap in, ladies and gents. Like I said, you're probably going to get an ad, so be aware, but you'll be back before Blueheim's down. All right. Next. I've put third to first. Gear grease. Gear grease. Second chapter.
So, Draco is a very simple and straightforward. Because Vigoro is a very simple and straightforward man. He big guns. Just stand face to face and exchange your big shots. And we don't oblige him right away, but when we're ready to pile on all the damage to him at once, then we'll go ahead and dunk on him. And as far as the admirals go, Vigoro is has a very rigid pattern to his actions. He will do the same thing every time we fight him. Blueheim has a lot more variation. So basically, as long as we don't miss with... Okay, good. So we've got one more 5-foot shot that might miss, and as long as it hits...
Did we miss the first one?
No, you're good.
Now this is more like it. Moonstone Cannon, 5 foot a second. Elite Kit. Oh, Elite Kit. Fourth. Apple Axe, third.
And hopefully he just dies here because our 5-foot hits.
Yeah, I've definitely, Hey, thank you for the $6 donation, Hopeful FX. Absolutely appreciated. Chat, as always, do not forget, this is a charity event. We really appreciate you being here. We wouldn't be here if not for really, really long-a-thons charity efforts. Please feel free to donate at the top or hit ! donate to get the chance. But the Draco is down. We are into Blueheim. Well, not yet. First, we need to take on the Lynx Part 2. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, it's a fun fight. It's a good kind of back-to-back. It's just, oh man, this bird is a pain. I mean, this thing, I'm
so
telling
when Blueheim goes smoothly, it goes smoothly, and it looks easy, but as soon as anything goes wrong, this fight can spiral out of control.
real quick.
This bird is incredibly evasive. Like, even Tika Tika... So Tika Tika makes our torpedoes extremely accurate. Even he can't reliably hit this thing.
We tried. We picked up Tika Tika before Yafutoma at one point to try to make this fight better. It's just... even he does not give it a 0%. It becomes 1. And Blueheim really does not care.
No, even he has to settle for like 90% when he's not attacking on one of those crit turns.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole fleet's getting blown away. Beleza makes the decision, get us out of here. Full retreat.
So, the GameCube version is all one disc, but on Dreamcast, this fight against Blueheim was the end of disc 1. They decided to make it one heck of a ship fight.
Yeah, Blueheim's more of a dragon than Elgar is. But
He's
I
a
get
phoenix.
it. Yeah, I know. It's
He's
a water phoenix. Gear grease first. Heavy torpedo 4 to 3. Gear grease. Gear grease. Gear grease. We need to grease the gears.
And we're actually doing an exploit where we're intentionally keeping our HP kind of low, and that actually lets us avoid some of his attacks. At least for the early part of the fight. Eventually he stops caring about that and just hits you with his hardest attacks whenever he feels like it. But what this fight will be at first is us trying to make him go easy on it. And
Yeah,
it's
we're
still,
testing
and
to
it's
see
still
if he
scary.
guards. We're testing to see if he guards next turn. So like, first off, I can't even step away Draco turn 2 because it's a 1 turn, basically. And then Blueheim, if you step away and you miss what happened, you can be in a very bad spot, because if your shot missed or if he crit you, you have to be able to react without knowing that it happened. So, you kind of either have to know your HP values, which is what we're doing, or just don't miss. That's all. Ever. So, we are going to go into turn 2. We're going to see if he guards our torpedo, and if he doesn't, we're in a good spot. Does, it just changes how we play. So, first things first, Apple X, 5-foot cannon, 3rd to 4th, gear grease 4th, then torpedo 2nd to 3rd. So we're really trying to load up this 3rd turn, because it's one of the only chances we get to reliably hit him and hit for decent damage, except for when he guards. So in a perfect world, he doesn't guard, and we manage to even get a 3-turn Blueheim if all goes well. But that is not guaranteed by any means. Once again, we are trying to aim for our crit values here. We're using people with the intent of getting lucky crits.
So, how many pages are your notes? Like 40 pages or so? Is that right?
28.
28? And like almost an entire page is Blueheim?
Absolutely an entire page is Blueheim.
It's just so many contingency plans are...
Granted, I do use a larger font just because I keep it up while running, and if I don't, I'm not going to read it. But yeah, no, the contingencies go on, and I've even had to shorten it where I can. So big hits, big hits.
Nice. 2481.
No guard. Looks like a no guard.
Yeah, that wasn't a guard.
So we get to go 3rd B. We had no misses either. It's not that I saw.
Nope, no miss.
So Moonstone Cannon 3rd, 5-foot cannon 2 to 4, and guard 4. Sorry, 5-foot cannon 1 to 3. Yep. We are over 10,000 health, so we are in a good spot. We are watching for going below.
Okay, you even hit that. That's nice. Yeah, the strat assumes that shot you just took misses, so you're in a good spot.
We love that. Yeah, playing Plans. That would not be fun.
And now our health is getting dangerously low
Mhm.
with us forcing him to go easy on us.
But we are getting a lot of damage off. We got a crit
Oh, that's
there.
a crit.
Yeah, he should go down this turn.
I don't want to count chickens before they hatch, but yeah, this
Should. Moonstone Cannon turns are also actually C turns. It's just you have to plan very well ahead in order to load up the turns like this. And you can actually see the cannon shoot during the Moonstone Cannon too. Sometimes you'll see torpedoes come out. I did get a miss.
but we got one more shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. Boom, boom.
Boom, boom, that's it.
He's good on. Return Blueheim. Man, I don't even want to know the amount of time I'm saving on my PB here. Alright, chat. 3-turn Blueheim is really blessed. Like, honestly, super blessed. So, we are very happy with the way that went. 47.
So that shot that missed only had a 1% chance.
And of course, that
shots
missed,
we're
but
taking.
the other one didn't. Yeah, thank you, Blueheim, for not being a total jerk. 47. Yeah. Still saved a little bit of time for sure. Alright. So Kangen has been defeated. The Blueheim is defeated. We are flying out of Yafutoma. Oh. Interestingly, we do get a dialogue choice of like, what do you want to do? And it's basically, have you been paying attention? So basically you have to decide, are we going back through the Dark Rift, or are we going to see how the Valuans came in? The latter being the intelligent decision, because the game doesn't want us backtracking, shockingly. Granted, we may or may not have left a crew member in the Dark Rift, but, you know, he'll be fine until the next 100% run. Also, Daigo gives us the plans to fly above the clouds. Moegi wants to join us. We would like to be an emissary of the Yafutomans aboard our ship. And Enrique is so down.
Yep.
Definitely excited.
Yes.
Yep, she wants to join our crew and help us out. Be with Enrique. Well, she gets to be with Enrique. She doesn't really help us out much.
I was gonna say, I don't really know what she does.
So you know Silenus?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine it but worse and like 3 times as much SP.
So it's Silenus, but worse.
She stops magic attacks for 1 turn.
So she's like a Delta Shield.
For 1 turn, but I think Silenus is 2 SP for 2 turns.
It is interesting. It's just that there is no use case where Delta Shield is all that relevant. And yeah, as mentioned, just shield or just silence them. Why am I going in here? Force of habit. Apologies, chat. Yeah, like I said, we gotta go up and down this palace a few times. I don't really know why. They just really wanted us to appreciate how pretty it was, and maybe check out a few crew members too that we are not seeing. So, quick chat. What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we going?
The answer is, why would we go back in the Dark Rift? That place is creepy.
Yep. We've got a little bit to do. We have to go through some cutscenes, do some discovery hunting, make some money, and then we need to southeast. We need to get everything set up to recruit a few people, and we will end up headed to the lands of ice. We are off to Veltarn. We are in the back half of the run by all accounts. We are pretty deep in the back half of the run at this point. As mentioned, we are now on disc 2. Sadly, we got an encounter here. I swear this is an encounter reset that we are literally flying in right now. But
Yep.
make it that far. But yeah,
You were
interestingly enough. Go ahead.
In the reef when you got it.
Yeah, Zhao and Mao is the only time we actually need to use our captain's hat after Draukor. We do not use captain's hat for Tortigar. We do not use captain's hat for Miraji. It's just we don't swing. But we are going to need it for Veltarn. Veltarn is going to get the full force of our fury because otherwise he's going to murder everybody. Veltarn is a missionary for the Church of Avalauncher. Very eager to help spread the word of Avalauncher.
So
no, it's this one.
No, you're right. Yep, that way.
Or Sahaba.
And so as Arcadia Legend is so fond of saying, Veltarn has an attack called Death Laser, which does exactly what you think it does, and is a one-hit kill, instant death attack, and it's not even his scariest move.
Avalauncher. Avalauncher is your basic cone AoE. It's just very strong, and he has like a 50% chance of using it constantly. I mean, he might as well be Antonio 3 to some degree. But it is just very strong and very scary, and his attacks also confuse, which is awesome. He doesn't guard. We're okay with that. So, all of this that I'm doing right now is for this man right here, Mr. Tika Tika. Tika Tika is our torpedo master. He will be absolutely instrumental in our future ship battles, including in the dark and the giant sky fortress. The Yelagar doesn't matter too much. You'll see him soon. That is our scorpion friend that we discussed earlier. Chat, can you imagine 8 hours of this game? Because that's where we are. We have been talking and playing and enjoying this game for 8 hours already. So, just take a second and enjoy that. Enjoy the music. Don't forget to donate to charity eventually. Please.
So, have you had an opportunity to practice the clip into Ma, or are you just going to go in the...
I have not had the chance to practice it, so I'm a little suspect on that.
Okay.
I don't think I have...
Yeah, it's...
No, I just have get through under
it's...
Valua, get the Rabats and turn. Get 2 Rabats and turn.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely something that
I should know
would
how to
be
do
tricky
first.
to do. It would be, yeah. I mean, you can
100%.
go ahead and take one stab at it, but right away I would just take the normal entrance. It's pretty easy, but it's not intuitive.
I believe you. I'm going to do some kind of clever flying here to get us back to Sailors. We're not actually going to go to Sailors. We're going to go past it and around it. So I am just kind of wiggling back and forth a bit. This is actually our starter area. For those of you that remember it, this is where we spawned with the... well, nearby where we spawned.
With your
With Dine's ship. Yeah, the Albatross. We don't need to talk to Doc ever again. Bye, Doc. Have a great day. And arguably I could fly in and out of that rock wall. I could have bridge hopped. We're just gonna vibe. We're just gonna roll right through. We got white map equipped. We're so strong.
Retreat.
We're getting away for free every time, no matter what. Even if we didn't have white map equipped, it'd be a pretty darn hard chance to run away, or to miss the runaway.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just guaranteed.
Pretty darn close, but we all know this game loves its 1%. But I do believe you that it would be. So yeah, we don't backtrack too much, but just enough. Again, even if I was counting, I probably wouldn't have bridge hopped there. It's just, sometimes the game wants to give it to you in 5 seconds. My cat is very confused as to why I'm still awake.
Oh, I bet.
He wants to cuddle, but also go away. Don't talk to me, don't touch me. I forgot to get ship graveyard. That's fine. I'll get that pretty easily. Ship graveyard's a straightforward one to get.
You just gonna pick that up on your way to Dangrel?
Yeah. Do you think it loses value? I don't think I sell it anyway.
No, it wouldn't matter.
Right.
It's not too far out of the way from getting value and wreckage.
That's fine. So, for anyone that doesn't know, discoveries do actually diminish in value over time. The first step is, depending on what story marks you have, some of them are driven by finding or accessing certain areas, but then other ones diminish even further after an NPC called Domingo, quote-unquote, discovers them first. You're kind of, quote-unquote, in a race with Domingo to find a bunch of discoveries. I believe he only joins you after 50. It's along those
30.
lines. 30, okay. But then he
Yeah.
gives you rewards based on how many you find. And that was actually the original way to get the white map, was to turn in enough discoveries for Domingo, but it was found not fast enough to be worth it, even in Dreamcast. So we get back, and Ismail and Brabham have been very busy constructing our brand new base. They got ventilation, they got a stone hangar door. I mean, these are experts here. And apparently they used materials sourced from our friends Dine and Clara, or not Dine, Gilder and Clara, because their insignias are around the base.
And the engineer is very happy to see this new technology for flying very high.
Oh yeah. About as long as it took us to, do I talk to him?
You don't even talk to him yet.
Wait.
You just go up the stairs. Yeah, just go up the stairs for now. Go up to your loft, and then talk to Belle on your way out.
Yep. But the argument is, as long as it took us to get through the Dark Rift and deal with Yafutoma, so like weeks, I would assume. I mean, we do know that there is effective Valuan digger technology. We just don't think that Ismail and Brabham had the access to that necessarily. I mean, unless they got Drachma's drill arm in action there. Dixie, come on, get out from under me, kitty. Good kitty. And cuddle with me. Of course. Body's weight. Need to stand up. Make sure you're stretching, chat. We've been here a long time. So Vice is back to being in the worst of it. I swear, she's playing that scenario game. I don't remember what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's called Worst Case Scenario. Be wrong. Could be wrong. All right.
Nah, she just had a bicycle pun and has been waiting to use it.
All right. So we wake up in our fancy new bed. Go on down. Go back downstairs. Go pick up Belle. We're gonna go destroy Veltarn. Do exclamation point RRLAT7, and that should give you the schedule. If you type exclamation point schedule, that should work too. But I believe RRLAT7 is the command to see the full list. Hooray! Belle's very excited to join us. We also technically do need a gunner because they end up running the ship shop in the Crescent Island, and that's one of the main reasons we actually pick her up.
So we now have a crew member that makes our torpedoes very, very accurate, a crew member that makes our sub-cannons substantially powerful, and a crew member that makes our moonstone powerful. Yeah, you don't need to be at... Yeah, you need to go a little bit to the east, and you don't...
Wait, east?
Yeah, a little bit east. It was directly north of Skull Rock, and you kind of went a little bit west. But it's actually like 1 or 2 notches down on the altimeter.
Wait. There we go. Thank you very much. Normally it's touch the top and go north, but it works. Anyway. Cut west. There's a little bit of skybox dancing that we do here in order to bounce between 2 different encounter zones, keep our counter low. But again, we have white map. It's not making a huge difference. It's taking out those few seconds of free and fighting and tenuing. You can see the line here. It really is as easy going back and forth across that line just a little bit. Arguably, I could get a discovery here, but it's just something we get later. Point. Which philosophy zone is right here for this. And then from here, I just go northwest. Make our way to a giant mountain. So this is our second real skip, glitch, brick, whatever you want to call it.
I think you can probably go west from this spot now.
You're probably right. I thought about bridge hopping, but it's just tough to judge. You know, I don't want to do it too early with the white map because then I end up losing time doing hops. But clearly, waiting too long and suddenly I get counters. But good call. I was in fact north enough, and we're gonna do a little wiggle here. Not the easiest, but it is a fun look. Yep.
I think you need to go a little bit. No, I think you need to go a bit to the right and then to the left. Yep. And then slide to the left.
There we go.
Yeah.
You're right. It is over the land, not in the rift. Tough to tell. You do automatically get the Aurora, and then you'll see our giant spider friend in the distance at the moment. Not be approaching. They are very scary and very strong. I am looking for a blue
you are
spot.
too far north.
I bet I am. I'll admit I was kind of more looking for Alania than,
Yeah.
I got you, Eriku, don't worry.
Cool spider. Makes no sense. I don't understand what it is or...
It's an ice spider, you know. It's not just a nice spider, it's an ice spider, but you were correct. Far north. We do have our land of ice right here. This is Glacia. This is a very cool area with some good music and tink tink as I run. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Except we're actually kind of equipped for ramming things now.
But first we have to do a quiz show. What kind of power is purple? Ice, clearly.
I thought it was lightning.
No.
Maybe it's
That's
water.
boil.
Maybe it's water. They made a song about purple rain.
Very cozy. Very unhappy with it. If you get it wrong, they send you back to the beginning. Or is it just the
send you
same
on-
question?
Back to the same question. Yeah.
That's good.
It also sends you through. Has an absurdly high encounter.
Really?
I mean, with white map, it doesn't really matter, but like if you didn't have a white map, you'd get like 2 or 3 encounters in there.
Either way, we're not gonna take that. We're gonna get out of here. Cutscene. It's fine. Very comfy. Sorry, chat. Missed that one.
Why are you? Oh, because I didn't set the hour.
No worries. Yep, she's a kitty.
Oh, Levi's almost fell to his death, but he got better.
Wow.
Alright. So this dungeon's pretty straightforward. There's a few chests that are hard to find, and there is an underneath section that you actually have to go back to after a later point. But really cool dungeon.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some. It's definitely kept intentionally vague and mysterious. By all appearances, this place survived what happened to the people who lived here.
Retreat.
Yeah, it's just kind of fossilized, almost. Been kept in cold storage for too long. There is Sibyllin Bane here. We will not be fighting him. He's very scary. A very strong Sibyllin. Now we are in the upper section. Move along. Arguably I could save before this fight, but again, when it's dying to a boss, there's no reason to save before it. You could start the boss.
Retreat.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought. Either they, they
Either they
fought
have to go
themselves to extinction. Yeah.
Yeah, either they just committed way too hard to their war, or they had to. One of the discoveries is apparently a giant focusing lens that was pointed at Glacia, so who knows what happened with that.
Alright, so I have some equipping to do. Mostly just Vice. This, and we're gonna... This. Sweep, card, and... I am down to 1 Glyph of Might, which is not great, considering Vice could die. And I'm pretty sure I was meant to use that next Glyph of Might for Figaro. Be wrong there. Also, holy cow, the damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you do for Eliminator with just 1 glyph.
This should work.
It might be that I have to buy more somewhere else. I don't think I used 2 in any fight.
I mean, if you're using 1 on Vigoro, are you going to use Incrum on Eliminator? That doesn't... I'm not sure that sounds right, but again, I'm not familiar with with all the changes in the notes, so...
All good. I need...
Let's try this.
Again, this is just... The game says... Oh, Death
Oh,
Laser,
don't do it.
Vice, he's
Oh.
gone. Well, luckily I get another... I get more mites.
This should work.
I think Aika knows Incrum, doesn't she?
Oh, can't even. Hang on.
This should
I mean,
work.
it's not like again, I am buying it first. Like, this is definitely a spare Glyph of Might for this purpose.
Oh yeah, true. That's all after seeds. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Duh.
It's alright, we're
Oh,
used to Vice
Beltarn.
dying in this run. Oh, that not what I meant. It's fine. He's hold. He's hold. There's Wrath, and Glyph of Might. Ice. He is not currently. I'm gonna use that just for the sake of Enrique's really thick. He is not Glyph speeded, but that is fine because it means Ica can outspeed for sure. It's just Beltarn.
This should
I mean,
work.
Vice wasn't gonna outspeed Beltarn anyway, let's be real.
Nope. Not when it counted. Don't confuse.
Pop.
Don't confuse. Of course you confuse. Now she can't guard. Now she dies to 1.
Alright, Enrique needs to normal attack on red. She gets to guard. So that's good. Guard, guard, swing red. I might have been meant to hold off on that for a minute, but it's fine. Hopefully he doesn't drop to this, because I do need silver. I don't need that much silver.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he falls to this.
I hope so. Hey, look, you did.
It's fine. I think you're fine on.
Yeah, I'm pretty ahead on silver, to be honest.
Wait, yeah, you already learned it on Mirage.
Oh, sick. Professional speedrunner, chat.
Or no, I'm thinking arms. See how you do.
I think she already has it. I'm 80% sure.
Yeah, I think
she
she already had it.
I need to equip map.
Oh. Looking back at chat, I see a lot happened. Okay.
just to be absolutely certain, we do in fact have Rizalum.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
I
we were
realize that
super
we're
ahead.
buying more mites later.
Yep. All good. We don't need it for Yelligar, safe to say. Alien and Blackbeard, not a big deal. Shadows, technically, but like we don't really use it on Shadows. Yeah. Honestly, it's crazy to say. Oh no, that's Yelligar. Never mind. I was like, oh, we're
Yep.
not terribly behind. Oh no, that's 20 minutes in the future.
That's the
Yep.
that's the wrong split. Uh-oh.
Next split. Listen. I'm staying at a steady.
Hey, I'm proud of you for toughing out that early game. That was
Advice, no mana shrine, dead Fina, or dead Ica, dead to Rockworm. I think
poison explode, poison explode, poison explode.
the missed runs. I mean, it's amazing because it's unfortunate, but not a lot of it was in my control. There were a few. There were definitely a few where I could have saved time, but I didn't. I've definitely got a few where I have saved time compared to my splits. It's just because we're so far behind anyway. So we are kind of fighting that 20-minute mark and trying to end up closer to 11 than further.
Well, if I remember your yellow Blackbeard 2 correctly, you've got some nice time save there.
Yep, that's true. That is very true, and that's kind of what we're counting on to get me back to 11. By all counts, if the end game goes well, we can end up back at an 11. It's going to be a little tight. Sad whale noises, chat. Sad whale noises. It's just so touching. I was a pretty darn clean Veltarn. I mean, yeah, it sucks Vice died. That definitely put a damper on it, but you know, that was really it. The end of the issues. Come here. Drachma is getting closure, has released his son's memory to the world.
Sad piano intensifies. We should stop him. Old man, you're now our crew slave.
Nah, let him go. He'll join us again later, maybe. Probably.
I'm off to go fish, I guess.
I'm gonna go grab some fish out of the sky.
I'm just going to sail my ship along at 200 miles per hour with my hand held up in the air, and any fish that comes into it, well, Darwin.
So, back over the mountain. We leave the same way we came in, and it's so much easier on the way out. It is insanely easier on the way out, and shoutouts to Page Cartoons, who I may or may not have accidentally told to go southwest instead of southeast to get this discovery. It turns out left and right are very important in ship navigation. Who would have thought? Who could have seen that coming? But I meant west, not... I'll trade Fina for Drachma. Pina's never caught a fish in her life. Pina is incapable. Also, I do need to re-equip timing valve. Get there in a minute. Bounce out again. Look at the fish. Oh, that's balloon seed. Never mind. Balloon flower. I apologize. Our majestic balloon seed sure has bloomed. Don't know what the cats do. It's a weird. Hang on. Come on. Ugh. Stay up, you weirdo. Alright, so back to the meeting room, back to the Delphinus. Check in. There is a moonfish. Guys, can I help you? Slightly better image of the kitty. I'm surprised you could hear that. All right. Do need to quick menu. Come on, the chance. Thank you. Placing heavy toward foot.
Yep.
Equipping. Oh, I never unequipped timing valve. Oops. Sure, I'm glad that didn't punish me. Don't think too hard about it, because I know I probably wasn't meant to die. She is a sweetheart when she doesn't want to bite me for being up late. May or may not be our current situation. Unfortunately, we don't let her stay in our bedroom. Well, I mean, unfortunately, being a relative term, we don't let her stay in our room. So she stays out here, and when I'm out here, she is awake. She is a cutie. It's true. So, above the clouds, we're gonna go hard west, northwest. Should be a pretty straight shot to our good friend Ilkamus. We used to get Ilkamus after Yelagar in order to kind of get a little easier pathing more than anything. But I mean, when you can get above the clouds like this, there's just no reason not to. So we're just going to grab him real quick, and he's going to save us a turn on Yelagar without any issue. But in order to do that, we have to talk to Ilkamus twice and get around his crazy packed room. Would you like to join my... Thank you. Goodbye.
No, I'm sorry, sir. It wasn't it was not a question.
It really wasn't. And he's going to give us his condition the second time around. It's just a matter of, for some reason, he's very busy. Oh, she said goodbye. Sorry, chat, you're stuck with me. But honestly, the pathing in this place is the hardest part. Oh, wait. Hang on. Hey, yeah, join me. So we are going full seeds. Armstrong is among the only ones that does true seedless. He is a bold and dangerous man for doing so, and like I said, man, the pathing in that place, right? Alright, so now we are going hard south by southeast, below the clouds. So I don't really have the lineup, I just have this. This is about what I have. Probably a little more if I had to guess. How far off do you think I am? Or am I just not even close?
Need to go more east, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really make it out all that clearly, but oh, hey, that's the wall right there. It's you have to just slide slowly. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just go the normal way.
Worrying about it. Well, that means go south, and I'm looking for some spinny. There's our friend the Dancing Lights, which means this is our friend the Maw of Tardis. Now, when do you get Rabats?
So I'm not. I should look at the notes to confirm. But you can get Rabats on your way to Dangrel.
Just a busy trip to Dangrel at this point. Just a busy trip to Dangrel at this point.
Yeah.
Fine. We have to go there twice.
So yeah, you can just head directly west from Crescent to get your Rabats, and then go south to get your other discoveries. Or you can break it up.
Yeah, I'll knock it all out in one go if I can. I just know I need him before Dangle 2, that's for sure. I do have... Oh, I don't. No, I do. I do have Hat equipped. I made sure to put it on before we left. This is another case where I am meant to be able to hop at about minute intervals. It's not quite exact, but it's 45 seconds to a minute, honestly, between encounters. Yeah, so we have a new route from Ilkemis to Maw of Tardis where we actually enter the Maw from the back. The entrance is large enough that it sticks through the rock and you can get in from flanking it, which isn't something I've practiced to the knowledge of doing it, but it saves a few seconds.
Yeah, once you're familiarized with, not too hard to hit, but it is a very tiny spot. Yeah, it's a small spot with a specific angle, and
it's only around the circle of the entrance.
Yeah.
You'll have to excuse me, I've got cat hair in my beard. Amazing how that works. Alright, so that's 2. We should really only get one more encounter. If we get another encounter, we're almost at the exit. It should matter. This turn right here. Easy. Nope, we in fact get our 3rd encounter. That's unfortunate. Same deal as the Dark Rift. If all goes well, we really should not be dealing with much in the way of encounters here. Don't ask me why I'm silver. It's just so I'm silver. Force of habit at this point. We'll switch it up based on who we're hitting. I think Vigoro we need purple.
Yeah, shadows you need purple.
I guess technically I over input, but I think we'll live the few seconds it takes me to change that color. Yeah, I mean we joke about, hey, you saved 3 seconds in a 12-hour run, but it's you save 3 seconds per hour in a 12-hour run or a 10-hour run. No, just might start adding up. Especially when it's more than that. But, as always, it's less about the time you're saving and more about the time you're not losing.
If that's true.
We've been spotted. Yeah, see, I definitely think that's like a scorpion. 'Cause it's got the tail. But it is definitely a techno scorpion.
It's a confused upside down scorpion.
It's a scorpion if instead of legs, it had 4 pincers. Four stingers, I should say. I do appreciate that this thing could have broken out at any time. Like, I'm sorry. Other than, I guess, gathering energy for however long, this thing absolutely could have broken out of that at any time. And we are mean mugging it. We are literally walking up to the electric field because that's smart. The weak table. Oof. The minor table.
It's pretty weak.
Yeah, it is. It is unfortunate, but
Like-
yes, this boss has absolutely been gutted. Sorry, just making sure I get it right. Grease, gear grease. It's 3 gear greases and a torpedo. So this boss does have one powered up move, and if you take the wrong decision, it does kind of hurt, but like, it's still much weaker and much less imposing compared to Blueheim, which is kind of unfortunate. I don't really know what happened to it. Maybe it was too hard prior, but yeah, they kind of stunted it.
I mean, it's got more HP than Blueheim, but otherwise Blueheim is way tougher than this thing.
Yeah, hits harder too. Like, to be honest, we don't heal. We barely power up. Really? Interesting. That'd be a tough fight. They definitely beefed it up compared to that, but they probably just didn't tune the damage properly. What can you do? So, focus second, 5 foot, fourth second, then Appa first. ST1. So I do need to remember to hit the second option on this text. I missed it last time around, but give me 1 second. I'm going to step away. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, one of the few troublesome things about this fight from a routing perspective is that right now, Vise is just pointing the ship in the completely wrong direction for attacking this thing. Which is a really big pain in the butt for when we're just trying to beat it quick. So if we were to try to fire our cannons right now, it wouldn't even try to fire. It would just tell us that we can't hit it. And if it weren't for that, this thing would die even faster without really ever threatening us.
It is unfortunately such a missed opportunity that the Auriga is the only case where using Quicka on your ship actually changes the fight. I think there might have been one other example, but it was just there is no reason to do it.
Yeah.
I do need to hit this text option, as mentioned. And then we're going to use our brand new friend Ilkamis. Ilkamis has a buff that gives us all of our stats. Very, very nice buffs. It pays off in full. And oh. Wait, why can't I? But
So go back to Aika and have her fire that other 5 foot.
Okay. Third to first. Sorry. Foot. Forward to 2. Right. 5 foot. That is okay. I need to make sure I put a 5A and a 5B there. Or I guess it's 5B, 5A. Yeah, you do have to worry about layering because you can't have the same cannon shooting twice, obviously. But easier said than implemented when you can't tell the difference between the two, other than just knowing it. So all things considered, if we crit a few times, this thing should go down in this turn. Otherwise, we just buff ourselves turn 1 and finish it there. But in my recent PB, I chose the first option in that text box, and it messes with your damage ranges and your lost turns. He does more damage and actually considerably puts you into... it gives you a mild concern. But yeah, you see there, that dude did 2,000 damage because Ilkamus is buffing our defense. And because we are buffed to the offense as well, he goes down. Goodbye, Yellogar. And with that, the yellow crystal is not an issue anymore. Don't need to worry about it.
You got yourself a yellow crystal.
I got myself some time save on that one. I'll tell you that. I want to say that was like 3 minutes. I apologize, chat. Mute, tab, do what you gotta do if you can still hear me. 30s. Have to keep that in mind. 12:10, give or take. Or 2:10. Nah, don't even worry about it too much. I noticed that it was happening. Might as well.
Yeah, well, messing around with all the settings on my watch, I realized I started setting a timer rather than an alarm.
That's funny. Well, time. No, I'm just kidding. Not yet. Don't hit it.
Actually setting.
Oh wait, east, southeast, not west. I think I'm used to trying to go for Sky Flail to the west. And then following that back.
Okay, so are you familiar with the movement for approaching that one from the south?
The flail?
Yeah, after Dangrel.
Oh, is that what we do now?
Yeah.
No, I believe you. I don't actually have that in books yet. I have Rainbow Island, Iron Star, and Skytrain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it should be after Dangrel from that, though.
Boss Figaro, Boss Eliminator, White Map, Raise, Northeast Crescent Island.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't have Flying Flail in mind unless I was meant to try to get it after this.
Yeah. Let me look through Arcadia's notes. I would imagine that.
I don't think she does. I don't think she chases it. I mean, I barely get Skytrain. Surprised. Oh, okay. I do see it. Hard north-northeast above clouds to catch flail. Curve east. Okay, you were correct. I just don't have it highlighted.
Okay. Yep, I'll try to pay attention while you're doing it. Make sure you're
It's
coming
one
at
of
it from
those
the right
recent
angle.
additions. Yeah, I definitely need to go back through, do Arcadia's highlighter method because it is very helpful to have all of the associated in a similar color. I.e., shopping is green, discovery is blue, fights are gray, you know. Remember green, I want to say? A darker green.
Yeah. Yeah, color coding definitely helps you
Yes, my lord.
Especially with
quickly
consistent
glance
like
through it
this.
and figure out what you need.
You. So when
Uh,
a certain somebody adds things without highlighter, easy to miss.
But yeah, Froggy, at least in the Hundo route, it's now entirely plausible. Not likely, but plausible that somebody completes all the Delphinus fights without ever going past turn 3 on anything.
Yeah. That is pretty cool. I'm honestly not far from it, to be honest. I don't know if I had to take a 4th turn on anything so far. Auriga?
No, you finished that one on turn 3. But Hydra, there's no returns on any percent.
I believe you. I fully believe
Yeah, you like.
it's not gonna happen.
But between the guards and the amount of SP you have to work with, there's just no way.
Yeah, you just need him to not guard, but then you have such a high risk of dying, too. That's the issue, chat. We don't like guards, but at the very least, they are quick. So it's one of those situations where normally we would want the thing we're not attacking to guard, because then it's just skipped. But ship battles, it's either they're hitting us for a pile of damage, or they're cutting ours in half. So better. Surprised I don't get rid of the 3 yet, but I guess that's just later.
No. Well, there isn't really a situation where you 2 5-foots from here on. You will want that 3-foot. And eventually for Zelos. And by the time you do find yourself thinking maybe that you want directly west to Rabbits,
Yeah, you're right.
so you'll need to go back a little bit north now.
Working on it. This one?
I think a little bit south.
Yep.
Here we go.
Arguably, I could get dancing lights. It's just not really worth anything.
No, it's not.
And then we'll get ship graveyard and balloon wreckage on island and rift. Oh. Should
No,
be.
just keep going forward. Yep. West. I think more north.
Is that it right? Yep, right here. Good call. And then now it's just southwest.
Yep.
Yeah, discovery routing is definitely a tricky one, and once you're trying to improv it, it definitely is also tricky to consider what's where. Luckily, after you discover them, they show up on the map, so it's a little easier to plot. But trying to do it blind in a run. So,
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do.
has a base under the clouds. They have shipyard / construction port. They've been doing many nefarious things that happen very fast, with only our knowledge really leading into it to guide it. It's funny. It's just there's a little montage moment And suddenly it's like, oh, they've been working hard on doing this, and they've been working hard on doing that. Suddenly they have this whole. You'll see it when we come back. But it is entertaining work that they've been doing, and the fact that the Hydra has been built somewhere. You know, we never really addressed that. It's just, it's been being built, and Enrique knows about it. So, maybe it was a Dangrel. Maybe it was some random Valuan ship thing we never see. Because we never see where the harpoon cannon's put on. Stands to reason there could be a armory.
Yeah, well, speaking of harpoon cannon, supposedly the shipwright that installed it has been doing a lot of business with other fishers, getting a bunch of harpoon cannons. So supposedly there are like a few dozen of them out there. We never see one.
Well, we see another one. See one
with a
more.
harpoon cannon?
Oh yeah. Also, fun fact, chat, don't overmash here, because if you mash on any of these grades, you will get a text box and a small conversation. Most any of them. Especially while Vice is up in the rafters. Okay, we see 2 harpoons. Does that help? He'll get it, Chad. Don't worry. It's late. We're all tired. But we are turning off the fans. Interesting little run cutscene. But we've gotten very good luck so far. Dangrel has a really low encounter rate. The enemies are kind of annoying, but it is just, especially with white map, pretty kind. Right, so room with lots of doors. We're only worried about this one. Thank goodness it's not Hondo. Then go straight across here, and we will enter DeLoco's personal hangar. Kind of a cool moment you don't really get with most of the other ships, to be able to see it up close like this. You know, just a nice touch. I think it stands to reason. They meant for there to be more hangars and more ship bays and stuff like that. Like, they meant for there to be interactions there. But it's cool that we get to see this.
Yeah, and as best I can tell, each time you know, the Delphinus or the Chameleon, or it seems like they're all to scale, like, consistently. So that's actually pretty cool that they went to that much trouble.
His cute modular arm. You know, he has so much fun just like sticking them on and off, and just like, you know, he has his own personal 1x10 model of his own ship.
You know, he'd watch like Outlaw Star or something and just get envious. He's like, that ship has 4 arms.
I need more. Brilliant, I tell you, brilliant. So we got a couple cutscenes here. We are currently stealing blueprints directly out from underneath Volua's nose, and maybe that's not the best thing to be doing. So we are about to get out when suddenly...
Stop, air pirates.
Hold. Oh. Uncle Greg.
Uncle
We are
Greg, say it ain't
pinched?
so. It ain't so.
We have to fight both of them at the same time? Jeez. Walking menacingly? Oh, okay, he's fine. He's not mad at us. Ooh, Galcian. Gonna get it. Committing treason? I know, I really wish we got to see this in action, or like, imagine if he joined our team for a minute. That'd be a fun fight, even if it still ended. Get out of here. It's just, it makes way more sense for him to be like, nah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
it's
the
an
shield.
unwinnable fight, but before you lose, he just
You're out of
eats you
here.
through the door.
It wouldn't stop him. He's dropping a moon on Greg. He has to. Otherwise, Greg's gonna keep his steel skin, and I'm sure that man knows sacrilege. Maybe not.
Well, the shield can't cover everything.
And it's a
Galcian
big
has
old
terminal to
True. Jump.
just come in from just oh nice shield and I come. I'm like, in theory, if you try to tilt your shield to protect you from it, I just crush you under it.
Hey, he's been watching this video, alright? No, I know, that man flies all the way up in the air. It is quite crazy. So, okay.
I mean, what makes you think he couldn't do it through an air duct?
Trying to jump.
That's fine.
It's
He
fine.
doesn't need to. He doesn't need to jump. He teleports.
That's true. Either way, we will deal with Galcian when we get to him. For now, we have to run home because we got some new schematics. So I'm gonna have to figure out this flail turn. Should be fine.
So if you just follow Arcadia's heading, that'll get you the general vicinity. You're gonna kind of want to be. You're kind of gonna want to hit the. So you know how Valua's a crater ring at high altitude.
Mhm.
You're gonna kind of want to hit the tangent of that on the on its eastern side. Just
And I
kind
should
of
see
keeping your.
flail around there.
And you should see flail appear on your left, and you'll almost a crescent.
I believe you. For anyone that missed it, Galcian does say give him the highest honors when you take him home. That is a
But he says
He
his
is-
body is worth more than your life.
amazing. Alright, so hard north by northeast.
You're gonna want to raise altitude higher, like 2 more notches. Okay. Go a bit more to your right.
Yep.
And keep your eyes peeled to the left. You'll want to look a little bit further left. Okay, there you go.
Back here, you son of a... It's so dark. I can...
Yeah,
oh, come
right?
on.
You'll get it. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll get it by the time I hit Crescent. Maybe. Honestly, though, it
Yeah,
actually
it's-
does
it-
work
it's-
out
it's
about
definitely-
that way.
Yeah, you'll want to go a little bit more north.
Oh, north?
Yep. Not that far north.
Alright. Listen. We got there.
Trust.
bud, we got there.
I've followed this flail a few.
Oh, I did
It's
not
right
mean
there.
to hit C there. Are we there yet? Alright, Brabam, we do have to talk to you. I think it was Pengi at one point mentioned that he went up and around without talking to
Oh,
Brabam and
no.
being like, oh wait, okay, no, we need to talk to him.
Crap.
Or no, it was that he did talk to him the second time, maybe. I don't know.
Oh. Well, at least you can't like get far without talking to him a second time.
It is kind of a time skip moment, like this is the montage that I mentioned. But And so I do believe the game gives you a chance to, like, are you sure you don't have other things to go find and do? But yeah, you do have to talk to him a second time when you wake up after the montage, just to be like, cool, good, you can handle this. But also the Voluans have been busy during this period of time. And Enrique is sad about his uncle. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Again, I'm trying to keep it down a little bit late. I do appreciate everyone who's still around. Take care of yourselves, drink water.
It sounds like you're coming through clear to me.
I'm glad. I should have taken a second to grab water. Oh, good. Nab it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I was trying to steer you in the wrong direction when, like, looking right at that flail. It was hard for me to make it out on in voice chat.
It's definitely dark. It was definitely a black on blue situation. So you are all good. Hey, bud. Got some news for me?
Yeah, that's the main reason I wanted to make sure I got you on the right initial approach. That way I could afford to be off a little bit.
I appreciate it. I do have it written, it's just it's up to interpretation on what I'm exactly, right? Like, luckily I've seen it, I just don't have the screenshot itself in my notes. For reasons. But now we are gonna go get a trail of 3 discoveries that are straightforward.
Yep.
I hope your matters are okay, Arcadia. I hope you're all comfy and good,
Yes.
Mr. Legend. Right.
Yeah, we
Enrique
definitely
and
appreciate having you
Maleki
here, Arcadia.
are doing well. Enrique says that he wants to go back to Balloon. He needs to make sure life is okay in the home front. It's not. But you know what? He's gonna try eventually after this. Alright, so Rainbow Island first. Rainbow.
Southeast.
I had west. Might need to make sure I get that. I'll have to start by aiming more south, I think. Cutting west to get Iron Star, and then I train. It is a very good game. I will tell you, it is a very, very good game.
If you know where Sand Falls is, you there.
And this far down?
There you go.
Yeah. I thought I had triggered it already. Come on, you son of a gun. Come here. Leading me the right direction. It's just a matter of I'd like to catch it sooner. This is our shout out to the OG. Tent of Skies.
Yeah, you can pretty much head straight west to Vortex.
Thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Huh, I wonder where the Vortex is.
No, yeah, wrong Vortexes. I mean, like, directly west, so
yeah,
a bit north
south.
now.
Too far south. Fair point. Wrong Vortex. I gotta get under this guy anyway. Matter of being underneath. No, I am not gonna go. Really wanted me to pick up that discovery, huh?
So when in doubt with this, if you ever catch sight of the silver moon, this is directly on. So you can just fly at the moon, and you'll find it.
Oh, I missed the entrance. There we go. There we go.
Oh,
It
good.
sure
Glad
has
to hear
gone.
things are going well.
I've saved some time in a few places. I've burnt some time in a couple others. We're, I'll say, 20 minutes over what I would have hoped for. A little less, but you know, we're definitely comfy, and we still have the chance of hitting around 11. I just don't know if sub 11's the possibility at this point. But we're not doing too bad at all. We're about to save some time on my estimate, so see how much we can catch up at the end of it. If I can beat an 11-11, very happy. Hey, we are here. The speedrun community is very strong. Chat. First off, I want to say a big thank you as always to Longathon. Please make sure to hit the donate button or ! donate to give to the charity. And this is going to a good cause, and we are honored to be part of it. But I also want to give a shout out to the Skies community, a bunch of fantastic people, routers, data miners, all the interested folks, and folks who all love this game. We get them every time. Every time we run this game, somebody says, haven't seen the run, love the game. So, always glad to see you. Speedrun.com, Skies of Arcadia Legends, our Discord is on there. You will enjoy. But we have a mini game here with a hand.
And you're going to suck all the fun out of it by knowing exactly where to go.
Yep, because if I hit the wrong spot, I will absolutely get a random encounter that I do not want. And if I overmatch after this cutscene and or ship battle, I will get another ship battle. We don't want that either. So, we are going to have a visit, a very good friend, the late, the great, the mad as a hatter, Loco. But we do manage to entirely grab Fina's ship and somehow pull it into our ship in time. Don't ask question. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Fina has to leave. It's go time. It's go time. Who could have seen this coming? Could have imagined?
Yeah, I'm definitely not sure where this giant claw that you have comes from on your ship.
Yeah.
Or where it tucks into with her ship.
DeLoco's harpoon gun, which is basically an anchor gun, is very interesting. AT2 first T. Oh. He does hurt, but he's. We may or may not blow him up anyway.
Yeah, we blow him up fast enough that it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, Ilkamus really kicks in here.
I mean, he can always get lucky with crits, but generally not a problem.
His accuracy gets hit by the darkness too.
Yeah.
Not as much, but he does still miss. That's kind of why
he's also generally pretty good about not taking pot shots when he's far away or otherwise.
Can you imagine this fight if there were just random Rajas flying out everywhere? Yeah, he definitely took a chunk out of us.
On my first time playing the game, thought Grendel was still kind of like alive. Like, I didn't realize he got knocked into a river. I thought he got off of land entirely and was down here with us. I was expecting him to show up and crash the party.
Yeah, that would be cool. I'd be down. Alright, KO.
Oh, that's
Chat,
ad
you may get
alarm.
an ad in a minute. Please feel free to mute tab, do what you gotta do. We will be here. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Froggy. If his harpoon cannon was an actual attack, I don't know why they decided to put it in the cutscene, and it's like the initial shots against the Yakutomans as well. He does it here, but it's just like, cool, we got a shot, but your health is still full. Let's start the fight. And it's just like, oh, glad it didn't do anything. Right. Again, apple wax, guard.
Yep, and the reason we're not attacking on because he guarded it.
Yep. Yeah, we have the ship battle AI pretty well down, but some of them are just nigh on people. That is fair. Fina's ship is definitely much smaller. It's just the Delphinus is so thin and sleek. Like, it's hard to imagine something that long being absorbed. But I'm with you. I'm with you. It's definitely much smaller by scale. So yeah, this is a pretty cool fight. Just being underneath the sky, it's not a lot down here. There's no discoveries. There are 2 pieces of rare metal that if you happen to acquire the blacksmith in your run, you can use to make a very strong sword. It's not the best sword, but it is a very strong sword. 2, Ilkos, 2. Goodbye to Loco. I should take this chance to get everybody. I'll do it during the Blackbeard, during the 1 turn, because at least it's a full turn. It actually makes it a better break than anything. Bye to Loco.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the Delphinus isn't exactly a carrier. It's a reasonably slim armored battleship without large empty spaces to tuck things away.
That's what I was thinking too, but also RIP to Loco. Nope.
Yeah.
He gone. So do not ever press A. Ever press A down here. Unless you are sure of where you want to be. You can run away from the Raja fights. It's fine. Also, fun fact, you actually see the spire of Soltis as you go up in this vortex. We didn't see it there, but you do see it as you go. If you look around or you spin as you go down. Kind of one of those cool, skeleton. Oh, wait, too fast. Hang on. There is a discovery right up here. You need to get. Then. It's fine. 10,000. What do you think?
I'm sorry.
Think it's worth the sacrifice?
How much HP do you have?
I'm losing 10 grand at 36. I'm gonna do it just to be safe.
Oh. Yeah, sure.
Just to be safe.
Oh, yeah, you were fine. 36.
You never know. It's a full turn, like I said. It is a 1 turn fight. It's just he does shoot you quite a bit, and if DeLoco happened to have gotten a few crits, it does not bode well. Altor, a mighty black-bearded pirate, is here. Definitely not losing yet. Luckily, we don't actually kill Blackbeard, so there's that.
I mean, he has a nice, cool new trick up
Upgraded
his
ship.
sleeve.
Yeah, we don't see it,
Oh,
but
he learned from before. He's got Blackbeard's revenge. This killer new strategy all planned out.
refill my water. But yeah, that's the input is what Eric was talking about. If you try to get behind him the same way, he hits a chunk of damage. He can still crit a lot. Alright, just in time.
Oh, 1 HP off.
Always. Always, always. That's what the Crystalli's for. Does he usually go down that turn?
It's a coin toss. Well, it's better than a coin toss. You get a crit, then it just falls. But without crits, it's a flat coin toss.
Right. So, we get kind of a victory lap. We let him fly away. And Enrique gets a little happy memory to leave with because he's going home. There to be seen again.
I'm sure he'll really enjoy his stay in.
I also love that Baltimore
Gets-
just like barely sees the crest of the Delphinus come up and he's like,
You!
Let's go.
I've been looking for you. I knew if I just stayed around Sailor Island, I'd find you. Even though you haven't been to this place since the beginning of.
literally barricading the island or oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, he gets to go make sure Purple Guard's family is taken care of. Because he's dead.
Yep. Oh, it's super dead.
Frozen, probably. He's the guy they sent to go find the purple crystal. And see how that went.
You saying he became a guard sickle?
Worm food.
Ugh.
I know, those things. So there's the boss enemy in Glacia is incredibly tanky, is a worm, but crazy, very strong worm. Selling. Deal with it when we deal with it. Which is soon, but not yet. Lawrence is just chilling against the wall there. He literally just makes you pay him a bunch of money and he'll be your helmsman. Who's the other helmsman?
Dawn.
That's
the
right.
drunk.
It's a tough decision.
Like, the stoic professional or the drunkard?
Hey, look, we're back over 100 grand, just like that. Also, he doesn't give us money for defeating Baltor again. What's up with that?
I mean, he's kind of a joke at this point. It's like, you got beat up by a fishing boat?
Damn.
Like, before they had a harpoon cannon?
Alright. So, we do get taxied back to Crescent Island. They don't make us fly back again. Which, pros and cons, but it is part of a scripted scene. Haven't had enough yapping last couple minutes.
I mean, I've definitely got to say that if the game didn't automatically take you back to Crescent at this point, it would make hundo routing a lot simpler. But now it's just one more thing you got to plan around.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Dawn is decent as crew. But at the same time, like, we're winning fights so quickly that dodging a few shots doesn't really matter. And
Yep.
but there are definitely times where the extra Lauren just outright saves time.
Yeah, I cannot say I know their effects as well. I have not done Hundo. I've lost time somewhere. Not sure where. Maybe the routing
Well,
and
you
discoveries?
you did have to move some discoveries around, so
Maybe it'll balance out after that. I mean, there's just not much left at this point.
nope, just seeds and destructions.
Yep.
So that plus 15% dodge only to effectively a 7.5% difference in how often enemy attacks hit you. But not all enemy attacks, just the cannons and torpedoes and stuff. Like all the S moves still hit, all the magic still hits. Whereas that 30 quick applies all the time.
When sudden.
It's calm, peaceful. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, our island's exploded. Crap.
No, no, no. He has to leave. That's the unfortunate part. Oh, also the islands. That's fair. Onto that. True.
Now, see,
Almost there.
this is where the routing, the writing really shows its cracks. It's like, how did Tika Tika not see this coming? He can see everything.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean,
they
he
did.
can make torpedoes hit in deep sky, but he can't see this.
It is interesting because the cutscene doesn't really change at all based on your crew. It is very much, we know these are the required crew members, these are the people that we've met. Let's focus on them. And then, you know, the others are quote unquote there helping. Right? Like they're partying in the crew cabin. They do have their
Yeah,
own lives.
Tika Tika. Somebody gave Tika Tika too much loqua.
Yeah, yeah. And then stall N, stall Ace. I need to sure they are targeting a different person than Vice, just to be absolutely sure. Because they have the chance to outspeed, and if Vice then proceeds to kill it, then it's an issue because you wasted damage on something that's already dead. Also note, Cupel has an adorable reaction to most types of debuffs. I forgot Hat. That's a thing. 3 Selenis is fine. It's a little slow, but you know, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not Death Strike.
But triple Selenis. Aye. A rubber. It's fine. I can clear one of them with either an auto attack from Vice or a box. I can kill the other one once I put the hat on. Is that the one where it just spins around?
I think when she's confused, he's spin.
I don't really want to risk that right now, so we're gonna do that, and I'll even double it just to be sure he goes down. Thank you for not countering. Ooh, good talk. They have a death strike. They do have the ability to insta-kill, and if they decide to spam it, you're in trouble.
Let's try this.
You. No, the hat really does make a difference. As you see,
yeah.
that is
That was easy.
400 damage. So we need to make sure we choose the second option here. So these are two cases where, first off, you can some Swashbuckler, but also you pick a fight with Ramirez that you cannot win. We do not recommend taking a fight that you cannot win and wasting time. Now, the first choice is, do you give them up for the lives of your crew? The answer is yes. That's the fight option, I think. We're willing to die for this. It's
Noble, but
not the way to go.
pointless.
So, then start hearing about a bunch of information and plot, and we just need to try to keep it to as minimum text boxes as we can. So, choose the second option again. Vina is concerned. She thought he was a good boy, but he was not. Well, he was, and then the world was bad, and so he's worse.
Yep. So if we were to continue to catch moonfish and feed them, and take them to dock and feed them to the big bird, we would see more cutscenes elaborate on Ramirez's backstory. Because turns out Doc used to know Ramirez, and by extension Galcian, so he knows how they met and how Ramirez
Ooh.
became who he is. Oh,
Didn't mean to do that.
it's
It
fine.
doesn't rock the fight, eh?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
It's just an extra, you know. And then it's, what power are you talking about? And then it's, the silver moon crystal is actually within the Sylvites. Therefore... Yeah, my bad. Again, the matching is continuous, and it's definitely an endurance run in an RTA setting like this. There is a degree of need and energy, food prepped, to be healthy enough to handle it, you know? We appreciate that it is not something everyone who is not healthy to do regularly. So, segmented. Big fan. Big fan of segmented. A lot more freedom. But Ramirez would like to steal Fina's crystal, trying to literally rip it out of her when our good friends Clara and Gilder wish to take a good shot.
I like Gilder. He brought a
Cannon
full
to-
size ship to a sword fight. He knows what
I
he's
mean,
doing.
the island's already trashed at that point, right? You're not worried about the cannon shot, but you would normally never shoot your own island. But he got the crystals. He got away with it. I'm glad that I not mess up the first option. But it's all good. We've got some rebuilding cutscene, some familiar scenes compared to the beginning of the game.
Yeah, this is one of the few places where if you've been collecting certain crew members, there are actually different cutscenes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think it's if you have, I believe it's Lawrence, Bell, and Urala, you get an extra scene in the middle of this. Yeah, they're like chasing chickens and stuff.
Nice. Well, luckily we get to just spam through the text options now. Get to encourage everybody. Power of teamwork. Make the go up first. Up first.
Yep.
Then it's talk to her out on the front of the
You don't have to talk to her out front.
Or
She's
you
just
just have to
there.
talk to the ship.
Yep, just get in the ship.
Ship, guys. We're going to the Silver Tribe. We are gonna go engage Vice the tank. For Lord knows what kind of
Uh-huh.
program they were gonna use that with, but they just decided that instead of being able to look around with the right stick and maneuver that way, your camera's locked unless you go into first person mode. Yes, it's to encourage you to use first person, but it's still just like, eh.
I mean, I can imagine how easy. I can imagine how easily their camera would get like stuck somewhere if it wasn't just locked to Vise like that.
I'd believe it.
Since you're flipping around,
Kind of helps you
coming
keep
at
your
weird
perspective.
angles. Yeah.
Yeah. Keeps people from feeling seasick playing a video game. Amazing that that is actually like a legit thing, you know? Some people just can't do the POV. Or the FOV. You know, first person, whatever it is. The movement bouncing in the camera and all that. So Galcian and Beleza have a complicated relationship.
Beleza has a complicated relationship. Galcian,
He just wants to take over.
yes.
He's a simple man. Domination. World
Yes.
domination.
Galcian doesn't even realize that there is a relationship.
Galcian's actually 40. He just has stress grays. A lot of stress grays. Very simple man. Just world domination. Just, you know, a new world order.
Does talking to you help me conquer the world? No, don't care.
Yes? I'm listening. That's kind of unfortunate.
Thank you very
But-
much.
Now, Beleza also realizes how Galcian feels. To some degree. So Gilder joins us to go into space. We've gone under the sky, we've gone over the sky. It's time we leave the solar system.
Is that what they mean by beyond the sunset?
Yeah, outside of the
Okay,
atmosphere.
go to the place. Go to a place where the sun never sets.
I'm here to convince you to stop being evil. An
But
idiot.
it's fun.
We enjoy this. Wait.
Wha-
Huh? Huh? Alfonso also kind of sold Galcian out, but he doesn't care. And Enrique's like, wait, I can just kill you. I win this fight.
I can just kill all of you, and I'm the
Beleza
good
says,
guy.
You don't want to do that. Enrique hears encounter music in his head.
I've been conditioned for this over the past few months.
Oh wait, I'm going this way.
This wouldn't be my first time I turned a head of state.
Invented a coup, I tell you. Alright.
I'm the good guy.
Luckily, Beleza is actually the good girl. Good woman. Whatever.
I
Good gal.
mean,
Good gal. I'll take good gal. All of these people are like, they couldn't close this thing. Like, we have no cannons. What are we gonna breathe? You have to imagine that thing has some kind of weapon, right? There's no way their actual transports have zero weapon.
Well, yeah, and with Fina herself being level 1,
I know, like, right? There's
trying
gotta
to
be.
level 1 Fina versus Rick. Come on.
How do we deploy the Seekers or the Sentinel cannon? Like, come on. It is funny that DeLoco's great achievement is a Sentinel cannon on a ship, a bigger one.
I mean, I feel like his bigger achievement is making Glyph of Might and Glyph of Speed.
Pretty sparkles. Pretty distracting sparkles. So we start off upside down, so they're definitely trying to make you feel comfortable. Fun fact, you can go into any of those where you see the little blue. There are little tidbits of lore related to Fina and Ramirez and the Silver Shrine people. And a Moonberry, or something. Is it a Cham? There's a Cham in the
No. No. So the funny thing is, outside just now, the controls were normal, except the visor's upside down. But as soon as you get in here, he controls like a tank, like a GoldenEye style tank.
Like, I am turning heavily, and the only thing I can do is do the speed slope strat and just hope that it is propelling me slightly faster. So, step 1, getting.
Yeah, it's really hard to go over the sudden shifts in
Step 1, we're getting this.
incline. Yep. Step 2,
Right.
more silver armor.
Follow it until the right. Right. It's just. I mean, this is
Now,
obviously.
you're not. Now, I have not been keeping track of moonberries. Get one here, and then you learn Delta Shield off of Eliminator.
No.
No? Okay, cool.
I took Moonberry. It was Eliminator that I get it off of. Let me get through this.
Oh, don't
first.
think about it now. If you realize that you don't berries are, don't stop to think about it now.
Oh. Brain. Hey, what up, Santa? Back. Because I got the Moonberry and Rick's. Learned Pirate's Wrath. I swear I had one after Pirate's Wrath.
I don't think you did. But then you get one off Zhao and Map.
Fair. But I need 3.
2.
2? Well, I need Alpha Storm still.
Yeah, that's 1, and so is Delta Shield.
I thought Delta Shield was 2.
Nope. Lambda Burst is.
Alright. Now we're going left. Yeah, so like I said, generally this game is less about cool tech and really tight reactions and more about just clean, straightforward gameplay, dealing with RNG as it happens. I mean, it's turn-based. Like, yes, you need to be able to react to text, but, you know.
But now it's like Resident Evil minus a zombie. Yeah, this is right.
We go to the chest, yep. For some reason I thought I was about to get to the entrance.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and that reason is that you...
It's not 2:30 in the morning.
9.5 hours into a run.
Listen, I only worked 8 hours before it.
Same.
The second I
there we
knew,
go.
and chat, be aware you're about to get a whole plot dump, but you are gonna get an ad during it. Mute tab, do what you gotta do. Do this to keep pre-roll off for newcomers. Be aware, and see you on the other side. Chance to chill. But this is the major plot dump. Okay, I guess you could understand the reason the world being.
Talking to all the people that Fina grew up with, who are far older than her. 1,000. She's 17. They're collectively they are a bunch of cranky old jerks with a stick up their butt and willing to
When in doubt,
Cleanse-
just nuke the world
cleanse-
again.
just when in doubt, just cleanse the world, purge it all, try again. On an individual basis, you come to learn that they're better than that, but as a group, they're a bunch of jerks.
But technically, isn't this like a break? Don't people say this is one of the longer cutscene breaks?
Yeah, you've got one coming up, as it shows the gigas. If you need to move
yeah,
around.
I guess it's because that's the thing.
Yep.
You have to be able to get through the text.
So, I think it's now.
So just a little more. Yep. Some time for mashing. So they were already at war, and the elders were like, well, we clearly win the war, so we're just gonna do that. And nearly buried the other Gigas and or forced the other nations to turn theirs off in order for them to stop. Likely at the cost of
Billions.
land masses. Literally continent.
Once
Including
upon a
their
time.
own.
Once upon a time, the world was a sphere covered in thick crust, and now it's a donut that resembles a gas giant.
Because we punched a hole in it. Vice is of course pissed. And basically, so even Ramirez says,
Oh, you did it.
what am I supposed to do?
The faster option is.
I have spam dialogue.
Oh, that's old. It's fine. It's just a small time save.
Yeah, it's just tough to split out the text options, but I guess it's really the only one here. Anyway, I will make sure to swap that. Look, my Vice is just a little sassy, okay? It's not the smartest sometimes.
No, you picked the right answer, but the wrong one is faster. Yeah, the elders are like, oh, Fies, we see in your heart that we'll extend a special offer to you. You can stay on the space station and watch with us. Do you accept? And you picked the "Are you out of your mind?"
Yeah.
But there was a, well, this is a take in. Give me a second to think about it. He kind of just holds his hands up and looks like a lost little puppy. And Ica just lunges in from off screen to.
We're gonna be there for Fina. We're gonna save the world. I'm sorry. My notes do say spam dialogue, though, so that's just, I suppose, I will have to change it for next run. Oh.
Time to do drugs, kids.
I wasn't gonna say it.
It's in the form of a prescription.
We're in the middle of the road. Armor. There's
So
Betty. That's
stripes.
thank you.
No problem.
Right, somewhere in there, but Alright, so he has upgraded his shop. He wants to talk to me about why he became a doctor. He's done. Now we're gonna buy drugs. So we're gonna sell pretty much everything. Got the Auras of Valor, the Rizalum crystals, and most of this is not worth it. It's not worth selling. Magic 2, the only thing. Atlas. Thermo ring we Slayer ring we sell, right?
I can't imagine you use it again.
This. Where are the crystal ball? It? Magic shell I sell, yeah?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. That's. I think that's really all that matters. I'll Slayer ring.
Sure.
Lift speed. 5, 6. Sack crystal. On the dot. Tempted. If I had really tried, I probably could have afforded another one, but
Should be good.
dump them all on Vice, because at this point, it's over. End of the game.
You don't need to go out that way.
Of course I have it. We have no reason to shop at Osmond.
Nor do you have the money to do so.
I have 2,000. Yeah, I could have gotten that one
Not
seed.
enough to upgrade her and buy anything, so.
Sure.
Well, nothing worth buying.
There's nothing worth buying anyway, really, not this late. That's the issue. She gives you a bunch of boxes, but fortunately...
It's like, where were these crystalline boxes when I needed them?
southwest.
A bit more west to Dangrel.
West by southwest.
A little bit more west.
It's fine. I'll end up close enough to see it. That's what matters. Or at the very least, close enough to other landmarks to see it. We just grab some discoveries and counters, all that fun stuff. Yeah, you still want to hang out, right? Don't worry, we are in the final run. We have more stuff to go. Let's put it. We have plenty. But we are in the final stretch. Promise. It's just those moments where we're churning through cutscenes, we're finishing off bosses, we're going through a few final ship battles, but for the most part, there's like 3 good boss rushes the next hour. Give or take. Hour and a half. We are hoping to make it 30 minutes per rush. Give or take. That's reasonable, right, Erica? You know?
Yeah. Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. I do get a little turned around on the pathing here, just because it's not something I deal with often enough. Chat, I apologize for not catching that, but quick one. So you'll be fine.
It's been pushed back.
I think it's just accounting for the finale and only one more ad break in the middle. Maybe.
Okay.
Well, okay, given that it's an hour and a half. We'll try to warn. But yeah, we'll try to end load it. Then again, y'all are just going straight into another run because the marathon's still going because we still need to raise money for charity. Please forget. Hey, look, gigantic open space lift. Like it has a track, sky, train of some sort. Nah, don't even worry about it. We'll just keep up with it, and you know the deal, chat. All for the new users, keeping you having to deal with pre-roll. Anytime you have to reload the stream. Alright, so we are on our way to the end. Suddenly, not yet, you're not.
So I don't think we've mentioned. So I don't think we've mentioned this yet, but who's this character voiced by?
That is true. True. This is Mario himself.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can't you recognize that's great Italian plumber?
Charles Martinet. Hey, baby.
It's funny. The wife was watching the Mario movie next to me earlier in the run. First things first. Hat. Eaton. Our habitat. We need speed, guard, difficult, device. Oof, I really need to sort that inventory, that's unfortunate. That's just what happens when you run out of the item, it ends up back at the bottom. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice, love that. That is a very nice action by
Let's try this.
Except for the part where she's not guarding that.
That's fair. Guard and honest. Guard. Ooh, 10 health. Pirate's Wrath. Hey. Alright, who's he shooting? Gilder? Like Gilder.
Yep, that's guilty.
So that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's guarding anyway. does unfortunately mean that he's probably gonna random fire next turn. Stalling him, or I can Electrum him. Fine.
Nice.
Thanks, Fina.
I get the dodge tank.
Gilder, go ahead and get the... Where's my Electrum? I'm willing to risk this one, yep. Because I do not want to lose my Electron, or my, Stalin box before Ramirez. Yeah, I saw that coming. Is Fina dead? Yes, she is. Gilder almost died. That's fine. Doesn't matter too much. I'll res her if I can. I don't know if I'll get the chance. Nope.
Just funneling Ica.
Captain Ica, still on duty. Okay, so here is where I use my Captain Stripes, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, and you do also have one more Piranha Seed, so that makes sense.
Back to heal, that's for sure. Hey, Device with the level up. Love that. Good Vigoro, though, even though Fina died. Right? I know, they need it, honestly.
Yeah.
Vigoro says he'll even send it back down for you, but he appreciates that you let him live. And he says he's gonna shoot you next time.
Sorry about the whole trying to kill you thing.
Right.
I know you're all in the middle of conquering the world and stuff, but goodbye.
Sorry, Froggy, that's only for 100%. This area always, it's not intuitive to go around.
Yeah, you see the big diving device, and you're like, oh, let's just run into it. Oh wait, nope, I gotta go around. Oh, I gotta go around and up.
I just want to make sure I had it all covered. But yeah, I definitely lose time, because then I'm like, oh, I need to go back around, right? No, it's right here. And if you start going back around, you look like a dummy. Not that that's ever happened to me.
You're the first person to ever do that.
Honestly, in the history of ever. It's just force of habit. It's like, I need to fill the map. I need to see all of it revealed.
I am the explorer.
Chat. We are on it. On our way to Soltis right now to finish this. Shut down Galcian and Ramirez and get the game on. We're gonna get a 10. It's gonna be a new world record, I tell you. A new world record. Definitely no other fights after this. I mean, look, everything's already turned off. Means we've already won, right?
Yep, just rush in and beat up the bad guys and call it a day.
That's Vice's MO. So we are currently meant to be under the clouds. They built an elevator to get into Sunken City, and they managed to actually do it. They have all 6 crystals we kind of conveniently gave them, and then they killed the Elder. But you know, yeah. So they're about to resurrect Zelos, and we're not okay with that. They are resurrecting the Silver Gigas. But
The Gigas that's described by
everyone's
its
trying
creators
to
as
kill them.
Yeah.
Eliminator is an interesting boss. We have some really funky strats here.
Oh, is it the Cristalli strat?
Got Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. But it should work.
Let's try
So this is
the main,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
the whole point of the Crystalli is just prevent Vise from ever getting stoned by this guy.
Let's try this.
Yeah. This is where we're actually going to abuse the fact that buffing with the hat leaves a bunch of damage even if you take the hat off. So we're going to take the hat off and we're going to put on Gem of Fluidity. We're going to guard, and then Gilder is going to use Crystalli to try to prevent those actions, like Eric was talking about. Basically, the AI has written it an if hit by magic condition, and that changes up what's happening after this turn. He has two different blasters, one that stones, not, and we are trying to prevent the one that stones.
While still applying enough damage to just win the fight.
Right. Not really a lot we can do other than just rank damage with Vice. Hope he doesn't die. It's 1,000 damage that we lose. Interesting that it doesn't hit him, but that's nice. But that's the unfortunate part of safety strats. They're not always necessary, and it's like, did you lose anything? Gain anything? Hard to argue with those when it's you had no control or you had no knowledge that it wouldn't punish you. This
Yeah,
game
personally,
loves to
I've
punish
seen enough time. Somebody's getting ready to win the fight, and then at the last second they get stoned. Drags on for 3 more turns.
So yeah, Zhao and Mao and Eliminator are the only 2 moonberries you need. You had me stressed about that earlier.
I was just figuring out what moonberries you're getting.
The ones that you have to get.
Yeah, exactly. I told you not to worry about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're fine. You've got the ones you need. Just actually use them. Don't do what I did and go fight Galcian without Delta.
Yeah, that is a bad idea. Going to Ramirez without Delta Shield, can you imagine?
Yeah, I can. It results in I never give up.
What would if you give up? Alright, so we are literally just running out the way we came in, turning on Zelos, and the fact that we beat the Eliminator, it just wasn't fast enough, quote-unquote, to stop them. So now they are raising Soltis. They're pulling the old continent back up out of the clouds. And we are gonna run all the way the heck out, if we can. Also, I appreciate that dagger stare. I appreciate you putting up with us too. I know, definitely late, but we have a great crowd. We have a great run. I am definitely saving time compared to my PB's late game. It's just a matter of, you know, definitely lost some time early. So we're dancing with the 11. We're dancing, and like I said, if I can get in 11, 15 minutes, I am very happy.
Gotta fill in the map.
Right? How do you not? I know those corners are there, but this is a speed run, damn it. Figaro kindly sent our taxi back to him. Yeah, that early game was really something.
Yeah. Tony tried to end the run. Shrine Up tried to. Catacombs tried to end the run. Rockworm can't
end the run.
Rockworm can't end the run, but he gave it a shot anyway.
put up a really good effort on ending the run. Given any other run, I would have ended the run. Honestly, we wouldn't have made it past Tony if I was doing my usual rules and regs for getting off the ground. It involves not having a dead vice on the first boss. On the starter boss. He countered me, he crit me, It's amazing that this run is as far as it is. Wild.
And, you know, just for good measure, there's also a back attack Graver in there, too.
Still
They
doing
didn't
pretty well.
do anything. They didn't do anything too nasty, but they did kill Vise.
Oh, and can we talk about my Gravers?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad. That was a pretty bad Grapers.
Yeah, you would prefer Grapers under 10 encounters?
I stopped counting. Was it 11 encounters or just 10?
I don't even want to think about it. It was at least 5 solo Grapers. Then somewhere between 8 to 10 encounters total. Sentinel was shockingly nice. Sentinel really just decided to make everything easy.
Sentinel decided to play Rock'em Sock'em instead of.
I did die to the Seeker. No? Hey, listen, you're not wrong. It almost happened.
It did almost happen. He got down to like 200 HP?
Yeah. Maybe 300.
Off of a pretty gentle back attack. Could have been worse.
We're here. Sure are you. I'm really happy I get to showcase this game.
I mean, it could, but at the same time, to address the chat question about a sequel maybe having new lands rising from depths. Like it could, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of the joy of the game is just discovering just the structure of the world, and we kind of already know that. So, I mean, I'm not sure how much wonder you could capture just by blanks after that. But
There was
maybe.
discussion of like, what if we did a prequel, and then there was the idea of if we had a sequel, there are still plot lines to follow. There are definitely little pieces of the puzzle that, you know, they expand on, but in a fairly developed world, they would have to time skip it. They would have to give it some upgrades and some future proofing. I don't know about the logo coming back there, but that was a big old explosion. Grendel, I can buy. DeLoco, I don't know if I can buy. Listen, if DeLoco had a kid, though, I can't imagine an admiral who doesn't have a family at home. Except he's a mad scientist, fair, but like, just cool genetic experiments, whatever. I don't know if we want to get that twisted with DeLoco. I think we just enjoy funny Rocket Man.
Okay, so if DeLoco had a kid, you know for a fact it'd be DeLoco 2.0. Like that is absolutely what DeLoco would name a human.
2.0.
Yes.
Robo-Loco. The Robo. It's like Bowser Jr. just worse. It's just a kid in a like little buggy.
I grafted this child into the perfect body.
No. You're twisted. You gotta keep it kinda, you know, it's not exactly a heavy game other than slavery,
You know, other than the
Sewer
part that we're about
bees.
to watch right now.
execute. Oh yeah, the destruction of an entire country.
Continent.
Wouldn't be the first time.
They punch a hole through them.
The cat is so upset with me. What up, Martin? Hopefully I'm not keeping them too much. Hey, quit. Don't you dare hit the reset button.
Cat.
I would lose it. Hey, come. Get out of here.
The reigns of Pixie.
It's not fun. This is very serious. Oh my. Can someone turn the moon down? Okay. Hey, say less. Adorable. Ooh. Very neat. Very upset that I was. Listen. The pun. Alright, that's my shoulder you're clawing. Huh? Cat is now speedrunning.
Admire me, she says.
Watching the destruction of a nation. Yeah, maybe that's what Mina inner silver casual just hate her friends with prophecy.
I mean, she was almost literally born for the sake of doing that, so.
Kind of her job. Like, they never acknowledge that is what her job is. Because rolling away. Try to get her. Yes, the cat is demanding acknowledgement.
She's getting jealous of the GameCube. Gonna turn it off. Like, are you what's keeping my dad awake?
Right. So we're probably looking at about an hour. See you.
Sounds about right.
Not a record. Time attack, speed, 10 hours.